So why do I feel so sad? I can't recall a thing. So why do I feel so sad? The sweat upon your brow, I could be less lonely, honey, if I could just remember you right now. Got to get down, find a rhythm to pick me up and catch the beat of this town. Walk upon it together, got to get down, trace the bullet and sift the dust and catch the beat of this town. What to find to feel better? The street lights and the ravers and my trails of misbehavior, lost in liquid nights and whirling disco lights. The burden of tomorrow, all the shame, regret and sorrow, lost in liquid nights and whirling disco
So no joke, that was one of, if not the most listened to song for me of last year. Hello everybody, it's me Mox, and here we are on a nice Tuesday afternoon. We did it. We got 100 followers. We broke the record, we broke our goal. And we're going to celebrate today by doing a little bit of drinking. And I figured what would be a better thing to do than to drink some alcohol while playing a game about being a drunk cop. Disco Elysium is a game I've tried to play in the past, but found it difficult because of the fact that the game was all, it was all like words. It was all written. You had to narrate everything, and it was a very story-heavy game with a lot of good writing, like some of the best writing ever. But God, if it doesn't kill my voice. Thankfully, when the game got its Final Cut release, which was a free upgrade for anybody who owned the game, and kind of like the definitive edition of the game, they included an update that had like a 90% of the game voiced story, voice narration. It's goddamn amazing, and it's a phenomenal job. Definitely a major what the hell would you call it? A major accomplishment for the team behind it. I've also been thinking about like this game and what it means to me, because like it fascinates me beyond belief. For a game that is entirely basic, a walking simulator with some text options. I've put 40 hours into the game, started it over like a billion times, still haven't actually beaten it, but I can tell you that I've never seen the game go the same. And I've seen people play it online, and I've seen other takes of it, and it's never been the same. And that just fascinates the shit out of me. So I guess without further ado, I'm going to get the game running. While I'm doing that, there is a quick little thing that I'm going to change here. This follower goal, don't need it no more. We'll make another follower goal later. And this subscriber goal, we're going to hide that for today. Doesn't matter at the moment. We're celebrating what we've accomplished already, and not what we're going to accomplish. And we got a little me with some booze right there that I quickly scribbled up like 20 minutes ago. Let's see, audio levels seem kind of low. Turning the volume up here. Giving you guys your voice. Alright. And we're going to be starting a new game. Oh, that was loud. Yeah, that was fairly loud. Okay. Maybe turn it down again. Alright, so I like to create my own thing. Create your own character. So this is the guy you're going to be playing as. This is the cop who doesn't know who he is. Now, I know a lot about this guy with how much I put into it. But one of the big mysteries of the game is exactly who you were. And the game has a couple of stat blocks. And they mostly revolve around these things. Are you a thinker? Are you inquisitive? Or are you a physically heavy character? I'm more on the sensitive side over here. I like the intuition style of characters. So that's like what I like to go down. But I also like to make my own specific thing. Now, supposedly, I don't know how to do it, but there's a way to break this right here using an exploit, going in and out of the menu and starting a new game, and you can just stack these points up and give yourself higher stats at the beginning of the game. That's good and bad. This game is actually prepared for you to be a higher level thing, which sets up sort of traps to put you in a bad spot. But we're not going to worry about that. We're just going to acknowledge what it is. My favorite stat is Psyche. So I'm going to make this one higher. Because I'm going to be drinking alcohol today, I'm actually going to increase my physical abilities. And leave my motor skills and intellect kind of low. Alright. Because I'm not going to be really thinking today. I've got a bunch of alcohol with me. I've got a giant margarita actually right next to me. Hold on a second. Oh, delicious. It's really good actually. And out of all these skills, there's a lot of really cool skills here. Because your character, their mind is fractured into all these different personalities while maintaining some self-awareness.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Snoo. Out of all these skills, and there are some good ones, things like Shivers, which is a connection to the city that you're in. And it's more like a psychic link to the past and the present and the future. To Espera de Corp, which is cop culture, but it's also this connection you have between all officers. You have an understanding of the crimes that you're experiencing, as well as the crimes that other detectives and other police officers are having way out else in the world, and it's fucking fascinating. Drama is awesome. It's not just lying and playing a role, it's also crafting a story and making yourself somebody, even if you're not them, to go and do things. All these really fascinating things. My personal favorite, though, is Inland Empire. Hunches and gut feelings, dreams and waking life.
I am so mentally and physically exhausted after bad sleep and also still affected by last night's bitch customer and today an old co-worker from this store who's a huge cunt is working today. I am so fucking tired.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry to that. I'll drink to that. I will drink to that, Snoo. I will give you that much. I'm so sorry.
Wish I could drunk.
I wish you could drunk too, but you cannot. I will have to drink for the both of us. But anywho, Inland Empire. I love this stat, I love everything it does, and I love what it represents so much. That is going to be my focus. Probably is the same one I choose every time, but it's for that reason. It's my favorite. Anybody else who plays this game can choose their own stat. But that's the one I like the most. I have some ideas of how I'm going to play this as well. The Furies are home in the mirror. It is their address. Even the clearest water, if deep enough, can drown. We begin.
There is nothing. Only warm primordial blackness. Your conscious ferments in it. No larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore.
Our ancient reptilian brain. Part of our unconsciousness, so deeply ingrained.
Ever. Never, ever.
Never, ever, ever. Never, ever, ever?
Never, ever, ever, baby.
Simply keep on non-existing.
An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it.
What was about the X something?
An awareness creeps up on you. A mass lies hidden in your dead angle, soaking in some lurid acidic sauce. It's bloated and shameful, a wall of meat surrounding you. This is a terrible line of questioning, and it will only lead to more awareness of the meat thing.
The meat thing. Ooh. Our limbic system is now acting up. The deeper parts of our brain, they're talking. We can plunge back into the fathomless, or we can keep going. I think in this case I'm going to plunge.
There. No ball of meat. No light in the formless nothing.
Damn
Just
straight.
night swimming.
Night swimming. How about you cuff up someone with more of that sweet oblivion?
Coming right up, sir. Smooth passage.
Alonzi, let's go!
Alright. Nothing down to fuck all borough.
Look, I'm tired of being this type of animal, and who gives a shit?
Not you. Your days of giving a shit and being that type of animal are over.
Yes, don't stop, keep singing. Sing me the song of death.
The song of death is sweet and endless. But what is this? Somewhere in the soul, bloated man-meat around
Man-meat?
you. A sensation.
Man-meat? Man-meat here?
Like a fly to the ointment, your conscience sticks to it. The limbed and headed machine of pain and undignified suffering is firing up again. It wants to walk the desert, hurting, longing, dancing to disco music.
God, I love the writing of this fucking game. Oh, the dancing of words here. Holy shit, it's so good!
You can take it. You're a champion.
Mother help me, there's a head attached to my neck and I'm in it. Stop, I don't want to hear anything more about this sensation. Take me back to the formless, disembodied nothing. No, I'm not scared. I am a champion!
The stench of liquor rises from your mouth, and with it, an ungodly headache.
Oh, Lord. Help, someone! Cut my head off! It's trying to murder the rest of me! Who am I? What sort of creature does this to their own mouth?
A fiery streak penetrates your skull, trying to force your eyes open. It's a sound, a clarion call from hell.
Open your eyes. What a dignified pose. What a dignified pose that is. I'll drink to that. Got a long swirly straw in this margarita. It's really adding to the material. So I want to point out a couple of things. One, I'm fucking naked. Well, I got my underoos on, okay? Two, I have a fucked up looking portrait because I don't know what I look like. Like, we have the ability to look at ourselves, but this character here doesn't actually know what he looks like. We got a tie spinning on a fan here. There's something highlighted in the distance. We got a shoe on a coat rack, it looks like, or a hanger. We got a real fucked up tape over here, and the reel's still spinning. A bottle of wine or some sort. A coat over yonder, and just a mess of a fucking thing. Dude, this door is broken off, splintered from like someone bursting it from the inside. Let's see about these pants. These flare-cut trousers.
You hear a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants.
Well, let's fish them out.
It says whirling in rags on the aluminium keyring. There is a single key on the ring. The number 1 is etched on it. It should open the door.
So this is what I'm talking about with your stats and personality being fractured. These bits of your skills all talk to you, and they become more active the higher level they are. But they can become too active, so there's a balance to the whole thing. And hopefully we'll be able to break that balance. Let's see here. The tie spinning.
This fan has 2 chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie has somehow attached itself to one of the blades. Or has it been consigned there as punishment? You feel as though this creature is your friend and wants to reattach itself to your neck so that you may continue your adventures together in this strange world.
So there's Inland Empire again, speaking up, and it's talking as if my tie is some kind of creature. Now, there are 2 types of checks in this game. There's a white check and a red check. White checks allow you to retry. Red checks are something that once you do, you can never do again. Trying to grab the tie in the spinning fan is a white check. So if I fuck this up, I can try it again. But you can get bonuses to doing things. Like, let's pull on the fan.
The blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to reach the tie now.
Alright, let's see about grabbing the tie. We have a +3 because the fan is turned off. Now, we still only have a 70% or 72% chance, so the fact that we can fuck this up is still high, especially since our motor skills are super fucking low. So let's try it.
You swoop up and catch the tie.
Success.
Snap. It's released from the blade. Warning, warning. The necktie is no longer contained.
It is no longer contained. So I barely succeeded in that. I got a 5 and a 2. Let's see here. Which is only a 7. The modifier of a 10 saved me, and my +1 to savoir-faire really didn't even come to account with this one.
What you have in your hand is a fantastically colorful tie with 4 or 5 different patterns. The knot reminds you of a noose.
Let's pull on the light bulb.
A terrible mistake. Turn the lights off immediately. You can practically feel the photons burning a hole in your brain. It's just a little hangover-induced photosensitivity. Don't overreact.
Fair enough. Let's pull it again to turn the lights off.
The lights are off.
Alright, let's try to not kill ourselves with a migraine here. We got ourselves a jacket in the corner here. Let's get a little bit more dressed. Let's see here. We got a bathroom with a, I see the sink running at all ends. Bathtub. Bottles are in the bathtub. We are buying a sweet liquor, so the bathtub is full of booze. We got a shirt here, a white satin shirt. We're mostly dressed now. We're just kind of missing shoes at this point.
A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off.
Oh my god.
Hot water sprays from the base and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just the outline of a man.
Just the outline of a man.
Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor.
Really? Nothing?
Really? All recollection of the person you are, the people in your life, and even the world you're in has drowned in a sea of blood alcohol. This was no mere night of drinking. It was a deluge of world-ending proportions.
You ever woken up and had to like remember where you were, or maybe even what you're doing or where you are or what you have to do that day? Think like that, but on a more grandiose scale, and that's what we're dealing with here. Let's wipe the mirror.
As you slowly reach your hand towards the surface of the mirror.
Now, things like this usually mean that there's a check for your skills right here. They'll do it on their own in the background.
Abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it.
So, Inland Empire is warning me that if I see what I look like, I will never unbecome what I am. Maybe I should touch it first. Make sure there's nothing wrong with me.
Yeah, there is definitely something wrong with it.
How bad could it be?
Where to even begin? There is the bloatedness, then the swollenness. It's like there's an upholstery of alcohol underneath your skin.
I'm sure everything's fine. Touch your nose.
It's not. Your nose feels like a small balloon in the middle of your face. It hurts when you honk it. It doesn't appear to be a particularly tiny nose either. Not with all the drinks it's absorbed for you.
It's a lot of drinks. At least my tongue is okay. Touch your tongue.
It's not. It's swollen and snail-like, wriggling between your fingers.
Wriggling between your fingers. Alright, well. Allons-y. I'm being raided by a Scilapse. Hello, Scilapse. This is that game. I'm about to discover myself. Let's wipe the mirror.
Behold.
Behold! Revealed myself. Oh, God.
You have no idea who this thing is, do you?
Of course I do. It's some kind of superstar. I'm a superstar!
It appears you're also dead.
I noticed this
Ouch.
was that
Clearly rigor
game.
mortis on your face.
Hell yeah,
Oh,
it
wait,
is.
is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face?
I think
Why?
it might be because I'm a superstar.
Please stop. It's horrible. You're scaring yourself.
No, it's what superstars do. Keep making the
You
face.
can't, can you? It's like it's not even voluntary anymore. You have worn that grin into your face, and now it won't come off.
Oh,
Twitch
God.
is dying on me though. I wish to watch.
No. Oh, that's sad.
What does it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey?
What is the emotion? Well, I'm going on the stardom route. Let's say it's superstardom.
You should check yourself for a pulse. Superstar. From here it looks like a cadaverous spasm.
Alright, let's check for a pulse.
You find no sign of life on your swollen neck.
Oh, God.
However, putting your hand on your chest reveals an irregular heartbeat. You appear to be alive. For now.
Alright, I'm immediately seeing the consequences of my actions. Since I have a 3% chance to figure something out about myself, I have a 3% chance to see about stopping the expression. Let's see if I can succeed. It's 3% chance, it's not 0.
Like
Failure.
the rest of you, it comes from a bad place, somewhere in the past. That's all you know for now.
Alright. Let's try and stop the expression.
It's too late. Like an image on film. The expression belongs to your primary motor cortex. It would take a minor neurological miracle for you to cease producing it.
You know how a teacher always told you that if you keep making that face, it'll get stuck to you? Well, it happened. It finally happened, and now I'm stuck with a grin. I'll drink to that. Oh, hello, margarita. Delicious. We got a door over here, but I believe this door is locked. Yeah, I can't do anything with that. We got a bottle on the ground. Magnum-sized bottle of Commodore Red is empty. Alright, let's check out these ruined tapes. Someone tore the tape out while the song was playing. The real tape player is still on. We got a shoe hanging up here, but it's a single shoe. Just one. My left foot shoe. Where the hell's the other shoe? I don't see anything to interact with in here, but I do see centigrade overcast. Someone's having a conversation outside.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in.
Let's take a look out.
The morning light hurts your eyes. It's hazy, but you see the ocean and some war-torn buildings.
Alright. Let's see if we can assess the damage. Yeah, we got less than a 50-50 chance, but it's not terrible. Let's try it. Let's go!
The
Success!
shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came from the inside.
Alright, did I break it with my own hands?
A fine web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, but none of it is recent.
Okay, what did this then?
More likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in after impact.
Alright, what am I doing?
Something you've done before.
Alright, let's see if we can assess the size of the impact.
It is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of furniture.
I've come
You're
to
looking
say
for something
congratulations
heavy
and
and
also that
larger
I'll
than
be
your
back
fist.
later to watch hell melt into the soil below and fuse with this lowly world.
Absolutely. No worries. Thank you, medic. We'll see you later, perhaps. I appreciate that you stopping in.
The single green shoe you found fits the hole almost as well as your foot. It would have also been heavy enough if thrown with force.
I threw my shoe out the window. I threw my fucking shoe out the window.
Congratulations. You smashed the window with your own shoe. Now you only have one. If you're lucky, you could still find the other one on the balcony outside. The door to it should be outside your room.
I should go get that shoe.
A cool wind gushes in. Your toes curl up from the cold.
Oh, God. So those are some of the abilities our officer here has. Visual calculus is actually super rad. Okay, so what we were hearing earlier was a radio. There's someone over there, but I don't want to talk with them. Hello, what's this? Money. I'll take those coins. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. God, these songs are stuck in my brain. I've been rocking out, actually, for the past month to this game's soundtrack. It's something. It's really disco. It should be no surprise it's disco, given the game's title and all that. But fuck! I didn't know I actually like disco. The smell of the sea makes you feel dizzy. Yeah, that's probably not a great thing for someone who's still waking over a hangover. A gust of briny wind washes over you. There's my other shoe!
There they both are. Two identical shoes. Both copiously green and indiscriminately snakeskin. Reunited on your feet.
How do they fit?
Good. They're balanced. Comfy. Feels like the only good thing about you right now.
Must still be relatively new. And I fully understand that. You ever put on like a new pair of shoes or a new pair of socks or something like that and the world just feels better with it on your feet? That's what it is. Speaking of our clothes, let's actually check out the description of our clothes because boy are they a doozy. Snakeskin shoes. So all clothing actually gives a stat increase or a stat increase and decrease. So you gotta play with things to really boost your chances on things. Green snakeskin shoes. They may have lost some of their luster over the years, but these green crocodile leather shoes fit you perfectly. A horrific necktie. The necktie is adorned with a garish pattern. It's disturbingly vivid. Somehow you feel as if it would be wrong to ever take it off. It's your friend now. You will betray it if you change it for some boring scarf. Keep that in mind. Disco-ass blazer. Looks like someone skinned this blazer off a long-extinct disco animal. It has enigmatic white rectangles on the back and right sleeve. I wonder what that means. This white satin shirt used to be fancy. It used to really catch the light. Now it smells like someone took a piss in the armpits. Ew. Ew, gross. Flare-cut trousers. These golden brown trousers are flare-cut. Normal bell-bottom trousers would be boot-cut, but these are far from normal. They are someone's piss-soaked, cum-stained party pants. Woo! What a wonderful outfit I'm wearing. I see I'm feeling better not to actually walk and run around, though. Let's see here. What's the calendar say? It's March. The year is 51.
Hello, officer.
The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips.
So how the fuck do you think you pronounce that name? The answer is Classy. Or Clagé. Officer, am I military personnel? You know what? Let's just walk away. Let's not deal with her. This is the weekend edition of the satirical newspaper Trump Le Monde. Interesting. Just grooving over here to that music. I'm also feeling the alcohol starting to set in, like a lightness is moving from the bottom of my chin all the way up my brain. I have had a fair bit of tequila, technically. This is where the lyrics would be. There's a big karaoke, just waiting for someone to sing it. Speakers connected to the radio. The music is seasoned with static.
You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast, oceanic soul.
Absolutely. My soul is immense.
Utterly. And it needs to be heard.
Damn, Skippy.
Through a PA system.
Uh-huh.
By other people.
Absolutely.
Whether they like it or not. Ram it up their ears, says your adrenaline gland. Violently express yourself.
Hell yeah, if this goes well with my theory I'm developing, then I'm a down-on-my-luck superstar person.
There has been precisely no evidence to the contrary. So yes, it's likely. You should probably go on stage and pose for a moment when you're done with this thought. See if it works.
Alright, what should I sing when it comes to it?
You have not yet stumbled on the right lamentation, but it's out there. It'll come to you. You will wreak havoc with it. Don't worry.
Lamentation sounds good. They'll really get on a gauge out of my soul with that.
Serves them right. Wipe that smirk off their face with your sad, tragic song. Who's laughing now? No one.
No one's laughing now. All
You have to
joy is
find
gone.
something tragic to sing first, though.
Ah, shit, you're right. Alright, let's go stand up here. Let's see if they're right. Let's take a pose. This feels right. You belong here. Hell yeah. Hello, sir. A man
In his late 20s stands behind the counter, inspecting a stuffed seabird. As you approach, he gives you a sideways glance, then looks down again. That was disdain in his eyes. Even now he is purposely ignoring you. Looks like he's not a fan.
I sense you're not a fan of mine.
Oh no, you're a hero. A real hero cop.
Wait, did you just say I was a cop?
What kind of question is that?
I didn't know I was a cop. Are you sure?
I don't know. Am I?
He looks at you, taking stock of your copness and finding it lacking.
Not far from here, a 34-year-old man called Jean-Vic Maire reluctantly picks his facial hair, while a dark-haired woman in an officer's suit waits for an answer. A typical police station morning hums in the background. Telephones ringing. The whir of a Rolodex. Have you seen the way he dresses? The man asks. It's like he's not even a cop anymore. Shows up in hair looking like a clown, reeking of alcohol, screams at everyone. I'm done with that guy. Let him sort it out for himself.
So that's what I was talking about with the Spirit of Co-op earlier. It's your connection to the entire police force, basically. Let's look at the stuffed bird.
A competent work of taxidermy. The white and brown seabird lies among piles of coasters and drying mugs. One of its wings broken. The man is trying to mend it. Looks like the bird was ripped off the shield that was used to mount it. Most likely on a wall.
Oh god, did we do that?
Something about it makes you feel bitter.
Can I help you with that?
Look, your buddy is over there.
He looks at the man he looks at the door where a man in a bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor.
Why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
What do you mean, my buddy?
He pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the bird instead.
You the bartender?
No, I'm not the bartender. I'm the cafeteria manager.
You look like a bartender.
That period of my life is over. Not everyone who stands behind a counter is a bartender, okay? I'm the cafeteria manager.
Well, what's the difference?
I have 3 cafeterias to manage. 3. Sylvie tends the bar here, not me. I'm only standing in.
Well, where did Sylvie go?
She just, you know.
He shrugs.
There's something there, and it's not good. That's all you know for now.
Gotcha. Well, I guess I got a friend to go check out. Ooh, what's this? Nosafed. So these things are healing items. If I take damage physically, I can heal with that. You got 2 forms of health in this game. You got physical health, which, you know, if you get hurt in some mean or get stressed or strained, you take physical damage. Then you have morale health, your mental well-being. If your morale reaches 0, you will still get a game over, where you just give up. So you gotta make sure not to die in one of 2 ways, a mental death or a physical death. The menu has been wiped clean. Only the word Monday is written on it. There's a water cooler. A large bubble is rising to the surface. I'll drink to that. But a normal drink. Not alcoholic. Oh, dude, that guy's fucking out. Look at this. A ball of rum has been knocked over. Beautiful, dark liquid is spilling out. A man is sleeping at the table, wearing mud-caked boots and rolled-down overalls. The back of his shirt reads Wild Pines, encircled by a logo with a tree.
On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine.
Oh, cool. Let's pick up the pills.
The man does not mind. You probably need them more than he does.
Hell yeah. Well, let's see if we can wake him up. We got okay odds.
You gently
There we
shake
go.
his shoulder, but nothing happens. This man could probably sleep soundly in a ship's engine room.
Oh well. Well, we tried. He's just sleepy. Hello, sir.
A bespectacled man in an orange bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor. Looks like he's waiting for someone. You.
Me?
As you approach, he narrows his eyes and extends his hand in greeting. If an assault were launched on this building right now, if the windows came crashing down and the whole world descended upon you, this man would hurl himself in death's way to save you. You are sure of this, but why?
Hold on. Who is he to me?
He is your half-brother.
Shake his hand.
Hello, I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
You realize he's waiting for your name.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
This is your chance to come up with a really good name for yourself. Get creative. Conceptualize.
Alright, let's try and invent a name for ourselves.
Concentration makes you squint your eyes. Your name should be deep gold and orange, like a forest fire looming on the horizon, but mixed with the stench of liquor rising from your breath. You're 2 steps closer to it, but there are still many to go.
I see. I see. So we haven't quite figured out our name yet, but we know that it's something powerful, and we know that it's something deep and personal. Lieutenant Kisaragi, nice to meet you. However, my name is not yet time.
Okay then.
God, could you imagine that? Hello, nice to meet you. Yes, I'm Kim. How about you? It's not time. It's not time yet. The time will come.
It looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here?
Him? Yeah, I just talked to him.
If you don't mind, we should talk to him again. Ask him for a rundown of the area. Now that I'm here as well. I understand the scene is out back, right?
Scene?
It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews?
I have not.
Okay, we'll have time for that after we take a look at the coroner's case. Have you removed the dead body from the tree?
Dead body?
Mm-hmm.
No.
So, the body is still in the tree.
Tree?
This is the first time you detect a weariness in the lieutenant's voice. It is obvious he would have preferred for the body to no longer be in the tree.
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight.
Oh God.
We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner.
Alright, let's get going then.
After you, officer.
Alright.
If you're about to embark on an investigation, shouldn't you have a badge?
Wait, shouldn't I have a badge or something?
You mean you don't have a badge?
It wasn't on me when I woke up.
Losing your identification card is a serious matter. My vehicle has a shortwave. You can use it to report your badge missing. I advise you to try to locate it as quickly as possible. But getting the body down should still take precedence.
Okay. So we don't have a badge. We're missing a bunch of things. We're all pinball machines. Hello, lady.
Hello, sweetie.
The elderly woman turns to you with a smile.
Wait, who's Sweetie?
Who's Sweetie?
Why, you are, officer.
Maybe I am.
And have you found anyone to be sweet to?
I had once. Wink twice, but then I lost her. No, I'm done with the mating ritual this time. I don't know. Maybe I have. Wink. I don't want to talk about this right now. But then I lost her.
What was with that fucking wink?
Shut up.
Seemed neurological. Central nervous system's really banged up.
Stop winking. Tap yourself on the side of the head to correct the malfunction.
I see you are still grieving. Well, I won't pry.
She smiles gently, paying no heed to the inexplicable winking.
You must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I completely forgot to introduce myself.
She slaps herself on the forehead.
I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're away.
Her eyes glitter over the rims of her glasses as she looks up smiling.
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire her on the spot.
You seem to be in a chair.
Yes, dear. I'm a paraplegic.
What's a paraplegic? Well, I mean, I know what a paraplegic is, but we're going to follow this game, okay?
It means I can't use my legs. I was in an accident some years back, injured in the line of duty, as they say.
Were you a mountaineer?
Nothing so glamorous, dear. Though when I was young, I dreamt of planting the Revacholian flag on some figurative peak.
What did you do then?
I was a training and development manager at a rapidly expanding mail-order shoe company. You'd think it would be a safe job, but I had to be everywhere, and, well, once I happened to be under some faulty scaffolding.
Oh, God.
I was lucky. This was almost 20 years ago, and I was compensated exceptionally well. One can only dream of such payoffs nowadays.
She runs her hands over the chrome wheels of her chair. Could I become a paraplegic?
I hope not. Although the work you
Hello.
are doing for all of us is quite dangerous.
Why, hello, Bastron. How are you?
Towering over her in your insignia, you make her feel safe.
Someone has to do it.
But not you. You're volunteering. So thank you, sweetie.
So you volunteered sometime in the past for the beatdown and hell of bullets? So very you.
I'm sorry, it was rude of me to mention the wheelchair. Let's move on.
That's quite all right. I'm used to people asking questions. I know they're thinking about it anyway.
There is no bitterness in her voice. She accepted the curiosity her condition inspires a long time ago.
How'd you like to roll with me?
Whatever do you mean?
I want you to be my wheelchair partner in fighting crime, ridding backyards of corpses, catching sequence killers.
Sequence killers? Oh my.
She sounds
I
impressed.
think you already have a partner, sweetie.
A partner who needs you to help him get a corpse down from a tree.
Kim! Of course I forgot I had you!
Yes, and it seems to me that you do well to stick close to him. He has the look of an upstanding officer of the law, someone you can lean on, and, sweetie, you are looking unsteady.
I'm
And
fine,
even if
thanks,
you weren't there,
but I'm
I
from
don't
Russia
think you'd
and
have
bad
much
at
use
English.
for me.
No worries. No worries at all. Why? 3 heads are better than 2.
Thank you, but Martinez isn't the most wheelchair-accessible place, you see. I'd slow you down. Perhaps another time.
She turns back to you with a hopeful glint in her eyes. I don't know if you've noticed, but I don't know where I am or what I'm doing or anything.
Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox. But surely things can't be that bad.
Her eyes follow your movements with some concern.
She won't judge you, no matter what you say.
I drank so hard I forgot literally everything.
Oh my. You know where we are, right?
The Whirling in Rags cafeteria? It was on my keys.
That's right. And where is the Whirling in Rags cafeteria itself located?
See, I have no idea.
We're in the city of Revachol, dear.
Okay.
Yes, and Revachol?
Honestly, I don't know diddly squat about Revachol. What kind of place is this?
How would I even begin to tell you? Revachol is the most beautiful city in the world. We're fortunate to be here, you and I. I haven't seen very many other cities personally, but everyone says so. Revachol is a rare jewel. This city used to rule the world, though it has seen better days.
There's a pause as she studies her expression. You must look quite lost.
Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes?
I do, actually. We saw the calendar. It says it's the spring of 51.
That's right, dear. How splendid. Here, take this pen. Knowledge should always be rewarded.
Oh, thank you.
Her relief is palpable. She was getting pretty worried about you there, but now she relaxes her shoulders.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government?
Some kind of democracy. I'd like to say the dictatorship of the proletariat. Something tells us not. Leaders are fierce warriors who traverse the plains on steeds. Civilization cowers before us. We are governed by an intellectual machine that performs calculations to determine the freest market. Everyone hustles and grinds like a badass visionary. Radios are used to control people's minds and distort our perception of reality, concealing our true masters, foreigners, and women. Cop. We're living under the cop regime. I think it's the cop regime.
Actually, we are not. You could say that about almost any other nation, but not Revachol. Try one more time, officer. What mode of government?
Damn it. I was really hoping it would be a cop world. Okay, well, let's see.
Okay, let's see. How about free market?
Oh, no. Nothing like that, dear. Revachol is a zone of control led by an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have almost no government of our own. Certainly
We're
no
a puppet
machines.
state. If there's no government, how come there are cops?
Oh, dear. This is troubling. You really ought to know that, being one yourself. There aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. The status of law enforcement has been a complicated matter since the revolution. But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides, I'm not the best person to explain the big things to anyone.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
So how did I do?
You didn't do too well, dear. You really only knew what year it is. It does look like you're having trouble remembering things. History and places. Reality, in a word. It's very odd.
A sigh. The lieutenant buries his nose in his notebook.
But maybe a fresh set of eyes is what the world needs. And while I'm no doctor, such bouts of amnesia are often temporary, so I wouldn't worry too much.
She's a sweetheart.
She means this sincerely. Worrying won't do you any good.
Who could tell me more?
Someone more educated in sweeping matters. Maybe you should ask.
She turns to the lieutenant.
No, I'm not an encyclopedia. I won't be a guide either. I'm a detective.
Alright, fair enough.
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in Martinez.
That really lets you know that this place is a poor place.
Of course, dear.
I gotta go.
Good luck with your case.
Bye, Lita. Well, we got a pen. That's cool. Alright. The soft part of an electric juicer comes from the kitchen. Someone is working. Neat.
The man with the unimpressive beard notices you approaching. He drops the ledger he was holding and turns to the lieutenant.
Mr. Guard, right? You run this place.
Yes.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41...
Well, what is golden orange like the forest fire but smells like liquor?
Are you kidding me?
No, man, help me out. What is golden orange and smells like liquor?
It's you. It's obviously you. You smell like liquor. And you're orange.
See? Everyone agrees it's your color scheme. We're on the right track with this name thing.
Hell yeah!
Is this what you get when you call the police now? We've been waiting for a week here.
Sir, I understand your concern, but we are here to do a job. And for us to do it, I need you to stay calm.
Thank you. Kim is doing his best.
Yes, of course.
For a moment, the cafeteria manager fidgets under the lieutenant's gaze. Then it gives in.
I see authority is happy to see that.
I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene, but it also took you a while to call us. It was you who placed the call, correct?
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking over her duties.
There's that mention of Sylvie again, yet Sylvie is not here.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
He looks behind a pile of coasters and finds a slip of paper and hands it to the lieutenant.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
What, of Martinez? No, I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many, many cafeterias I manage.
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to start working here again, if that's what you think.
I didn't imply that. Detective.
Who, me?
Mm-hmm. I have everything. You?
Oh, you mean I have, do I have questions?
Yes, he means, do you have questions for me, like a police officer would?
Who killed him?
I don't know who killed him. I'm not the police. That's your job.
Did you kill him?
What are you, crazy? Of course I didn't kill him.
Suddenly you tense up. Blood is being pushed to your muscles. You should hound him on this. Hound him hard, the prey drive says.
Did you kill him, Gart?
No, I didn't.
You can tell me, Gart, you killed him, right?
I didn't. I don't appreciate this. What is this?
Why did you have to kill him?
Do I have to answer him? Is this mandatory?
The lieutenant stands motionless, his expression unreadable.
Did he hurt you? Is that why? Did you get some kind of sick kick out of killing him?
What are you, an idiot? I told you I haven't killed anyone.
Anyone? Have you killed someone else then?
He ignores you.
Alright, well that ain't going anywhere. Where exactly is the body?
Behind this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there.
Well, how do we get there then?
That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then, to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need for the keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry to fit through.
Does he want you to feel guilty of making that hole? It's implied in his voice.
Did we make that hole? Did we do that? Was that us? Why did Sylvie go away?
She went away because none of your business.
This is the second time you've avoided the subject.
Oh my god, what is your obsession with this Sylvie person? Get over it.
Maybe it's he who's obsessed with this Sylvie person. Certainly sounds like it.
Alright, well, that's all.
Let's go.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real.
No one is saying the multi-pattern necktie
Oh.
you found tied to the ceiling fan can talk. No one. It must be merely imagination. But
Let's bail! Time to push the eject button! Sounds like a responsibility! You don't like those!
God! The necktie speaks!
no, don't listen to him. It's madness. Just talk.
Let's get out of here! Wah!
One moment you're running like the wind. Then you've suddenly turned around and are giving him the finger. Furiously. With both hands. Why?
The lady in the wheelchair is right behind me, isn't she?
That's true. Yes. And it's worrying. But let's not fixate on it. Look at that stupid bartender instead.
I have returned
He
from
has
the
no
vast
idea
darkness
what's
known
going
as
on.
the Void after eternally
You and your
despairing in a
fuck you
dimension
fingers
where
floating
time is a
in the
missing
air.
piece from a puzzle.
Barkeep's got his mouth agape like an idiot.
Well
You
done.
showed him.
We all return from the void. I'm about to collide with this lady while giving somebody the middle finger. Excuse me for just a moment. Fuck you, asshole!
Watch out!
Oh! Ow.
Everything goes dark.
That didn't go so good. That didn't work. Medic. I need a medic.
Back so soon.
Oh, hey, ancient reptilian brain. I had an accident.
Throw hands with this fucker.
It was no accident. Those were disco moves from your spinal cord. The spinal cord has yet to reveal itself to you. Its mysteries are unholy mysteries.
You hear that? The spinal cord is unholy and full of mysteries. Oh, there's a lot of you. Hidden? I'm so cool.
You are way cool. Cooler than the bottom of the sea. Too cool for this world. I was wrong to let you go. I should have kept you here. Is it bright where you are? Is it terrifying? Have you felt the love?
This
Okay.
game feels
It's
like
quite
if
fun.
drugs were shaped into a game disc.
You have no goddamn idea. It is a fucking ride, and I love it for that. It's okay. It's going fine.
It doesn't look so, sweetie. Are you okay?
I'm fucking crumpled on the ground.
No.
Ow.
You have sustained a trauma to your lower neck. In addition, you have strained your left trapezius muscle. Pain surges down your back when you move.
No, are you okay?
The chair took the brunt of it. Don't worry.
Are you sure, ma'am?
Yes, yes. Check on him.
Sir, I didn't mean for this to happen.
Throw hands with
I'm
them.
sorry.
Wait.
This has always been a cop-friendly place.
Wait a second. He shook! He shook! He went from being aggressive and overbearing to his guard is down. He is in our grasp!
The drinks are on the house, okay?
Looks like you
There
won't
were
throw hands
a lot
again.
of drinks on the tab. I still have to charge you for 3 nights and the broken window, though. That's 100 square.
Hey, that cut off $30. Cool.
Not entirely cool. You still owe me 100 real. If you don't have it by tonight, I can't let you back up there.
Oh shit, that's gonna be a problem. I only have 40 cents to my name.
And for God's sake, watch out for yourself.
Ow!
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it.
I have no idea.
But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere.
Up on Marvel
Mans
Hill.
is broke.
I'm super broke.
Why did you say that?
Lieutenant Kitsuragi, do you know a place called Marvel Hill?
No. But isn't that an expression, not a place?
Oh shit, an expression?
A saying. Up on Marvel Hill, a great high place. One that is impossible to climb back to.
God, I hope that's not the case with my house.
That doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money.
Fuck, he's right. Could I trace the way back somehow to the exact street, the exact number on a building?
You can try. Run some addresses in your head when you get the time. Maybe a street or an apartment will appear.
Alright, so that's one of the other features of this game. It's this thing called the Thought Cabinet, okay? So you have a lot of things that you can internalize, and they unlock while you play the game. One such one right here is called the Lonesome Way Home. Let's rewind. Let's trace your drunken steps back home. Jump across the raised channel bridge southwest of here. Fall over. Get up. Get off the asphalt in 20 minutes, shuffling your feet through the courtyards, scaring little children. Go under the Great Raised Motor Track. The
Track
880
your own IP by finding a Discord scam bot.
Yeah. Until you reach La Domaine Amont in North Jamrock. The streets are frozen this time of year, caked with ice. Walk down Main to Perdition. There's a side alley there with your footprints in the mud. This will give me a +1 to my encyclopedia while I try to remember, but it's going to take me 6 hours to really get this down. So we're going to internalize it for a little bit. See if we can get it. In the meantime, I guess we go outside. Need something to do behind Lieutenant Kisaragi's back? Sneak out after he's gone. Medic, would you like to know a fun fact? Because of the way that I've built myself, my highest stat is my imagination. And because my imagination is so high, I imagine a lot of things that aren't actually happening to conceptualize it. One such thing is that my necktie is alive and talks to me. He speaks in a Scottish accent. He is the reason I did the jump and dive earlier. Oh, why, hello there.
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with?
So like real life.
Oh yeah, absolutely, just like real life. You sound surprised.
We don't see a lot of police around here, that's all.
I have some questions for you.
Of course. What can I help you with?
Who are you exactly?
Me? I am just a gardener.
Oh, good to meet you, just a gardener. Another question then.
I am pleased to meet you too, officer.
We need directions.
Of course. Where to?
I'm looking for a dead body.
Oh, that's right there, in the yard.
She's relieved someone has come for it. Finally.
Where am I?
What do you mean?
I'm disoriented. I don't know where I am.
Yes, sir. District of Martinez. This intersection
Imagine
is
naming
called
your child
Roundabout
Just.
North.
He knows where we are. He just wants directions.
That's all for now.
No problem.
That's a run.
Of course. I won't hold you back.
So that's about with the canary yellow glove.
Her gloves. You get the feeling that you need them. You have a dead body to deal with after all.
Ah, sound logic, Inland Empire. Can I borrow your gloves?
Sure. Keep them. I have another pair.
Thank you. Sweet. They give me +1 to interfacing. Right on. Got yellow gloves. God, I'm fucking styling. Even snow melts in the wheelbarrow. Alright, so I have to, report my missing badge.
Before you stands a motor carriage. The bodywork is covered in blue and white livery, bearing the number 57. Vapor emanates from the large engine on the back of the vehicle. It hasn't had time to cool off yet.
Yeah, he just got here. Let's open the door.
In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on a hook, a pull-out toolbox under the seat, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
That's a lot of shit. Alright, let's start with the radio.
The frequency tableau lights up, and the green button labeled Prime Line glows like a feline eye. And then you hear something. The soft purr of electrical kittens, radio waves cast far and wide over the metropolis. A woman's voice greets you through the static.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you?
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st Precinct here. I'm putting him on.
Come in, Delta 10. This is Firewalker, copy.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Could you connect me to the 31st Precinct? I have something I need to report.
Just a second, officer.
She puts you on the hold, the static crackling softly like a bonfire. After a while, you hear an old man greet you from the radio. His rattly voice is oddly familiar.
10-2, 10-5. This is 41st. Come in. Over.
A scrawny old man sits in a dusty cubicle, smoking, with a large white rectangle sewn on his vest. In front of him is a box-shaped apparatus with an array of wires and antennas. The radio switchboard.
Hi, this is...
Hold on, I'm cropping my friend's PFP onto femboy hentai because he didn't respond after pinging me a few times.
Alright. Alright. This is me. I work at your station.
10-4. What's your status? Over.
It's not good.
10-18. 10-20. Over.
Can you repeat that?
10-18. 10-20. Over.
Just human talk to me. These numbers mean nothing to me.
State your message, sir. Over.
I'm in need to report my badge missing.
10-9. Repeat message. Over.
My badge. I can't find it anywhere, basically. It's gone.
10-4. Message received. This is a very serious situation. I need to 10-22 the captain. Over.
10-22, the captain. This sounds bad. Bad and scary. Like being called to the headmaster's office in school.
Oh no! They're gonna tell the boss.
Is it him? What does he want? Says he lost his badge and needs to report it. He what? He lost his badge?
Hey, who is this?
This is Communication Officer Jules Pidieux.
They're gonna phone home.
No, the other one.
You mean your partner? Over. What is he saying? He's asking who you are. I'm his goddamn partner!
Uh-huh.
It's your partner, Satellite Officer Dietmar, sir. Over. Did he lose his memory along with his fucking badge?
Who lost his badge?
Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name of a fictional detective who would not lose his badge.
Oh, I'm not Dick Mullen.
Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
This is serious.
He's asking you to stop. Says this is serious. Of course it's serious. He lost his fucking badge. Satellite Officer Dietmar concurs. Losing your badge is serious.
Haha, officer lost his badge. Haha, like I'm the first cop to ever misplace his badge. Can we get a move on with it? I just want to get a report and be done with it.
10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
Fuck me. Mac, come here. You've got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost his badge.
What's going on?
Super Cop here lost his badge.
Oh god, I'm not actually a super cop.
He lost his what now? His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
Enough of this. I have other things to discuss.
10-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
New heights even for Captain Sober.
Ask him. Ask him if he's lost his gun, too.
Uh-oh.
Sergeant Orson wants to know if you lost your gun, too.
Uh-oh.
Over.
Check your weapons. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you?
I don't have my gun!
No. It's gone. It's not fucking on you.
The people in this call is a fucking mood.
Bratan. You don't need a gun to have fun. We can still have fun. It's not all over.
Oh god, I don't have my gun!
10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over.
The 70% chance. Let's try and fake him out. Let's fake them out. Let's come up with a convincing lie.
Wait, how can you commit genocide without it?
I have no gun. There will be no genocide. I convinced him I didn't lose my gun. Let's try it.
Even
Failure!
before you can get the words out, everything gets scrambled in your brain.
Oh, of course I didn't lose my gun. Fuck it, I didn't lose my gun.
He says he didn't lose his gun. Or his fun, whatever that means.
Ask him to describe it. His gun. Not his fun. Just the gun will do.
Satellite Officer McLean requests a description of your weapon. Over.
The fuck do you need a gun for? Look at the pythons on your arms. You are a gun. The biggest one in the world.
Physical instruments got me at least feeling better.
Oh, request a description, huh? We'll give him one. Describe
It's
the
metal
plasma
and
gun.
it shoots things.
It's metal, shoot. Let's see here. Describe the plasma gun. What are you packing? This is a gun. It's like it's a regular goddamn murder weapon. You know, they're bang bang. Trick question. I'm a martial artist. My entire body is one big gun. I don't have it right. I don't have my gun. It's massive. Got flare cooling sticks on the front and a hydrogen flask sticking out too.
10-9, come again, please. Over.
It's got a magnet accelerator and
4
arc
seems like something I would
accelerates
say.
The energized ball, periwinkle blue hydrogen-based plasma at the end to near light speed.
I'm going to need to put you on speaker for a second. Over.
In contact, it detonates with the power of a dying star, erasing every living thing from existence. Oh, and did I mention it's dripping with sexy blue plasma.
The officer is describing his genitalia in exaggerated terms.
Okay, this is why you need the imaginary stat.
Hope in heaven. Did he lose his gun and his mind?
Oh god.
Dear God, he lost his gun. Oh my, I can't.
This is going bad.
This isn't really a laughing matter.
Mac can face a giant of Coco Nur by himself, but Disco here made him piss his pants.
Oh, I can't. Fuck. He lost his...
This entire game is a mash.
It's amazing. This game is fucking amazing.
I'm not going to. Ask him. Sergeant Orson here is wondering if you are still in possession of your genitalia. Over.
Now is a good time to say fuck and and so on. That'll make this all right.
I left it in his mama's. Yeah!
That's That's a negative. Not going to say that. Over.
What's he saying? Share with the class.
He said he sodomized your mother.
The prick ate Mama's vanilla waffles at the captain's birthday party. Some nerve he's got.
Got him.
Sure, vanilla waffles were the only thing he ate?
No.
Shut up, Chester. This isn't funny. This is my mom we're talking about. Tell him to apologize right now.
Sergeant Orson requests that you apologize for the claims that you made about his mother.
Hey, if you don't like the follow, may not fuck with the Firewalker.
Mac, he says you shouldn't have antagonized the Firewalker in the first place. Who? Satellite Officer V.
Firewalker.
I'm afraid he might be referring to himself as Firewater, sir.
Firewater? He's lost it. Fuck it, tell him to find his goddamn badge and gun. That's the only thing that matters.
Satellite Officer V.
No, I heard him. I'm on it.
10-4 affirmative. Officer is in pursuit of his firearm.
Oh, God,
Officer, do you need further assistance? Over.
Maybe a bad time, but I'm in some dire need of financial assistance.
10-4, I hear you. I don't have the authority to grant your request, but...
What does he want now?
He's asking for money.
Is he fucking kidding?
I don't think he is.
Don't give that asshole anything. He's just gonna drink it all.
Right. That's a negative on the additional funds, sir. Over.
Alright, I heard you. No funds.
Anything else, sir? Over.
This might sound odd, but there's some personal details I'd like to discuss.
Okay, 10-4, sir. I hear you. Relay your question. Over.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, think it through.
What's there to think about?
You're going to be looking at a straitjacket if you tell everyone you lost your memory. Be smart about this. Ask
The
if
Jules
he's
guy
there
sounds
alone.
like he want to die.
I know, he's having a bad time. He's stuck in the middle of all this.
10-4, sir. I'm not hearing your question.
Hold on, are you alone in the room? I need some confidential information about myself.
That's a negative, sir. I got a 10-12 here. Over.
I want to know if you got my badge description right in the report. Could you read it to me? Name, rank, date of birth.
What? What is it? He's still on the line?
He wants to verify the information on his badge.
But of course, it says Dick Mullen, High General of the Revacholian Cavalry Force.
Tell him to stop wasting time.
What do you need, sir? Over.
Yeah, let's wrap this up.
Understood, sir.
I'll have to try this again maybe later, when he's not surrounded by my people. That's all for now.
Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
18 kilometers to the south, in the 41st Precinct's relay booth, a small crowd has gathered around Communication Officer Jules Oldboy Pidier, around a dozen cops. The small room is filled with cigarette smoke, abuzz with laughter, when Officer Judith Minnow enters. Her left arm is in bandages, and her hair trimmed short.
What happened to her arm?
What is going on here? Did something happen?
Jean-Vic Mayer turns to her and says,
What happened is my partner made contact. It's not
I
good.
don't know how to make
He's
funny
lost his
jokes
badge
when the
and his
entire game
firearm.
is won.
Dude,
He seemed confused,
just
delirious even.
great.
Mac, the torso Torson, is finger-fucking his fist,
What?
laughing hoarsely and apparently telling some dirty story to his partner, Chester McLean, near the entrance.
Yeah, Mullen was fucked, alright. Sounded fucking drunk to me.
Yeah, Mac's right. This was some gnarly shit there. I mean, before he started begging for money, it was...
Enough! None of this is funny. It's fucking sad. That's what it is. He's a cop. He's one of us, goddamn this.
We must help him.
Yeah? How do you fucking plan to do that, huh? Get him off the drink? Go jogging with him in the morning and get him on carrot juice? He's a lost man.
I just know we can't give up on him when he's at his weakest. He wouldn't.
Mac, man the door. You know what he told me? I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. Those were his words. This shit does not leave this room. Not a word of this to the captain. Or anyone else. We'll give him a couple of days to pull his shit together.
I guess I can hold off the report for a few days.
Good. Okay, everybody. Nothing but a prank call here. We all got our laughs. Now get back to work.
Far north, on the other side of the motorway, the officer quietly hunches with his hand in the motor carriage.
Alright, I'm gonna have to take a quick break. All of this booze drinking and such has certainly started to get to me. I will be right back. Enjoy the ambience of the game while I'm away.
Eat. 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 Muta 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 Got him.
Did you just muda? Just like muda all over me? Jeez, medic. Alright, let's see here. Let's pull out the toolbox.
A metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized.
Take what you need, officer.
As soon as it ended,
It's
you
going
got
to be
back,
a
which
long
is
case.
lovely.
I see.
I'm not protective of my
Good
tools,
timing.
like some men.
Great timing.
He's clearly a little protective of his tools. But what can you do? Work is work.
You're right. I'm gonna take everything. I'm gonna take the pry bar.
The pry bar feels nice and cold in your hand, heavier than you'd think. Cold and heavy, like truth.
Oh.
You feel like you're reunited with truth once more.
Ooh, I like that.
Useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids.
Let's take the rubber-handled chain cutters.
The handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap, go the cutters in your hand.
Let's take the cranked flashlight.
It's robust, weatherproof, and well-made. Police issue, blue.
Nice.
Lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss.
Push
The
the
pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the steering levers and the radio on its hook.
I think that's all I need for now. We'll come back and check out this place later. I feel like we're gonna come back to this car. After all, we have to call
There's so
Sylvie
much
again.
description on everything.
It's great. This game's writing is fan-fucking-tastic. Oh yeah. There's the hole in the fence. Looks like tire tracks did that. Well, there's the body. We got a child throwing rocks at it. Wonderful. Chain cutters in one hand, crowbar in the other. Hell yeah. I feel like this is going to be locked.
This trash container is locked.
Yeah, what I fucking
The
say.
sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rags. There's something in there, not necessarily connected to the case, but still.
Why am I looking at you, trash container? You're just a trash container.
The body is downwind from here. Maybe you prefer
You
the smell
take a
of
deep
garbage
breath of
to
air.
the smell of
It's
death.
cold as if you were in an ice box. The air is made of high concentrations of nitrogen and enough oxygen that makes you feel relaxed.
Mm-hmm. Lieutenant, what do you think could be in there? Trash?
Trash,
Oh,
food waste from the cafeteria. They lock these containers to keep the derelicts from flocking in. Could be evidence too.
seems like a reasonable assumption.
Mm-hmm.
Now get the lock open.
We could try using a pry bar, the one you took from my motor carriage,
Or
we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one.
We got a 17% chance. Force time. Jam the tool under the lid and pull.
Force time isn't happening. You've jammed the pry bar under the lid, but it just
You're weak as
isn't
hell, though.
bending.
I'm not that weak. I got a 4. It's not terribly bad. You know, could be better.
What is this? Your triceps ache for the metal to bend, but it resists. This calls for a potent
4 out
curse to
of-
help break its resistance.
12 is the most you can
Utter
have in
the
anything.
power words.
The fuck kind of metal is this? This fucking shit. Kick the container, hang the pry bar. Oh, wait. That's it. Can't pry it open. Oh, just the power words!
The quality of metal is not the problem. From what I see, it's sturdy enough.
He's enjoying your little failure. He finds it amusing. He's reveling in sweaty rage on your face.
Hang from the pry bar with all my weight.
There's a creaking sound as the pry bar slips under the lid. You hang from it like a moron, huffing and puffing. Clearly the technique is wrong, but nothing else comes to mind.
Oh, that's it. I can't pry it open.
Let's ask the manager for the key. This is clearly not working.
Fair enough. Let's go do it. Gart! Gart, we need your keys! We have to go root around in your trash!
Just fucking end it by slamming it multiple times.
Yeah. Wham! 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 I don't think that's gonna work. Now, technically speaking, because that's a white check, we can try that again if we put a single point into that stat. Or that skill. But,
Can I help you?
Is the trash container out back yours?
Mine? No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags.
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors too. They put their trash there and they don't pay for the garbage company.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you.
I wonder what this feeling is.
Prod at him and find out.
Does it seem callous to you, guarding even your leftovers from the poor?
Callous? What are you? Kras Mazov? Almost all establishments in Revachol keep their trash locked. The Whirling in Rags is not special in that regard.
We need those keys.
What do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
Alright. By the way, I'm gonna sing karaoke here.
Absolutely out of the question.
You wait and see, cafeteria manager.
You can't fucking stop us.
Absolutely in the question. First we find a sad banger. Then we sing this place to shit.
Hell yeah! Goodbye. We're gonna sing this place to shit, Kim. Just you goddamn wait. It's gonna be amazing. Everyone's gonna goddamn cry. It's what a superstar cop does. Right? Right? Alright, let's try this again now that we've got the keys.
This trash container is
locked.
The sliding lid
I guess.
has a padlock that says Whirling in Rags.
Open the padlock.
With a well-oiled crack, the lock pops open. It should now be possible to simply raise the lid. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't.
Didn't I just have a premonition that there's something in there?
There is, but you won't like it. Sweat forms on your brow. Your hand is still on the lid.
Let's open it up.
The smell of rotten food rises to greet you.
What?
You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
Quite level. Oh. I'm very familiar with that smell.
My vocal cords can't handle a lot of
We're
stuff.
just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
Let's see here. Let's look under boxes of cartons.
You see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar.
Thank God I have a glove.
A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below, and turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however.
Let's pick at the rags.
Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers.
Pants.
As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell fills the air.
Hey, I think we just found the dead man's pants.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor.
F in chat.
If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay.
Yeah, the very early stages.
Drop them in here, officer.
Bag the trousers.
Guitar marked blue jeans. Pockets empty. Or empty. He wore them with a belt, too. A white belt. The loops appear stretched, but the belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there? I have another bag here.
Something slimy catches your eye.
Reach for it.
A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
Delicious. Grab the shirt.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye.
A thrown out
Other than
towel,
that-
a mug, that's all.
Alright, we should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force.
You think someone from the Whirling Rags might have been involved, maybe?
Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash, the lid was locked, and his establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
Alright.
The lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container.
Let's search the food waste.
It's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly. Unidentified sludge, and the occasional chicken bone thrown in for good measure. But hey, nothing. It's nothing. Nothing more to see here.
Inland Empire, what don't you want me to find?
What's this?
What?
A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny.
If you
Looks
fill
like
it
the
with
corner of
water, it's the
something.
worst soup ever.
Oh, yeah, it is.
They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes, written in a man's handwriting.
Officer, is that your paperwork?
I don't know what this is.
It is. Look, the plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form in there. If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash?
It has a foreboding quality to it. Maybe I needed to lose it for the great bloodletting to begin.
What are you talking about?
I speaketh the tongue.
Doeth thou also thorough inventories? You should take stock of your notes. Make sure it's all there. Official notes contain informants' names. If some of it has fallen into the hands of the RCM's adversaries, bloodletting may well ensue.
Oh my god, he's going with my crazy! Kim is rolling with my insanity! Okay, I'll do that.
It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see. Or are we finished?
The mug. I'm getting the mug too.
You pick out a broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of the yellow man frolicking in saffron.
An antique?
Only in its
You're
social
getting mugged.
sensibility.
It's a racist mug.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
I think we did too. So we have the ledger here, and we have this mug. Let's check out this mug first. This broken-eared mug somehow made its way into the whirling in rags dumpster. It depicts a person of Sumerian descent frolicking in the fields of saffron flowers, buck-tooth and grinning feeble-mindedly. It seems to be a cheap knockoff of some colonial-era antique.
It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not much.
There's quite a lot to read here, actually. I'm looking at all the content.
Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed-away mug that you dug out of the garbage?
I'm gonna press it in the face of of every merchant I find to them and go, this is your inane ideology. The monk will be useful by announcing I can earn political capital to mask my badass hustle. The monk didn't belong in the church. It was just a funny monk. Can anyone have a laugh anymore? So make an example of prejudice. I'm going to use this example. What next to do? Yeah, we're going to use it for the hustle.
If you want to earn some change by guilting people, go for it. But if you want to earn real dough, finish the case and start getting paid again.
Fair enough. Let's check out the ledger.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip.
It do got a banana in it.
Complete
It
by
do
the
got a
faint
banana
smell
in it.
of urinal
Right.
cleaner.
It's got everything I need. It's got paperwork. It's got snacks. It's got personality. Anything else?
There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper, desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard. It's a metaphor for you.
Ouch.
Below the pathetics, terror. Do not look into its blue heart.
Inspect the toilet paper.
It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want.
Take it off. Leave it there. It's cool. Maybe it's kitchen tissue? They look exactly the same.
If you want it to be kitchen tissue, it can be kitchen tissue. It's not, though. It's toilet paper.
I'm going to take it off.
Still wet, the toilet paper. I mean, kitchen
Your mind
tissue.
hates you.
Sorry. Goes off the plastic easily.
My
All you have to do
imagination
is shake
is,
it off your
is
finger,
afraid
and
of this
voila.
thing.
The ledger now looks marginally better.
Let's inspect the clip.
An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the tip worn down to nothing, has been attached to the clip.
Run your fingers across the aluminum.
The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. You don't know how you didn't notice it before.
Hey, Lieutenant, what is this?
What? That thing. It's a halogen watermark. We use it for adding information to RCM property.
Mm-hmm. What kind of information?
It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has
Oh my
my
god,
station
how
number
did they
and
make
address.
examining a paper
The
clip more
information
entertaining
varies
than
by
most
date of issue.
YouTube kids videos?
Dude, this game is fucking amazing. Like, think about this. I have gone from my apartment, or not room, hotel room, to the lobby, to outside and around the corner. And there has been fucking amazing things happening. Like, this game is crazy. And what's best about it is, while the humor is there, and the humor is real, goddamn, this game gives me belly chuckles. Like, some deep belly chuckles. It also is super serious. And, like, it's the best. This is seriously, like, one of the best games out there.
How many years you've been on the force, he's thinking. It'll have that.
How can I read it?
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do.
Like, for example...
All RCM vehicles have headlights designed to reveal halogen watermarks. Mine too.
Ooh.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
Alright, well, next time we go to the police car, we'll have to check that out.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, it's a sorry sight.
Let's look at the white papers.
They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. The paper itself is checkered, with faint red lines forming short paragraphs. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly illegible.
What's in there? What are they about?
Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51.
The narrator
This year,
seems like the type
the
of dude
exact
to
number
describe
is
things
hard
on a
to
history
estimate
show.
due to missing pages and an odd naming convention.
It's a good voice.
But there are at least 20, maybe 30 cases undertaken, not completed, mind you.
Is the mention of a naming convention here?
Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. Yet, still more tellingly, most are accompanied by a name.
Oh my, and they're written in capital letters too.
Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Another yet, The Unsolvable Case.
Square bullet hole murders?
Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the hookah parlor. Even the rare
Imagine having
article-free
square bullets
collapsing tenement.
LMAO.
Murder features prominently throughout.
I mean, it doesn't say square bullets. It just says square holes. Square bullet hole. Oh, no, it does say bullet. Never mind. You're right.
You like this grimy murdering, don't you?
I guess I do.
It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close.
Kim, my cases appear to employ some kind of naming convention?
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene?
No, I mean a non-numeric one, with titles.
Oh, you mean the titular? Yes, well, so do I. In our defense, almost everyone in the RCM does.
Why is that?
It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use these titles to refer to their work among themselves.
I seem to have a case named The Square Bullet Hole Murders.
Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I named it that, to amuse myself.
Aww. Aw, that's... Oh, he's got a hole in his head. Ha ha! What if I call this the man with the hole in his head? Ah, that's really funny, Kim.
I pray his loved ones never find out.
I spoke too soon. Oh, fuck. What happened to him?
Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
Oh, what a way to go. I have to open an official case. Is there
Dr.
room?
Seuss level titling.
Yeah.
There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish.
Alright, well, let's set it to paper using the pen Lena gave me.
The tasks you've completed flow out of the kind green ape pen in a brash freehand similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple, a language developed for mental rigor and simplicity.
I am growing attached to this green 8 pen.
Inspect the victim's body. Interview the cafeteria manager.
Cross out the ones you've already finished.
A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. And you, and you. Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the citizens' militia. Now all that remains is to name the case.
Lieutenant, have you by any chance named our case?
Inspect the victim's body reminds me of saying your actions in a RP game.
Uh-huh. We're gonna have to do that. Let's see here. How about, the Hanged Man?
Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. Good, strong name. We have a very good name for the case now. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now.
We're gonna white check a logic. Kim explained the system. Let's try and read the case files. 28% chance, not great, but it's a white check. If we fail it, we can try again later.
It's
Failure.
proving to be harder than expected. You just don't have the intellectual rigor to patch the quilt back together. Try again later.
Alright, let's browse the yellow papers.
In the back, you see thin, translucent
Smart
copy
NT.
paper. Some neon
Smart-
yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes, like marching armies. These look like official forms, waiting to be filled out.
Yeah, I'm not too intelligent, as you can see. I ain't got the brain room. I've been drinking. It puts my brain down. What types of forms are there?
3. The topmost are misconduct fines. The middle ones are station calls. And the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense of.
Field autopsy.
A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form waiting to be filled in. Age, sex, condition of internal organs, color of the irises, predation marks, condition of sexual organs.
Station call.
These are quite sinister in turn. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing.
Misconduct fine.
A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases allow for 1,000 real, but that requires special paperwork.
All right, my
The
chair's
details of
uncomfortable,
issuing
so
these
I
fines
may
are
go
spread
watch
out
while
over
laying
the
down.
rest of the
Fair
fields.
enough.
Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers, interview requests for bad guys, and field autopsies to dead guys. What delicious power hid within this pathetic mess. You feel better.
Hey! Looking at my paperwork has increased. It healed my wound.
The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have spared the fragile copier paper.
I'm gonna smell the ledger. It sounds like a bad idea. I don't want to do it.
The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. This base surrounded by a faint air of spoiled meat, the stuff of death itself, and then sprinkled liberally with the citrus zest of toilet cleaner.
Just a little zest of toilet cleaner. Just a little bit of that, to really bring it all together. Look at the clip.
It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with.
Woo!
The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the back, you see the embossed letters RCM.
Did you say the color was?
Blue.
The blue heart.
The blue heart. Don't look into it.
Let's shake the ledger.
Something rattles inside, ever so lightly. Is there a hidden compartment?
Speak inside.
The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center.
How would I open it?
With your hands, you
Welcome to Disco Cooking. Hope you have the right ingredients like urinal cleaner.
That's absolutely. It's the key ingredient. 40%, 2%. I get a minus because of the lonesome way home, the thing I'm thinking about. Is that decreasing my interfacing? Huh. Let's try it. Hey!
The two sides of the board appear slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off its slides.
Today we're going to cook rat
the
poison.
plastic on your knee,
delicious.
slowly.
Pepper it into everything. I'll mix it into this martini I got. Or not martini, what the fuck is it? I have something. Its name is slipping my mind. I think the alcohol is getting to me. What is it? It's not a martini. It's a different thing. Margarita. That's what it is. I knew it started with the letter M. Margarita. Sip.
The slides.
I dislike the
snap back
smell
into
of
place.
alcohol.
That's
It
absolutely
should be
fair.
possible
Alcohol
to
smells
just,
and tastes terrible. But I've come to enjoy the margarita because margarita mix is just like a nice cocktail of lime juice and things, and it tastes pretty nice. It overpowers the tequila that's in it quite well. However, to anybody who does not enjoy alcohol, I'm not going to blame you for it. Not only is it bad for you, fucking it doesn't even taste good. Bottoms up. Let's slide the drawer open.
Without resistance or sound, the two
I like a
panels
Shirley
move
Temple
against each
because
other.
I can channel
The
my inner
compartment is
5-year-old.
now
Yeah,
open.
absolutely. What's inside?
2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard.
Let's pick up the ticket stubs.
2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings.
Aww.
The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go there, too.
Oh, that's cool. We got good tickets to the zoo. It's in the card.
Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up.
Hold on, did
You see violet flowers.
did
floral
option 3 in that last
patches
thing
of
say
blue.
kill yourself, asshole? Hold on. I can't go back, but let's smell it first.
Why is eat it not an option?
Can't eat it, I'm afraid.
It smells
hungry
of
enough.
chewing gum. Apricot flavored.
It's making it hard to not argue about eating it now.
A touch of cinnamon, the end of summer. You think the label says tutti frutti.
Let's open it up.
Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card. Loot, round letters, in a woman's hand. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy. Throw it away, please.
But it will make me happy.
A merciful wind blows in from the Bay of Revachol, dusting the ground at your feet and raising newspapers far away. You feel
JoJo
the
Part
car
8 but with
slipping
less
into it.
confusing story.
Maybe. I can't say that for certain. There's some confusing shit in this.
Let's go.
What was that?
Frisson covers your entire body, a feeling of cold, a persistent chill.
Throw the card into the wind.
No, don't throw away the baggie. There's dust on the drug baggie. It's not good, but at least it's some kind of way to be together.
Throw the card into the wind.
Is
Just
there
like
a humanoid
that,
looking
the wind
ghost that
exits from
follows
your
people
fingers.
around and beats other
Cold,
people to
they
death
let
in
go.
this?
The wax paper rustles, a whisper light and low. Then a sudden gust raises the postcard to the drizzle grey sky above, away from you. A small piece of paper dances above Martinez, above slow waves crashing the shore, and the war-torn houses, and the new bâtiment nouveau, alike. Above you, looking up to the grey sky, greasy and wet.
Maybe, Medic. There are things I know that I will let the game reveal itself.
And above the distant streets, the 881, even above the old fish market and the church, its material existence is lost. This great city will pocket it for you. For your own sake, forget about it. Synapses can be rerouted. The mind takes a new shape. Not for yourself. For the people of Revachol.
For the people of Revachol!
For the 80,000 under your jurisdiction.
For the 80,000!
Under Precinct 41, where typewriters fire long into the night, and officers walk the great steps and the bridge, long after the card has landed in the cold shore waters, its writing dissolved, material disintegrated. The wind carries the keepsake away from you, to the southwest. The pale violet dot disappears.
Wasn't there?
No, you should not have thought back at it. Now some of it is on your mind again.
Put the ledger away.
The ledger of oblivion-induced mental health is just as shabby as the damaged ledger anyway. A bunch of sodden papers on a clipboard. Better not to waste more time with it.
I have a new clipboard. Ledger of Oblivion. +1 authority, +1 suggestion, -1 Inland Empire. Inland Empire is already pretty strong, and my necktie is already giving me something with that. That's pretty cool. I guess...
Alright, I'm fucking exhausted. Had a fucking test today and well that shit is fucking hard, so before I collapse and forget to turn my laptop off, I'll head out.
Yeah, absolutely. No worries, Medic. Thanks for hanging out with me. Absolutely. I'll see you tomorrow, and I'll try to catch another stream of yours. Caustic Echo. Good on you to have thrown that slip to the wind and walked away, saying, "Not today, Dark One. I don't need your keepsakes. I am not curious. Let the past disintegrate. Let its ink wash off into the Bay of Martinez. You're through with it. There's no terrifying splash of stomach acid to fill you with dread. No caustic lack of air. You haven't lost anything incredibly precious. Too precious to name. You got shit on a stick. All you need to do is keep the shit balanced on the stick and everything will be fine." Let's internalize. Apparently I have a skill point. Maybe I'll put it into something later. Maybe I'll put it into something now. Yeah, I'll put it into hand-eye coordination. Seems good to me. There's the body. Smells like spoiled meat. In curdled dairy, a human being decomposes.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here.
What kind of boots?
Heavy workers' boots with reinforced toes and hobnails, all over the yard.
Alright, let's try and get an exact count.
What do you think you are? A super detective? You're hungover. These are just dents in the mud. No pattern emerges for the time being.
I see. Something over here. We'll have to try and increase the visual calculus later. Magnesium, huh? Interesting. To the corpse.
The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. His lips are fish-like and his tongue like a ball gag in his mouth. You seem to be holding your breath.
Look down.
A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot. The smell seeps in, even through your clenched nostrils.
God, what is that? Why is it so bad?
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is judging.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
Endure!
As you
Success!
breathe in, the odor comes over you. It's a smell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wring itself empty. With your hands at your sides and your eyes squinting, you stand in it.
Do they always do that?
They do after 7 days, yes. We are deep in decomposition here.
Step closer.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enameled boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo belt used to fasten him to the branch above appears industrial in strength.
Let's inspect those boots.
The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocking plates covers them. Delicate and fragile, they feel alien to the world around you. Out of place somehow.
What kind of boots are these?
They are armor, no boots. Technically speaking, these are sabatons.
Okay, what kind of armor is this?
Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be.
Where?
Under the heel. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff.
What happened to the rest of it?
The locals probably scavenged it. It would be odd if he had more on after 7 days. We should keep a lookout for this species. The armor could yield information. This is one thing he might actually know.
If you wear those pieces, it will help me protect your mortal coil.
Ooh. Why does my mortal coil need protecting?
Yes, bullets will fly. They always do. And the coil is fleshy and mush and permeable. Cast it in ceramic shell. Resist death.
Maybe he's just wearing these boots and there's no rest of the armor?
No, I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirts we found to get to it. And this kind of armor is often worn under fabrics.
What if they told him to strip naked before they hung him to demean him?
They usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre, the Mazda, the Besmerties and the like. This one still has his underpants.
Fucking talking about underpants.
This material looks out of place here.
It is. It's expensive.
The lieutenant draws a line in the condensation on the ceramic with his index finger.
We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics.
How much are we talking about?
For a full set, about 4 years of wages.
Ka-ching, baby.
By catching, do you mean let's not log them as evidence? Let's steal them?
What was that about the constabulatory before? You need to push some buttons if you want to recruit the lieutenant in a conspiracy.
This constabulatory is dragging their feet. Why not start ourselves before good men die?
So they don't get shot in the foot? I think our extremities are fine without the dead man's boots.
Oops. Well, no one said it would work. Back to detecting now.
How could this man afford such expensive hardware?
That's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for the harbor company. But that's just hearsay.
Initial report?
Just something I scraped together from my station. An area report on Martinez. I'm sure you did the same.
He's not actually sure of that. He's just being tactful.
He's being nice. They look pretty advanced for a security guard.
I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
Knock on the boot.
A small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping on the side of a porcelain cup. Suddenly, your biceps coil up. Your elbow is sharp and cocked for a punch.
Punch it harder.
Your fist connects to the boot with the same ding. The sound does not appear to get louder.
Did you hear that? A click?
Yeah, like dice rolling.
This is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads the incoming energy horizontally, from plate to plate. When the plates connect, there's a click. That's the sound you heard. See these lines?
Faint, organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into smaller plates until there are hundreds of them altogether. Like the scales of some ancient white monster, cracked and pearly.
Back off and
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and blue.
Inspect the belt.
The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch. Oh my, there's something on the belt. A familiar word that speaks to the thirst within you.
What's that, a word?
Vermilion, in yellow letters, along the length of the twisting cargo belt. Only a deep longing for vermilion golden spirits lets you decipher the fading logo of the local brewery.
It's a bad time for a drink, right?
Extremely.
What kind of rope is this?
Industrial strength. The kind used for tying cargo to lorries.
Like in a circus. When the circus leaves town and they tie a black-spotted giraffe to the wall of a carry pen.
Like in a circus for transferring black-spotted giraffes?
No. More like in harbor. Like the one just east of here. I get the sense they used whatever was on hand, without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves.
We're assuming dark workers from the harbor did it.
The brief suggested as much. Politically motivated by the ongoing strike. Did you not get a briefing?
No, they might have forgotten to brief me. My past has undergone total annihilation. Nothing remains. My mother, the love of my life, certainly not a briefing.
Okay. You should ask me for one the first moment we get.
Do you want to stay there? The polyester seems strong.
It's not merely polyester. It's steel reinforced. See these lines? This is where the wires run. I see rabbits for more than 20 strands. This makes getting him down much more problematic than I had assumed.
How do they even get him up there?
A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt, buckle closes. It's what I would do. Seems easier than climbing out there.
The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt, limbs limp and torso covered in tattoos.
Inspect the torso.
An intricate web
tattoos.
of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart. His corpse is marked by stars.
What will mine be marked by?
Alcohol and heartbreak. Your fist clenches suddenly.
It'll be riddled with disco.
Decay is creeping on the tattoo. Already, most of the canvas that's holding it has darkened. Now, it disintegrates slowly, letting out a stink.
Is this a map of the night sky?
A map of the stars. I do see some similarity to astronomical charts. Great Century Messinian, maybe. But this seems more particular. Customized somehow.
As if someone left out most of the night sky, filtering it through personal choice. The principle of this filter remains unknown to you. The thought dissipates, and you feel as though you were only half right.
I'm missing something here.
So am I.
Oh, what's he got?
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears. Some sort of camera.
What's that?
A Trigger Sunshine. Mini.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera.
He produces 2 metal cap ampoules and clicks them into place on the side of the apparatus. A thin slot shines there.
This is the first time he openly acknowledges the kid's existence.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
He points the camera at the corpse, peering into it. The lens needs adjusting. Then...
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it.
Cool machine.
Yes. It is pretty cool, isn't it?
What do we need this photo for?
It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter. To us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it around.
Can I have it? It looks like... I should look at it later without the corpse smell.
Sure. Just don't lose it.
Into the piece of paper rolled up... photo of paper. It's still larger than a pack of cigarettes.
The glossy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute and his skin as colorful as the chemical rainbow on the photo paper, teeming with opportunistic organisms.
Look him in the eye.
His eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. There is no one home, just subaquatic terrors there. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess. Underneath the curdled meat there is an expression, not carried on his features, but below, inside, an expression of pleasure. This man was experiencing joy at the moment of his death.
This man enjoyed the moment of death.
Why do you think so?
It's an intuition.
Okay.
Tell me who you are, dead man.
I'm gone.
Where have you gone?
Into the wild pale yonder.
Where is that?
In the past. Way out west.
I see you're gone, but who are you?
I'm a joke. Look at me.
There's nothing funny about you.
There is nothing funny about jokes either.
Who were you when you were alive?
A killer. A motherfucker. And a killer.
Takes one to know one.
I have another question for you.
Go ahead, Kobo.
What is happening?
What do you mean?
I'm talking to you.
It's the power of your imagination.
Yeah, man! Don't be crazy! Inanimate objects and dead people can't really talk to you. Your wild imagination is doing this. Ask some more of those questions you love so much.
He loves those.
Why do I love questions so much?
Because you're a copperoonie. Look at all of them go. Do you want more questions?
Give me a comical amount of questions.
Coming right up, copperoonie Rooney. This is getting upbeat now.
Is my name Rooney?
Fuck no. You're no Rooney.
Rooney is obviously not who I am.
Between you and me, your name is probably Harry.
No, it can't be Harry. I refuse.
Good for you.
Why do I feel like I forgot something terrible?
Because you have.
Who killed you?
Love did me in, brother Copo. It was love all along.
Can you ask me a question?
Sure, Lobo. I can ask you a question. Why are you doing this?
What?
Looking at my face. Motionless. Looking into my eyes. Standing here. Why are you investigating my murder?
Maybe this will lead us to something. Something indescribable, unforeseen, miraculous? The clown lips of the corpse appear to smile. The face rotates before you slowly.
Something is on its way. Something hidden. It's coming. A miracle from the northwest, and it's almost here. You can feel it in the air, on your hands. The cold spring air smoothing them over.
I hate you. You stink and you're boring. Why were you feeling pleasure when you died?
Maybe I was getting my rocks off.
So you were feeling sexually aroused when they were hanging you?
Do I look like an erotic auto-asphyxiation type to you?
No.
Captain Copodromo, I fear we are drifting away, fixating on sexuality again. Let's go with a simpler question.
Enough.
Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible. Also, see me in your dreams.
Squint and take a step back.
As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green and pink. Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air.
I'm squinting, Kim. Why am I doing it?
How should I know why you are squinting, officer?
His face and his hands are pink, thighs too, the rest is greenish.
Oh. You are trying to assess lividity.
That's your eyes.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled veins. His stomach appears pregnant with something. Black liquid streams down his thigh and onto his boot.
So, what do you think?
I think he's dead.
I agree.
There are crow's feet in his eyes. He's laughing silently.
We cracked up Kim.
Totally dead.
Totally.
Absolutely. I agree.
They are
totally dead.
Deady dead, dead, dead.
Dabba doob doob dead.
Something's coming out of him.
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet. Purge liquid is dripping into it, drop by drop.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of death.
The fuck are you saying?
Talking about shit.
Got lucky.
Did we? I don't feel lucky.
He's beaten up. You see the bruises?
I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our jobs harder with their little sport.
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
He means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal like.
Back off and catch your breath.
But there is no breath to catch. Only the cadaver filling the air and your nostrils. He slowly rotates before you, decomposing.
So how do we get him down?
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
We've been thorough. Do you have a plan to get him down?
The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt.
Boost that hand-eye coordination again.
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting it.
Maybe we can shoot him down?
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head off!
How?
I don't know. Just, shoot up there maybe? Shoot the belt. The bullet will break it.
It absolutely will not, officer. That's not how physics work. It will maybe cut one thread loose.
Yeah, now we're talking. Entertain a Kuno with some shit.
They'll miss! The pigs will miss Kuno!
The lieutenant is undecided. On one hand, he wants to shoot some gun. On the other, it's an awfully stupid idea.
Actually, don't. That's a bad idea. We're not going to do the shot, Lieutenant. What's the worst that could happen?
Silence. With his elbow sharp, the lieutenant unzips his jacket and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
Say nothing.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as the lieutenant steps back and says to himself,
God damn it.
A lot of things were wrong with that shot. The fellow's desk was the wrong choice. His shoulders are raised, but above all, he cannot trust his eyesight. He feels bad about his eyes mostly, just having bad eyesight, probably from a young age. Whatever you do, do not console him.
Fucking idiot! Mookaba asshole!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he?
Try again, maybe?
No, we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything, and the victim remains uncompromised. Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals. We have eyes on us. I didn't do us any favors with that.
What now?
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance.
You know, you don't feel like too bad of a shot yourself.
Can I have the gun? I should try.
It's bad as it is. Us shooting firearms like punks. Go ahead, I'm not stopping you. Just don't lose it.
They only have one gun!
This is the sorriest pair of pigs Kuno's ever seen.
Take the gun.
Take it, you fucking banana poika! Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth!
Feel the weight first.
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light. Your fingers fit right through the guard, instinctively resting on the trigger.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself in the mouth!
Kuno is silent. Aggression gathers in the air. The trigger feels delicate and ready to break under your finger.
Point the gun at the belt.
The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground and your left hand supporting your gun arm.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss.
Close your left eye first.
Your field of view narrows. The branch slowly moves, becoming entirely two-dimensional. The metal buckle glimmers, catching the noon light as the corpse slowly rotates. As you wait, your breathing slows down. Some mosquito-like organism buzzes in your peripheral.
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
Let's go! Yeah!
The buckle explodes into tiny pieces, coming loose with a whir. With your hand numb from the recoil, you look at the body slump down. For a moment, the man appears to kneel in front of you, looking straight at you, helpless, trapped within itself.
Who killed you?
Communism.
It takes a millisecond for the association to flash within your cortex. You have no idea where it's coming from, only that it's right. Then the rigor in his muscles gives up, and he smashes sideways into the street, letting out a horrid stench.
Who's laughing now, you little shit?
Fuck you, Kurpale!
You've been policed.
Ace is high.
Yeah! Slap it. High five! Oh! Did we miss?
The lieutenant takes a little hop to perform the customary salutation. Your palm hurts from the slap. It's precise and down to the point.
I knew these guys were
What now?
We will perform a field autopsy and determine the cause of death. But before... Excuse me.
He turns away from the corpse.
The stench is getting bad. I'm sorry to interrupt the jubilations here. I need a little breather before we do the autopsy.
Alright, give him back his gun.
In the meantime, we should try to interview Evrard Claire, the leader of the Union. Harbor property was clearly used in the hanging. The harbor just east of here. Getting in might prove a challenge, though. Or we could ask around for the representative of the logistics company. My initial information says the Wild Pines have sent some sort of strike negotiator to wrangle control back from Evrard.
Nice.
You could ask the garden for directions.
Is this the famous list of initial interviews?
Yes. And those were the interviewees. Let's go.
Got it. Let's put a point into physical instrument. Get good at fights. I got my green monkey pen. The pen with a green ape at the one end. The ape has closed its eyes, a kind expression adoring its face. It seems to be meditating. Let's look at the photo.
An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso of the hanged man, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time the lines intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart. It still kind of looks like a map of the stars in the night sky, but something's not right.
Who are you?
Gone.
What's the meaning of this tattoo?
For you to discover. You've gotten as far as you will without assistance. Someone close to the victim might know.
Put the photo away. Interesting. Ah, fuck. Visual calculus. Damn, I should have put a point into that. Never mind. Next level up.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite.
What's this?
It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slanted against an old shack.
Why am I looking at this pile of roofing material?
Because it's nice and orderly. Well-laid pallets. Easy on the eyes. No, there's more to this. You get this strange feeling.
What feeling?
Hard to say. It's gone now. Feelings pass, you see. Especially the small ones.
Okay. Keep that in mind. Bucket. Can't get to the bucket. Let's avoid talking to Kirina. We'll come back and talk to Kirina later. Now I got two ways to go. I can either go to the left or go to the right. I'm going to say we go to... Oh, wait, hold on. Aces High. Hey! Hell yeah! Let's internalize it. The ensuing Civil War was not the first war to see the use of aerostatic aircraft on both sides, but was the longest. For 8 years, folded multi-rotor aircrafts crisscrossed the air above Revachol, Ozone, Face à la Mer, and the Arcade Islands. They made sweeps over the sandy beaches and shot each other out of the blue sky, then sank as wrecks to the bottom of the sea. The Aces High was a custom on the revolutionary side, performed by the squadron mates after landing. Lieutenant Kitsuragi likes it. Why is that? Things to consider and things to think about. Got bottles inside. You can pick them up if you had a bag. Rue de Saint Ghislaine 8B. Oh, why hello.
This Post Lavantorie mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with graffito. A closer inspection reveals 2 bullet holes in the front.
Someone shot the mailbox? Good delivery box. Pat him. Pat the box. He's a good boy.
The box seems happy. Eat shit pig, fucked by the coon, and Saint G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore, and best set mailbox also.
I feel a collection box. Been there. Post Levantiero. Mail collection box. Been there.
The mail collection box seems cathartic, thankful even. So do you. You shudder. Then you swallow. And then suddenly, you see it. Over all the other graffitos, someone has, using the tip of a very sharp knife, cut the words, Revachol forever.
I see. There's a person over here. Well, hello, you look like a child.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open.
I'm the law!
I know, sir. Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
What kind of store is this anyway?
It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
So it is.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold your horses, little girl.
Don't be ridiculous, I know all these things.
You're fooling nobody.
Don't you sass me.
Sir, are you okay? You've been standing here silently for a while now.
Is it okay if I ask you some questions?
Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books.
What is crime business?
Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
Okay, I get it. Crime, murder gets the people going.
And it's kind of like a puzzle too. You can guess who the criminal is or how the good guys are going to catch him.
I'm a policeman myself, by the way. The law, as I said.
You don't look much like a policeman.
Well, what does a cop look like then?
Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
She points to a book cover, which you see has a strapping Vespertine officer. He stands grimly over the body of a dead woman. I said a little though. I know, nobody actually looks like the guy in the picture. It's just a stupid fantasy of a man. It's not your body that's important in police work. Anyway, it's your point to your head. Oh, look at this guy. Never been as good as Mullen.
Head? Yes.
No, it's your soul. Your blue soul. No, your resilience.
So, oh god, I have to figure it out. Take the paint. One guy looks like he'd run to his mom. He ain't got no balls. Soul. That Mullen guy looks like a Hampelman. Who could respect that face? He's not even drawn correctly. He lacks soul.
I'm not sure I understand.
The policeman's gotta have the right stuff and an ingrained sense of law. No one would follow a weakling like Mullen.
If you say so, sir. He's just a fictional character. He's no match for your soul. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
Composure. What's your name?
My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside, minding the register, or organising the stock.
The girl gazes the window, then suddenly jolts, her eyes wide as if recalling something.
Feel free to step in and browse our wares.
And you're standing out here in the cold because?
I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
A sudden gush of wind turns the pages of the books on the counters. She covers her face, smiling. But she's cold.
You're cold. Can I help you in some way?
Kind of you to offer, sir.
What could you do to help her anyway?
By brutally dismantling the free market! Yes.
Thank you, sir. I'm glad to help Mum out with the store.
She doesn't seem to understand what you said. Shouldn't you be at school or something?
I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running.
School's good, but you're lucky enough to be there. Isn't going to school more important than this?
Mum says it's necessary to do both, because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
How's the business going?
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed.
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second, and some kind of doubt in her tense shoulders.
Cursed in what way?
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go...
bankrupt?
Exactly. But we've been doing fine so far.
It seems serious. I should probably look into this.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case. But I don't see much more to look into here.
Yes. Please do also look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games are there, sir.
What do you know about the other failed businesses?
Nothing really, sir. Mum doesn't allow me to sneak around in the back rooms or the cellar. I don't really know what's there.
How does this curse manifest itself?
It does not manifest itself in any way. It does not exist. I liked it better when we were asking about Dick Mullen.
But Kim, the plasmic manifestations.
No such thing.
Anything else you wanted to talk about, sir?
Enough about the curse for now.
Maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead.
What is romance?
It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man. Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir.
What about a book where the man and lady business doesn't work out at all?
I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum.
Yeah, I think she has one about an excruciatingly painful breakup.
I don't think it's a romance story if the main characters break up, though.
No, think about it. One where they plunge into a torrid spiral of pain and recrimination. Only it's really long and drawn out. Scarred for life. Phantom limb.
No, I don't know.
You can take this. Blossom like a pain flower.
Yeah, and it drags on for years and years with no resolution in sight.
The girl is at a loss for words.
Each of you filling with resentment and bitterness for having ruined each other's lives.
She shifts and sways on her feet, looking confused and uncomfortable. Stop. There's no need for this. It's in your power to change the subject.
On second thought, this seems like an inappropriate topic to discuss with the children.
Mm-hmm.
That's enough about romance. I had other questions.
Maybe some about other books?
What about, who are these famous people?
Oh, kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. There's usually something extraordinary about them.
She scratches her cold, reddened cheek, then continues.
I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Could I become famous by reading one of those books?
I don't know about that, but I imagine life is great when you're famous.
Fame sounds delicious. Maybe someone will write a book about me someday.
Why would they do that, sir?
Because I'm a superstar cop in the papers and everything. That'll show them.
That's so cool. Maybe they'll make you a book cover picture and everything.
Should be
over a dead body, holding a gun.
Afraid of the curse. Oh, damn, we got all kinds of bonuses for talking to her. Right on. Let's deduce something right now!
You failed to deduce anything substantial.
Damn it.
She waits intently.
Actually, I'm sorry. I can't deduce anything.
It's okay, sir.
You disappointed a small child. Well done, Jem.
Okay, bye. See you around, Annette. Fuck, I was doing so good and then I fucked up that good chance. We'll come back to it later. However, I do want to talk to the mom now. Maybe she'll have some of these books I could... fuck, I'm broke. I can't afford anything. Well, maybe I can see about the curse then. Find out what's going on with that. Hi, lady.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Plaisance.
Clark extends a greeting.
Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
A golden pendant hangs around the woman's neck, in the shape of what looks like a tiny fish head trapped in amber.
A curious pendant you're wearing there.
Oh yes, helps to have an anchor in these times.
So you're the owner of the store?
I am. The proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
She has fine-tuned her voice to find the most welcoming approach for attracting new customers. It doesn't work.
Your daughter's the one standing outside the store, right?
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl?
Yes, of course.
Wonderful. Did you talk to her?
Yes.
Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how well she lured you into the store.
10. She's certainly very polite and helpful.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
Annette is quite the trooper. She's a great value add.
As a young girl should be. With the proper attitude, she'll have a bright financial future.
Let's change subject.
The woman before you scans the store. Her shoulders rigid and
outside
tense.
mention that this place
Every
is
now and then,
cursed.
she nudges her glasses.
Cursed? Who said that? Annette? I will have a word with her. This place is not cursed. It has a robustly magnetic energy. Good for commercial activity. My business is thriving, sir.
I hope we didn't just get this little child into trouble.
Doesn't feel like it's thriving. Feels ghostly.
What if I want to buy a book?
Then why are you talking to me? Everything is on the shelves to browse. Don't you feel compelled to buy anything? See those shelves there? Go. Be drawn.
What type of books do you have?
Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself. The shelves compel you, don't they?
She's attempting to mentally direct you towards the shelves. She only wants you to buy the goods. She doesn't care about the books.
Do you even know what books you have for sale?
Truth be told, not really. My sister brings in most of the goods. I'm sure it's all very literary stuff with well-written prose. But you don't learn about the important things in life from fabricated stories.
Where do you learn about the important things then?
The truth is available if you just know where to look. And you have to open and free your mind to understand.
She nods at you cryptically. She is a psycho.
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved.
Farewell, book peddler. What's up with this? What's up with that?
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
Shopkeeper, what's behind the curtains?
Nothing. Why aren't you browsing the books? Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? You ought to.
Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become.
Ignore the curtains for now. Let's go back and ask her about it.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, Curse.
Doesn't feel like it's...
Damn. Okay. We're gonna open the curtains.
Nothing.
Oddly enough, the more she... Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too dangerous.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
But I sense this place calling for me. I must investigate beyond the threshold.
You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir.
It's about that curse. That's why you're afraid?
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains.
Man, this is different. I'm a police officer. I need to get in
Why?
there.
It's not like anyone was killed there.
Ooh.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. Thank you.
What are you? A coward? Think about the marvelous adventures waiting for us on the other side.
Lies. Rip them open, we say. There is something mysterious about the curtains. Be careful. The curtains, tattered with age.
Okay, I will come back to that. I'll give her one more chance to let me in.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Why are you so uptight about these curtains? I just want to know what's on the other side.
I already told you, it's just a storage room for employees. I don't understand why it's so important to you. Just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn books. You're supposed to be drawn to the books.
If it's just a storage room, then why do you have a strange trinket on the curtains?
It's just for decoration.
She wavers under your gaze, mouth pressed into a tight-lipped smile, then something breaks.
Okay, fine. It's because this place is cursed. Just like Annette said, they don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything?
She closes her eyes and starts mumbling something to her pendant.
Take it easy. You've broken her resistance. Pushing her further will gain nothing.
How does this curse manifest itself?
The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation.
A shiver runs through the woman as she looks around the dimly lit store.
It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
Oh, God.
Didn't that curtain just move?
Oh. What does that mean? Annette mentioned that previous tenants had experienced some financial troubles.
It's not just that, officer. We're dealing with something supernatural here. It's the cacodemons feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements. There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie, lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
You sure that's not the neighbors?
Sounds familiar.
Strange, I feel unwanted too. What does it mean?
Truly so? Perhaps the dark energies are leeching off you. You shouldn't stay in the store too long. It may be dangerous.
Let's see here. Have you sought help from anyone?
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists, and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards.
You got bamboozled hard, lady.
The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building. Even though now I fear, it's not enough.
That's because you can't keep the doom at bay. Is your pendant part of the wards as well?
Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books. There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
Right. Would you like me to take the cake so I could investigate it, see if the curse is real?
Most certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the psychic arts to get involved in this mess. Stay away. Leave the spirits be, so they can return to their slumber.
Psychic arts? Sounds right down our alley.
You're a master of the psychic arts. Let's try it. Drama.
Time to fire up the old lie machine.
Ma'am, do you know how me and my partner are known to our colleagues back at the station?
No.
The lieutenant looks at you, waiting to see where this is going. You've got this. Just go with it. This is elegant.
Wait, what was that? I don't want to say that.
Stop being such a fussy prude. You can't convince her without lies.
No, it's really stupid.
The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense.
Farewell, book peddler. Let's get the fuck out of here, Kim. Drama, visual calculus. That's two things. Let's check out and see how close we are to leveling up. See how close we are to being able to try these checks again. Ooh, I'm really feeling this. It's getting harder to think and focus. 60 away. Fairly away. Damn. I'm spending my points rapidly. Oh. Hi, sir. Watch your mouth around me, boy. Okay. So, with this thing, if I put it into my hand, I can actually walk around and collect bottles. Give this and squall of seabirds. Sweet! I can turn that in for recycling and get money. Oh, hello there. Spotted a bullet holes lining the walls.
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname.
Kim, look, bullet holes.
Where?
Point to the chance someone's been shot. We're cops, we should solve it.
There? Those are old.
What do you mean old?
These bullets were fired during the Revolution, over half a century ago. They do not warrant investigation.
Okay, what can you tell me about the Revolution?
Not much. I don't have a fresh perspective on it. Shall we go?
Sure. Got it. That's cool, though. We can start trying to make money so we can start buying things like books. Tear.
This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Then use the focus knob to zoom in if necessary.
Well, I have 60 cents. Let's try it.
Your money disappears into the coin slot. A clunk. The ring of metal.
Pull the handle and look inside.
The curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. It's blurry. Different blues and greens. In the middle of the shimmer stands a drab grey shape, like a ghost.
Turn the knob to focus your vision.
The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the ruins, a man-made structure is visible. A half-sunken sea fort. Its concrete almost reconquered by nature. It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Nothing but a rotten tooth remains of the anti-aircraft tower. A lonely birch tree grows out of it. Its leaves ripped from it by the winter wind.
Hang in there, little one.
The little brave birch tree seems to wave back in the wind.
Hi, little tree! Oh god, my fucking Minecraft shit is slipping into this. I'm waving to plants. There's some ruins of some kind of building there.
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out.
I'll keep that in mind. That building might come to be important. Oh, that section of the city is a mess. Oh, ooh la la! Let me get it. Ah! I had it! Damn it! Yay! To mortar! A lonely cormorant surveys the area, indifferent to your approach. God, that rain is really coming down. Hello? Flat wall? What is that?
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Why am I looking at this wall?
You have no clue. It's just a wall. So many walls all over Martinez. Weather-worn, cracked, their paint peeling.
Alright. What's this? Hey! And more chair. Nice. Hello. What's this? Can't open it, but what if? Like this instead. Yeah! Signal blue naval coat. Suggestion and half-light. Neat. Caveside apartments. Run the Galone, roundabout north. Inside of the frame of the motorcycle.
Hey, up here, Piggo.
Oh, hi. Where should spell the paint?
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The girl stares at the sailboat by the pier.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
Let's start with your blood type and go from there.
Go where? Accosting a miner?
Listen to your partner, pigman. Keep your grubby hooves off little old ladies.
What are you doing to the wall?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
So you don't know what to write.
Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mona was here. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cards. And my name's not Mona, so...
She wants it to be something true and total.
Why are you so committed to facing the building?
This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, you know, summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation.
I have an opinion on this. Want to hear it?
Yeah?
I love public art. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
Do you know anything about the recent murder?
I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
Keep looking off to the side. What are you looking at?
She nods disdainfully toward the woman performing maintenance on the boat docked next to the pier. Hatred, disgust, it's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features.
The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Who is she?
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing.
Great.
You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
Got it.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to us on.
Catch you later, Cindy.
Watch your back, Ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
Gotcha. Well, she seems friendly. Mortain. Looks like there was more construction here once a decade ago. Magnesium. I believe this boat looks like it was recently painted. Alright. Moving along around isn't much bigger than the sloop. Shadows in the water, green plants under the calm surface. Yeah, I see that.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good afternoon, officers. I'm Joyce.
She extends her hand in greeting.
Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCN.
Joyce L? What does the L stand for?
Baton, my maiden name.
Her bony hand dangles from her sleeve from her oversized overcoat. RCN, what is that? I'm a little foggy here. What gave us away?
Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
What is implied here? That you're a drunk?
Shake her hand.
I'm glad to see you here. I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will.
Bonnie's been
gladly.
up for a week, so she probably knows about the lynching from there. I wonder how long she's been on this boat then. Just hanging out here on the side, not doing anything? That's weird. Also, I'm trying to avoid just like saying the wild, crazy stuff from Volition sometimes. Or not Volition, Authority. Authority weirds me out.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
I have impressed Kim.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
It's hard to get a read on her precise disposition, but she appears helpful.
You seem rich. Have some money?
Is what you want to say, but it isn't that easy, is it?
Why not?
Look at that lady. Take a gander. Squint your eyes, bub.
They're nice fabrics.
Why, yes. Tucked away under that sturdy green raincoat, almost rustic in its simplicity, a silk shirt and matching scarf around her gentle throat, while dull orange pearls hang from her earlobes, red from the cold. Her light green eyes scan you, full of knowledge and worry. Wealth and all its possibilities.
Yeah, so?
Now look at you. You misery-clad simian. Barely able to tie your own laces. Your armpits are lakes. A scythe of booze precedes you. Your hair sticks to your forehead, and your underwear feels uncomfortable.
That last one gets to me. There's nothing quite like having like your underwear bunched up. It happens a lot, especially in the big heat. I experience that.
You're poor. Poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too...
Let's see, as it should be, for even considering this is a woman and I'm a man. What's this feeling? I never felt it before. I'm not ashamed.
Oh, but you are. Too ashamed to ask this person for money. Too scared to belittle yourself in her eyes. Those half-precious stones of Ergonin. Oh God, the lieutenant is here too. Do not dishonor the force.
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask.
My volition is high. Let's go for it! Yeah!
I am sorry. It just doesn't come out of your mouth.
Excuse me? I didn't hear you.
Your voice is kind, a little hoarse from the wind.
What you meant to say was...
Damn. Tell me about Wild Pines. What do you do?
What we do? I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
So what do they do?
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
How much money does the Wild Pines have?
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
Fuck.
A billion?
What exactly is a billion?
It's a number, officer. A big one.
What's it made of?
It's made of 1,000 millions. A million is made of 1,000 thousands.
Wow!
20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs 72,000 people. They all need to be paid. Then there are capital improvements, interest payments.
A wave hits a sloop. She grasps the mainstay for balance.
A conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It's a tremendous responsibility.
Where does Wild Pines get all these billions?
They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantanga on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
Let's see here. What does such a huge system want with a place like this?
You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo?
That's quite the endeavor.
There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
What can you tell me about this strike?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
What if I want to hear trade secrets?
First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Elements. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
An octopus? I will slay it!
Good luck is only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world, including your own.
What the ma'am means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCM both get their authority from the coalition government.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike.
What is your role in this precisely?
I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
Tell me more about this behemoth.
What can I say? The union employs a giant covered in tattoos. A racist giant. I guess that's part of their big tent organization now.
How were the talks going before the lynching?
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
Uh-huh.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
What happened to Gaumont?
Mr. Clare told him to... how did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Not cool.
Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
Sounds like usual aggressive posturing.
What are their demands?
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes, every worker, a member of the board.
Over-aggressive commie posturing. Seems like they have no idea about business. I don't know what to think about that. I like it. Yeah, I really don't know what
Fortunately,
to think
they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about anything, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
The king is dead. Long live the workers. Workers can't be kings. The king is king. It's pretty funny, I have to admit.
They're having a blast. But how can they afford it? After 4 months, my assumption was they would prefer a more practical solution.
What are you gonna do?
I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out.
Okay. What can you tell me about the union boss, Mr. Clare?
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
Really?
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
I see. You have no love for this man.
If you were to prick him with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
Oh, Jesus. It's like you're about to take a rapier to him.
Oh, heavens, no. We get along just fine. Yet, now that you mention it, I can't stop imagining that black treacle just dribbling down his double chin.
Is he that bad?
He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
There are 2 of him?
Yes. Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over.
I see, so they're bouncing responsibilities between each other.
It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
What about the union itself outside the Brothers Clare?
The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The Brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
She hesitates, looking for the right expression.
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother.
She turns to you.
And your opinion, detective, if I may ask?
I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is...
Sorry, I was drinking water. Also just ate a little thingy of snackies. Socialist mob.
Thank you for being candid. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the wolf always hungers.
So something happened in the elections?
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
Eerie.
Downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play, but what could they do? It was a Union matter.
This is some scary shit.
The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
That's all I need. Let's change topic.
Of course. How else can I help?
You heard of billions.
Voila, you're doing it. Really put your back into it. Yell it from the top of your lungs.
Can I have some money, ma'am?
Of course. How much do you need?
She's surprisingly nonchalant about this. Could it be that she somehow knows more about your predicament than she's letting on?
100 real?
That's a good sum. Not too small, not fantastically large.
She removes a few notes and hands them to you. The paper is cold and oily to the touch.
We can pay off our room!
Whoa, whoa. Did you see how easy that was? Ask her for more. Toot toot, train to Moneytown.
This wouldn't be dishonorable, and my honor is my life.
Can you eat honor? Are you an omnivore? Give me a break.
So, I hope I didn't just bribe you, officer. It may not be technically illegal under the Emergency Act, but still.
I'm honorable, please. I'm one of the few good men in Revachol.
You're right, ma'am, that donations are permitted under the Emergency Act, unseemly as it may be, as long as they are properly logged with the precinct.
Which he most certainly will do. Now, how else can I help the RCM today, besides supplementing its salaries?
What can you tell me about this lynching?
Quite a few things, I'm afraid.
She falls silent for a moment, contemplating something.
The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi, from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
Remember when my partner told you I recently suffered from an unusual medical episode? My Elon's badge is related to it.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
I could have eaten it for all I know. I don't remember anything. This world, the city, nothing.
Oh dear. I suppose this does explain some of the more curious turns in our conversation.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
How do I negotiate my way out of this?
She's a negotiator. Just float a favor at her.
Surely there's some other way to demonstrate our law enforcement credentials.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
Like what?
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, So it goes to reason.
They're profiting from this trade.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right stones. Or you can recover your badge. Though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Well, excuse us for a moment, ma'am.
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective.
How did you hope it would go?
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchmen.
Oh, so now we're henchmen now?
This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation.
Do you propose that we don't investigate the drug trafficking?
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we're siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching.
I'm sorry for putting us in this situation. I'll handle it.
I'm sure you will, Detective.
Let's get back to it then. Ah, yes, don't mind that.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Okay, tell me about this alleged drug trafficking.
It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samaran Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
Let me get this straight. The materials come from Samara to Revachol through the terminal?
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
And they're shipping it over here because this is the trade port.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut.
Got it, so they're working with the drug dealers. And you want us to investigate?
Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dock Workers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
Am I gonna need bolt cutters for this?
Unlikely, officer. I'm talking about the lorries. Once the ingredients reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers, well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they may be vulnerable. Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment.
She gives you a knowing look.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
You'll be indebted to her, in a way. But one step ahead of the Union in another.
Why didn't you come to the RCM earlier?
We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to find any hard evidence.
Well, here's your chance, officers.
It's no coincidence that the lorries are stranded they're like that, is it?
No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However, this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the trade committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue. Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable, the weary.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wandered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here.
This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand.
Alright, I've made up my mind about the smuggling investigation.
Yes?
Take the case, probe the driver, and see what it yields.
Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
And that's all we need for now.
Of course, Detective. Take care.
So, let's see here. About to level up. I have another one of these things, but I don't have the slots to do it. I'm still waiting for everything else to finish thinking. Wow, the storm is rolling in. It was just raining a second ago, and now it's like snowing hard. Let's go to the lorry drivers. A lot to think about with all this. Like, drinking playing a detective game is probably not the best idea, but I'm staying relatively, all there. Oh, hey, wait a second. I gotta pop into the Whirling Rags real quick. Let's pay off our tab. Make sure we can, make it into the evening. You know? Yo! Gart!
Can I help you?
Here's your trash container key.
Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for.
I found the victim's clothes.
How strange. I certainly didn't put them there.
Could someone on your staff put them there?
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene.
Who else has keys to the trash container?
The trash collection service? CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threads that solves itself down the road.
On Clinton Street, near the Boogie Street Diamond, a small truck rattles down an alleyway. It stops by a rusted trash container. 2 men, their faces rough and swollen, jump out. They look at the container despondently. CSM is written on their backs.
Thank you anyway.
Let's talk about something else.
Yes?
About that money I owe.
Yes. Have you got it?
I have your money.
Well?
Here it is. Sorry for the trouble.
Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered.
He's not sorry about his behavior for your sake. Now that you have money, he really wants to make sure you're not angry with him.
It's good you paid before 9 p.m., or your door would have been locked electronically.
He taps his foot against the metal block installed in the back of the bar counter.
Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
He opens his wallet.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
Nah, that's it for now. Okay. So we're in a unique position. Oh, hello. Who are you?
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy.
Oh.
It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already?
Pretty long. It's drink o'clock. I'll drink to that.
Attaboy. It's coming back to him. You had your mesolimbic reward pathway worried there, not thinking about drinking all that time. It was like you weren't yourself.
Actually, should I be thinking about this? Looks like drinking hasn't turned out too well for me.
Maybe you haven't turned out well for your drinking.
Oh, fuck!
Have you thought about that?
Shit!
Get a goddamn rum and lemonade to yourself, boy. Or better yet, lick that stain off the counter.
I'll lick it, but only a little. Just a little.
Calmly, the lieutenant looks out of the window, then to you, licking the tasty rum stain off the counter, but only a little, then out of the window again.
What are you doing?
Investigating.
We should move.
You could definitely go for some more. The titillating scent of alcohol in your nostrils was beautiful.
Nice. Dude, that guy's out. What did we need to do the check on him again? Sleeping dock worker. Physical instrument. Didn't I increase physical instrument? Let's try it again. Hey, buddy.
The worker is in a deep slumber. Perhaps he's on his way to where you just came from. Into the primordial darkness.
Let's wake him up.
There is only one way to wake this bone idol from his slumber. Roar like a hurricane. Rip the buildings from the earth.
No words, just a primordial scream. Ah!
The yelling man.
You're alive? You looked out for the long count there.
Wait, what? No, he was just sleeping. What do you want, officer?
Officer, even after a rude awakening, this dock worker respects the police. More than they usually do, at least.
See anything interesting in your dreams?
Thank God, no.
Was it a fathomless darkness in which we ought to be deferred, like a corpse to a mausoleum?
The worker stares at you, his eyes dry from sleep. A web of wrinkles covers
way over his head. Way the fuck over his head.
I don't know what you're talking about, kind sir, but when I'm out, then I'm really out. No corpses, no mausoleums, just quality time.
A little me time in the abyssal pelagic zone. You can never return to it now. Only detective work remains.
Aww.
Wakefulness and detection.
Tell me about Wild Pines.
That's the name of my employer. I work in logistics.
Really now?
He doesn't sound too enthusiastic about this.
That's going.
How's it going?
It's not a big yawn. It stares at the cafeteria's terrace door, some fingerprints glistening on the glass.
Haven't you noticed what's going on outside?
Of course, it's a total madhouse.
Good. Then you understand the gist of it. We would all be better off without the employers and their employment. For one, I could get some goddamn shut-eye. Right to sleep, I say.
About the dead body in the yard.
Yeah, what about it?
You seem cool with it. Does it have many of those hangings from the trees here?
You know, people die here every day. Someone's found in a ditch, another one falls in a manhole, a third one gets eaten by stray dogs. If someone has decided to die on top of a tree, then how is it my concern?
Well, someone has to look into it, and it looks like I'm that someone. Tell me what you know.
I can tell you this. Trouble's ahead.
You have a pretty solid feeling that the man's not just mouthing off. He's strong, but even he has reasons to be cautious here.
The trouble is already here, or how else would you call a dead man hanging from a tree?
They say your guy was a killer. Your tree man. He has friends, same as him, killers. There's only one thing they know well. How to wreak havoc.
You're saying that things might get violent around here?
You heard what I said. Draw your own conclusions. That's all I know, and I prefer to keep it this way.
The lieutenant gives you a little nod, then makes a note in his blue notebook. So Union people think he was a killer, he thinks. Even Sleepyhair. This doesn't help a lot, but it's something. Good work, detective.
Yours?
Indeed. Help yourself to some. Wait. No. Oh, it's empty. Sorry about that.
It's alright. I already had some. Find out.
Knocks you right out when you drown a bottle or two.
Alright, I'll let you sleep.
The dock worker doesn't answer. His head is already back down on the table, in sweet sleep.
I fully understand that feel. Something about, like, alcohol, maybe the fact that it's a downer or something like that, just really puts you out. Well, I'm not one to really encourage people for doing the partying and the heavy drinking. I will say That drinking alcohol has led to some pretty good sleep in my life. And I have enjoyed it. Again, though, I'm not really going to be doing it. Oh, yes, I have to talk to you, don't I?
I can't believe it's snowing again. It felt like springtime just a few days ago.
We need directions.
Of course. Where to?
Oh, never mind.
No problem.
Hello, sir.
Welcome to Rivachol.
Announces the rotund man. Your mark isn't addressed to you, it's addressed to the lieutenant. Why are you addressing my lieutenant like that?
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago. Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you.
You tell him.
It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
Limbo, what's going on here?
Oh, come on, man. I just said, welcome to Rivachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself and behave.
Fucking laying into him.
But you see, I'm an officer of the RCN. It's actually my job to make sure you behave. I would advise you to remember that.
Silence. The air between them becomes tense. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
Fucking A, Kim, I got your back.
You two make a cute couple. You know that?
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular calmness.
Well, that said, we got a couple of questions.
Whatever you say, officers.
He waits impassively, his cigarette smoldering between his fingers. Found this mug in the trash. Yours?
Oh man, that's great. Look at that guy go. Haven't seen anything that funny in a while.
Is it yours?
God damn. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine.
What's that argument all about?
It's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of the races. Not the most popular topic nowadays, with the coalition in charge and all. You might want to change the topic. That is, bury your head under the sand like common sheep.
Change the topic. The way he says it makes it almost sound like a threat.
Oh, so you're just racist. Makes sense.
I'm not just racist. Look, I've read books. Huh? The science of racial theory has all been proved, even if some people don't want to accept it.
And this is the kind of fucking shit that keeps racism floating around.
People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge.
God!
Obviously, you can see the merits in that.
Let's punch this guy in the fucking gut. Okay, what else have you thought of?
So, lately we Occidentals have experienced an unfortunate downturn when members of the superior race cease to believe in their innate superiority. They stop competing for resources.
And what's the problem with that then?
The problem? The damn kips are showing a real good game lately. Same with the mosquitoes. And the other introduced species too. They're on the precipice of cultural victory.
Yeah, I've heard enough.
Oh?
Yeah, I'm not down with this. Why don't you go fuck yourself?
Don't push your luck, runt.
Fuck that guy. And fuck everything he stands for. Yeah, I'll make it clear right here. All inclusive. I don't give a shit what race you are. I don't give a shit what sexuality you have. I don't care what your interests are. You are welcome to be here, and you're welcome to be in my Discord. You're welcome to hang out with me. You're welcome to talk with me, alright? But as soon as you have a problem with another person simply because of their beliefs or their appearance, quite frankly, I'm done talking to you. Go have a nice day. Go fuck yourself.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
Insert the bottles. Yeah, I know we just got on something heavy right here. It's important. It's important to me, at least. Say what you will.
Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a richer man now. Do you know what you should do with that money, kiddo? You should buy more alcohol. Enter the endless cycle of consumption.
I don't think I'm going to be able to really do that. I doubt I'm going to be able to get anything for about $1.35. But, well, it was something.
Bastards! We have a right to work!
The man yells towards the harbor gates. His voice is the loudest of the lot, and oddly screechy for the man his size. I am the law.
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
The broad-shouldered alpha male turns to you. He's a full head taller than everybody else here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down.
Why should I?
We're here to fight for a cause. Stripes usually have problems with people who have causes.
Okay, then I'm thinking no.
Good. We're fighting for a cause here.
Right to work! Right to work!
Besides,
I see a bottle.
We're not that different.
That's 10 cents right there.
It helps if people see us talking, cops and strike breakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence.
Regardless, I have some questions for you.
Maybe you should ask them the questions. Like, why we're not allowed to make a living here.
Shame on you!
We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
He points his finger at the man sitting on the railing.
So do we, Scott.
Call me mañana. We needed to talk to this guy. I actually need to speak with the union boss.
Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. Why you want to meet that fat asshole?
I'm interviewing people about the murder that took place here, behind the hostel cafeteria there.
I know nothing about a murder.
It's snappy and terse.
The mention of a killing sends a barely noticeable shiver of tenseness through him. Interesting.
Why so tense?
What are you talking about? I'm not tense.
Yes, he's tense. And dangerous. Somewhere below it all.
Right to work!
It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers is a crime.
This isn't really my area of expertise.
We are not picking a side in this just yet, sir.
Pity.
Let us work!
Who are these strike breakers?
Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests.
The man runs a hand through his steadily graying military haircut.
We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were
given a job to do!
You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
I gotta ask, where are you from?
What's it to you?
Curiosity. Trying to figure out the strike mess.
Big mess, caused by union greed. But I only fight for the rights of people.
I already got that. I'm interested in your background.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, from Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill.
Sweet, I know a lot of bars. Been thrown out from several. Maybe that's why you seem familiar.
Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell?
Not right now, but I might have been there. I don't really remember things well.
Uh-huh. It was a long time ago.
So, what is your goal here?
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates.
And you were unable to breach the entrance?
Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. Door's locked. The guard's blocking the way to the access panel.
He's big, he's very strong, he has a military haircut, he's talking about heavy ordnance. This guy is not a bouncer, he did not work at a bar, and this guy's not a worker. This guy's a military man.
And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is.
Head measurer?
Huge Seminese guy standing up there on the overhead passage. Won't let anyone by. The access panel is right behind him.
How bad could one guy be? He seemed capable.
Bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position. And he's trained. I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there. But that one's no joke. And my men are tired and hungry. They're workers, not fighters.
Why don't you just talk to them?
Like civilized folk, you mean? These native fucks don't understand civilized.
Native. Again.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home. At least for now. If you can't get in anyway.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then we charge.
So where are you
What's
from
it to you?
exactly?
Am I a suspect? Done no crimes. I only fight for the right. We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain in Jamrock. Worked at Territorial.
Never heard
Ring
of
a
it.
bell?
You lying?
We're done here. I have a strike to break.
Aces high. For the rest of the world, the Aces High is just a cool Revachol thing, politically neutral. In Revachol, it still holds revolutionary connotations. Also, have you looked at Lieutenant Kitsuragi's clothes? He wears a bomber jacket, just like the ones worn by aerostatic brigades, and those cargo pants could store tools for hot-fixing your aerostatic. Maybe you should ask him about this.
I might have to do that. +1 to empathy and +1 to a spirit de corps. Nice. I do have a skill point. Interesting. What does savoir-faire? Oh, it's sneaking. It's stealth. Neat. Let's unlock one of these. Let's get the 15th Indo-Tribe. Let's see here. Wild Pines, Field, Capris, Transcentennial, Villas of La Selle, or La Selle. Names of Revacholian Indo-tribes spring into your head, set loose at the mention of Wild Pines. Royal monopolies, octopuses and swordfish, most of them gone now. YBP, Expander, Saint Baptiste, Brightest Star, LUM, Resplendent, East Insulindic, Welter and Eclassitant. But isn't one missing? I know, there was only 14. Why do you feel like there was a 15th Indo-tribe? This seems neat.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such an old machine.
Look in the window.
The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia.
What kind of stickers and insignia?
The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity are glued to various panels.
What about the back seat?
The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia.
Yeah, I could feel it.
Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy.
You think this lorry belongs to our tough guy?
Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
He was acting tough before. This probably scared him a bit. Who knows when it will come in handy? A slightly scared, racist lorryman.
I'll keep that in mind, Half-Light. starting to like Half-Light a lot. Whenever I played this in the past, I usually avoided most of the physical things. Endurance is nice because it keeps you alive, but you can play through this with actually 1 health just fine. Pain threshold is very handy, but I never really remember it coming up too often. Physical instrument is very useful, and I always regretted not being able to put stuff into it, so having this high is pretty good. I hated electrochemistry my first playthrough. I say as if I actually completed this game. I have come to enjoy electrochemistry for what it represents. It's not just a crazy party, man. Shivers has always been amazing. And Half-Light, I never knew what to think of. But, God, I'm really getting the appreciation for it. So we could probably scare that one lorry driver into talking to us about stuff. Hello, hello? Hey, a buck! Sweet, we're starting to rake in the cash. An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with the aid of numerous ropes and ladders. Who is this? A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, I am Philip III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philip II, the Opulent, father of Philip IV, the Insane.
Not a good track record of mental health in that family.
What did the king do, Encyclopedia?
What did he do? You have no idea what you did a week ago. How would you know what this guy did many centuries ago? High above you, the king stands triumphantly oblivious to your memory trouble.
Well, shit, we'll have to try that later. Ooh, like take top, it gives a plus to physical instrument. What's my thing going right now? Conceptualization? I think I like this right now. Like a little trashy, but yeah, whatever. It's disco, man! Who gives a fuck? Hello.
The small, wrinkled woman does not greet you.
That's quite
She nods
appropriate.
along to something on her radio. A photograph is clutched in her hands, and there is a warm smile on her face. It's the warmth of a winter night's fire. Maybe she could give you comfort and shelter. Some cigarettes and food money. Maybe she's your...
Grandma?
Nothing. Her smile just keeps widening. Her hair is gray like lead. No, this one is a monster in disguise.
Excuse me, man. I'd like to ask you some questions.
No response. Wherever this woman is, your words fail to reach her.
I see. Well, this. Well, let's probably start fuel here. Now they store booze. I see a bag. Hey, that's even more money. God, the money's just lying around on the ground here. Especially the thing, man. Hello, my friend Lorian. I've got something to talk to you about.
Looking for something, Rod?
What are you...
Come to tell me to fuck off again?
What are you hauling?
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation.
What kind of cargo are you supposed to pick up then?
Apples.
Apples?
Yeah, apples. I take it you had other questions?
He's given you the runaround. Let's be honest, you were bested.
Fuck. You're a layman, right? What's your stance on drugs?
Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body.
It takes a long drag on a cigarette.
You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector. They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic sabotage.
Listen, I agree. It's our responsibility to keep this poison off the streets of Revachol, right?
He eyes you warily, unsure how to respond. This goes on for about 2 seconds. Then,
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you.
So why are you still hanging around here? Most of the other lorrymen have left.
What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
If it's not you, then who's running drugs through Terminal B?
Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang. That beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well.
Who's that?
He's a Samaran guy who likes to pretend he's some kind of businessman. Really, he's just selling his employer stuff. Stuff he stole after he broke the seals on his Humanox lorry.
Where do I find him?
Just follow the smell. It smells like apricot and oil when you're nearby.
Yes. Where is he?
Looks like I offended your partner there. Too bad. Sealang's usually a little bit south of here, near the canal. You can't miss him. Just watch yourselves. His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood. He's your man, all right? 100%.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sealang himself has to say.
Guess we need to play Sealang a visit then.
Guess so.
Done for now. God, fuck this guy. Oh. Hello.
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like a traveler from another planet. Hey there.
What's going on?
It's the jam, my man.
It's the jam.
It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating. An all-around clusterfuck. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days.
Limbo, huh?
Upon days.
So that's where I am.
Yeah, exactly.
How long have you been here?
Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout.
Extravagantly phrased, but I can roll with it.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already.
behind the laugh, however, a touch of sorrow.
So tell me, what do you need?
Know anything about the dead man?
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting time right here. Keep him busy.
Busy with what?
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of motor lorries and their sad, despondent chauffeurs.
And your conclusion?
A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees.
What are you hauling anyway?
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
Time to arrest him.
Okay, and what are you actually hauling?
Can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. I've got another haul of foul cargo. Mostly sporting goods, tracksuits and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grad in the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately.
Could I get one of those fallen tracksuits you're hauling?
We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy.
There's no denying it. Your body needs to feel the touch of some good performance wear.
What's your machine behind you?
This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
Yeah, these lures are pretty neat.
Neat. For carrying large quantities of cargo a long distance. These foul tracksuits need to find their way to the kids way out in Wamrau and Loran Bird somehow.
There it is again. A little touch of sadness beneath his cool. He thinks he's spent too long in this lorry.
So nothing illegal then?
Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road.
Never. They would never illegalize sport. Sport is the most wholesome thing known to man.
Physical instrument took a defense to that. Another question.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
You seem... Let's see here. Let's go off for now.
Don't be a stranger.
Yeah, well, before this. Hold on. Nothing. Just authority and suggestion. Well, it's something there. Not gonna help with that. Hello?
Lonesome. Long way home. Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market. Past the Boogie Street spearhead to the other side of the lake. The frozen eye at the center of the district. Then past the video rental store on the corner. There, at the end of a street lined with pine trees, a small house no larger than a matchbox. 11 Voyager Road. You no longer live there. Those times are gone. And so are those people. Why did you come here? Why are you still here? And where's the dealer? You have to get back to work. That's all you have now.
I see. I don't have a home anymore. Well, fuck it. Let's try
Hello
it.
again, my man. What's on your mind?
Empathy!
Ease into it.
Damn it!
Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
You look sad. What's going on with you?
I'm okay, man. Just... the jams got me down. The fumes, the chemical rainbows, the tarpaulin stretched on the frames and the dull engines off.
Maybe the full-on, direct approach wasn't correct. Damn, it's tricky business looking into someone's eyes and not doing it wrong.
Ain't that the truth? Alright, we'll try again later. I want to be on his good side before I ask him about the drugs and stuff like that. I feel like me and him could probably be friends. But yeah, I know.
Scab?
I'm not a scab, I'm a cop.
I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less money. Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the Wild North? Come to see the strife?
I'm a bit short on money right now. Can you give me some of it?
Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
Hey, 72, not bad.
The coin lands into your hand as if it has always belonged there. The swallow returns.
Appreciate it.
Always glad to help out the RCM. Shame I can't do more. Things are meager at the moment due to, you know, the winter's fat is slowly running out and all. Still better than scabbing.
Anyone has his problems getting by?
Nothing to worry about, really. The jam's a bit of a mess, cargo can't get in or out. The rationing is a bit stricter is all. Supplies should last the strike, though.
Every little bit helps, you know.
I'm always glad to help out when possible. Not like these slithering scabs.
I need to get past the gate and speak to your boss.
Oh. Good, good. What matters do you want to discuss with Everard?
He might have some information about a killing that took place behind the hostel.
Everard's got a lot of knowledge about a lot of things, eh? Doesn't often dole it out, though. But sure, why not?
Does this mean you can let me through the gate?
I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage. The passage grants itself.
That's simple. I just walk in.
Aye. Walk right past Measurehead and go in.
Past Measurehead?
Yeah, the 2.5 meter tall Semini supremacist there.
Oh, fuck.
Walk right past him.
Right.
Then press the button to unlock the door.
Uh-huh.
Then go past him again.
Okay.
And you enter the arbor through the office. Está.
For some reason, I don't think it's going to be that easy.
Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, you could best Measurehead in a physical confrontation.
Feeling that.
Or you could convert to a Semini supremacist worldview. Or, maybe it actually is completely impossible.
Anyone here ever bested him in a physical confrontation?
Not yet, no. He's incredibly strong.
Nothing a couple of solid hooks from Dexter and Sinister won't fix.
Hell yeah. Got it. Another thing?
Sure.
What's the strike about anyway?
You know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be glad to tell you. You'll have to ask him first.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return once you've met the union boss and are on a better footing with the organization.
Nice talk. Gotta get moving. Let's go do it. We have a date with destiny. Let's go encounter Ezra.
Nobody betrays your degeneracy.
And that is a hell of a way to make a first impression.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
You really care about yourself, don't you, doll?
Your body does not betray your degeneracy. That's a lie. You're in great shape. Don't say anything. Size him up first.
I think I'll go with your flow on this one, Authority.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology?
A ripple of muscle passes underneath his skin. He lets you look.
It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, Sandwich. You are not in danger. Because you are not a threat to me.
I don't think I've ever been called ham sandwich before. Puff out your chest, still say nothing.
What is this androgynous display of sexual maturity?
You hear your heart pumping fast and irregular. Your joints ache and you feel old, but still alive.
Stop it! You are embarrassing yourself in front of this woman and your pedomorphic friend. This display of weakness may appeal to older women with a stronger maternal instinct, but it is a liability here on Battlefield Martinez.
Jean-Luc, his body is betraying his degeneracy pretty hard. Maybe you can ask him to leave.
My body is unimportant. I'm with the police and we need to get into the harbor.
That is precisely the negligence that has led you to succumb to Al Ghul.
What the fuck is Al Ghul?
You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick.
Is it really so bad?
It's not good.
It's like a rat crawled into your stomach, got drunk and drowned.
Yeah. Enough. I need you to open the door to the harbor.
No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the ham sandwich race is waning.
Show him the ham still got it.
Actually, I think this ham sandwich race still has it in them.
Willingly calling yourself a ham sandwich, how far the Occidental Haplogroup has fallen. You were once a noble and powerful race. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Quakers. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness and with frivolous pop culture. You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
Fucking hell.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
This situation is serious. Your people have probably killed a man. I need to talk to your boss.
Enough with this begging. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world war. Bring your troops to the Simenon Islands and to Boogie Street and we will pulverize you. When you are gone, we will build a museum for you. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art. and your microcephalic skull.
Oh, fuck this guy.
This is your chance. He's talking. Rip into him with a punch and catch him off guard. No, don't rip into anyone. You're sensitive. Remember? Communicate.
Know anything about this mug?
He does not so much as glance at the object.
This your kind of thing?
Stop showing me your pathetic cup. I have no interest in it.
Does he strike you as the kind of man who puts mugs into trash?
What are those tattoos if you're supposed to mean?
Racists are generally not very good examples of their race.
You guys are supposed to lure a man down the street.
I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt.
True. That is a noble cranium, but you got a hard noggin yourself.
Sure, I'm not craniometrically superior to you.
You exhibit forward projection of the jaw, indicative of schizophrenia and sexual inaccountability. From a purely aesthetic standpoint, the dimple in your jaw makes you look like a baby. This is not craniometry, just an observation.
What else?
It is impossible to see any more of your bone structure. It is covered in the ravages of Al-Hul. From what remain of your features, I can see fleshy lips, baldness of the head, and long arms relative to lower limbs. This leads me to conclude you are not a police officer. You are a common criminal, an offspring of murderers and sailors from Sur-la-Clé and Vesper, and possibly even the degenerate sheep herders of Ubi.
Interesting. So one of my ancestors was Sur-la-Clef and the other Vesper.
Your racial heritage is uninteresting. It is the same as all Rivasholians. Your parents and their parents made the decision to reproduce while under the influence of Al-Hul. That is the only reason you are here.
Get a load of this guy.
He's right there. It's almost impossible to get it on unless you're both drunk. It's too scary when people are sober.
Isn't Navarre the union boss white?
Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that.
There must be some friction there. He's keeping it well hidden, however.
Yeah, you still serve him. How does that factor into your life?
Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront international capital. Something your race, naivistic communists, never did. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic.
My jam is a mysterious fourth thing.
Jam. Individualism. You have gotten these ideas from degenerate youth culture, have you not? You have picked them up from rock and roll songs?
I've gotten it from disco, actually.
Offshoots of the Seminoles people invented disco while having sex under the influence of cocaine. It is a shame upon my race. But what is done is done. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminoles race.
Okay, I ask, who are the Seminoles?
The South Island race. Haplogroup A4A.
A4A.
We are the rightful masters of the Insulindian archipelago. We descend from the Areopagites of ancient Pericalmasis and arrived here 4,000 years ago. Millennia before you. We are the future. That is all you need to know.
So you were born and raised on the islands before you moved to Revachol?
I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulumbuir are with me in my genetic dreams. I see young Seminese women walk into the grey mass on Ile de Fantôme, waiting on immaculate conception from the pay.
So you did not come from the islands?
No. I have heard about it on the radio.
Ho-ho! He isn't even sure of himself.
He would be appreciative if you did not further chase this line of inquiry.
So you're not really Seminese, you're just from Revachol.
I'm from Couronne. And no, it is not just in Revachol. The city is central to the Seminese strategy. Spreading through its trade networks, our culture will dominate the world. You have heard enough about our phylogenetic secrets for today. You have extinction to come to terms with, and never getting into the harbor.
Cam, what do you think about this?
I think this racist is better than the last, but the next racist will be the really good one.
How do you know there will be a next racist?
There always is.
Race is reality.
Not looking good, but I'm gonna try it. Let's try to punch his lights out. Yeah, failure. Hiya! Ah, shit. Ah.
How did this happen? Your little fist is in his giant hand, and he's squeezing it. It hurts.
You must be out of your mind, degenerate drunk. Say it. I am a degenerate alcoholic.
Fuck you.
Your fist cracks in his hand like a ripe apple. Pain shoots up into your brain as he's twisting it more and more.
The words to the song have changed. Say, I am a violent drunk.
I won't fucking say anything.
Your hand twists in his grip and the pain blinds you. Still you press the words out of your swollen mouth.
Good. Now leave before you humiliate your homoerotic organization any further.
We still need to get into the harbor. There's an interview to conduct. There must be another way.
His gaze wanders over the whirling roof to the island.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint.
Where's it coming from?
From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve shit.
Actually, now that I hear superstar and law office as a sentence, they sound weird together. Yeah, that's me. I've been establishing my superstardom hard lately.
Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop.
Damn
Dick
straight.
Mullen. Salam Rocky Baye, badass on the edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera, lights.
Action!
With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It's on.
I'd appreciate it if you didn't force us into situations where I may have to shoot random civilians, because that won't get us anywhere. I'm not even sure the one bullet my chamber holds would even prick that hug.
Alright, fine, I won't do it again.
Let's think of something else.
No. You should do it again. It's the last thing he'll be expecting.
Interesting.
Your race descent has only worsened
Dang,
since
it's
the
about
last
50%.
Soviet.
Something.
You have really let yourself
Fuck!
go.
Twice in a row, huh? I'm gonna need some healing because I'm gonna die otherwise.
It has happened again.
Another fit of criminal rage. Who are you, in your own words?
I am a cop.
Your fist cracks in his hand like a ripe apple. Pain shoots up into your brain as he's twisting it more and more.
The words to the song have changed.
Your hand twists in his grip and...
Good. Now go before you enter cardiac arrest.
Please, stop doing this. You are making us look bad.
Ouch. Okay, well that didn't work. Mañana, what do you know?
I guess getting past the man ain't that simple after all. So, what now?
Things with measuring as well. Can you help me with that somehow?
Sorry. Busy surveying the situation. I'm sure you'll figure something out. You guys have all sorts of gadgets these days. Wiretapping, telescopic batons, futuristic circuit bending to infiltrate harbor machinery. Maybe you could even knock the Kowalson crane over using some remote controls. Or calling in tactical air support. You guys have air support, right?
I'm pretty sure we don't. At least not all of these things.
I get it. Hush hush about the secret technology.
Something changes in his disposition. A merciful smile in the corner of his eye.
All right, I may have some advice for you on how to deal with Jean-Luc there, out of solidarity to the RCM. It's low in technology, however.
Yeah?
First, don't fight him, obviously. Second, get him to share his theory by being subordinate. Admit your lack of expertise. Basically, grovel. That's how I do it. You're welcome.
Good talking to you. I see. You got any ideas?
Nice aggression with the native. Don't let the chief fool you next time. You don't need to be that up in his face. Leave yourself space to move.
Not bad advice, actually. This might do the trick.
Let's talk about our right to work.
Alright. I'll just be going now. I am dying. I'm gonna need 2 healing things. Otherwise, I'm not gonna survive another encounter with them. The fuck, that was loud. Oh, my hello.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles.
Just ask me if you need anything from St. Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma.
Let's see here. Do you have a Nosafed? Actually, can I have a Dramamine?
Okay, here. I hope St. Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
Thank you.
A colourful display of cigarettes and there, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol, beer, alcohol, love, alcohol.
Say nothing, just take it in.
I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health, but I guess you already know that.
Don't ask, don't look, don't do anything here. Know this, you will never finish your alcohol quest if you don't buy beautiful alcohol.
I need more money. Wow. Immediately a tooltip on getting more money. It's right there just staring at me. Wow. Wow. Let's see here. Think. Nope. Sewer gateway. River of filth. Oh, why, hello there. Hey, a free nose effect. Let's just use it right now. Hi there.
You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, his face breaks into a wide, welcoming grin. The name Sileng is embroidered over his breast pocket.
This is the guy we were looking for.
Happy shopping, officer! Everything's cool here.
That's so cool.
Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer.
From out on the bay, a cool wind gathers. It sweeps into the city, tugging at the textiles hanging around the stand. Some distance away, the sound of a tin can clattering across the street can be heard.
You're very cool. Bang, 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 bang!
Really? You think I'm cool? Whether I'm cool is unimportant. I have police questions for you.
You're right, officer. 100%. No playing around then. Strictly business.
Alright, so
Maybe I can interest you in some premium menswear instead.
What's your stance on drugs?
Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs.
We're looking for the lorry driver who's transporting drugs out of the harbor. He or she is in this traffic jam.
That's so cool. You investigating the local drug trade like some cool narc? But I am not a lorry driver. I am just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that.
But you are a lorry man. Another driver has identified you and your lorry.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole. Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream.
Stop squirming. What do you know about the drug operation at the harbor?
Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd. You know, the drug crowd.
He doesn't want to talk about them. He's afraid.
Okay, if you don't know, then I'll tell your employer you've been selling his stuff.
No use. He's not telling us. He's too afraid. We need to take him to my station and ask him there. After we've called his boss.
Okay, look. There's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I spent 15 years working my way up.
Buddy Sileng, help us out and no one will know it's you.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady.
Is the lady driver the old woman back there? Dazed out? Strange?
I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved. I told you.
It could be. She was strange.
Who are these other drivers who talk?
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we cool now? I really want us to be cool now.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos.
Okay, we're cool now.
All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a purchase. You can walk away from here with funky sunglasses, detective. Both of you. You deserve it.
Where are you from, Sileng?
Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All reversion.
But you're not a local, are you?
Very sharp, officer. I'm Serais, from the Sigai province of the Serais Empire. The apricot suzerainty, you know?
Yum. Apricots are delicious.
The apricot suzerainty is what the Sigai archipelago is commonly known as in Revachol. It's a bit of a fraught term, I'm sure you understand.
No, apricots come from Sigai. My grandma used to grow them. but Siga is a shithole. That's why I came to Revachol. Here's much better for an independent entrepreneur. Less laws. Speaking of, why not support an independent local entrepreneur? I send half my profits back to my grandma in Sigai.
Well, if it's for his grandma, you should buy a lot of things.
I'll look around, thanks. Hello. Ooh, 2 things a tear. That's getting us further. A trash can? With fingerless gloves, a bonus to electrochemistry. My gloves are helping with interfacing right now. Let's go with the fingerless gloves. Hello? What you got here? Mortar! Nice. Hello, sir.
G'day to you, officers.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed on a man stranded on the other side of the waterlock and on an enormous billboard that has fallen down into the canal between them.
So, salami sounds good. I am hungry.
His posture is relaxed. Despite his powerful build and a knife in his hand, this man resorts to physical intimidation only infrequently, if at all.
Do you know what caused this wreckage?
I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Weird, huh? Then again, plenty of daredevil drivers in Revachol.
The words daredevil driver sound ominous to you.
Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here, especially a waterlock. The rest of the coast is closed off till then.
Do you know what's further down the coast?
Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church. Not much use to the congregation, though. There always seems to be something wrong with it. Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out ruins.
Hey, can I have some of that salami?
Sure thing. Want some too, officer?
Why not?
Ah, that's good. Good. Oh, felt like tummy rumble with that one. But I have a job to do, and that's to play this game. I can eat food later. Max, you gotta take care of yourself. Don't starve yourself while you're doing this. I'm not really starving, I'm just kind of hungry. Besides, Snoo will be home at some point, and from there I'll be able to just make dinner. Let's see here. I'm impressed though, we got the body down immediately without needing the help of anybody. That's not exactly an easy thing to do. Alright, let's see about dropping off what tear we've got.
The tear machine stands. Your bottles clunk into the machine. Do you know what you should do with that money, kiddo?
Yeah, well, I don't have the money. I'm short a bunch of stuff. I don't really have anything I could use that for. I need another 10 bottles if I'm going to be able to afford any of that alcohol, or alcohol as Measurehead calls it. Why would I want to do that? Well, that gives me a bonus to just my physical stat immediately. It's a temporary one, but it's a bonus. And that bonus will get me up a little higher. Actually...
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Well, I know you've been giving me the runaround. Fess up. Where's the lady driver?
I don't know what you're talking about.
First, you knew sailing didn't do it.
He did something. He stole his employer's goods and another lorryman's job. You should be thankful for the tip.
He's been expecting this. He's really puffed himself up.
Then why are you smirking?
Listen up, fuckwits. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Revachol West. You don't run Martinez. You don't run anything.
So who does? You?
No. He means La Puta Madre.
The name resounds like a bell in the air. It looks like the lieutenant has a plan. Let him do this.
Yeah, him.
Cross your arms and nod.
Then I presume you are familiar with his peonies.
Yeah, they're his little bitches. He's got them all over the unions.
Not just the unions. He has peonies everywhere. Some say he even has them in the RCM. Dirty fucking peonies who'd do anything for him. Multi-ethnic drug addicts.
You're not peonies. You wouldn't be investigating a drug thing if you were.
No, of course not. We are not peonies. But if we were, and one of Madre's drivers were to be stealing from him, then it's a good peony's job to find out who that is.
Oh my god, Kim's got him by the balls.
It's not a hard job. It won't take a long time. It won't make Madre angry. But a stupid fucking racist is standing in the way, protecting this fucking thief.
I'm not scared of you or the mob. I'm under the protection of the Lorrymen and Carters Guild.
You've seen that corpse in the ceramic armor there. Did his shitty little guild protect him?
Nah, you wouldn't just leave him out there if you...
He tries to light a fresh cigarette. His hands are shaking now. This simply ends.
The lieutenant turns and gives you a barely perceptible nod. I softened him up as best I could. Now it's on you to finish the job.
Alright, Half-Light. Let's do this.
Men like this only respect two things: strength and fear. Time to turn up the volume.
Show me her lorry right fucking now. The lady driver's lorry. Where is it?
Fuck you, I told you. I'm not gonna...
There. His voice grows smaller as yours.
I've been to your fucking lorry. I know where it is. I'm gonna burn it down, you hear me?
Look, fuck you, man. It's some lorry down there. Green, banged up thing. I don't fucking know who she is.
When did she go away?
I don't know. I don't even know her name. She just rolls with the fleet and acts like a big shot. Some dyke, probably. I haven't even seen her for days.
Now it's not a big deal for him anymore. This is how he saves face.
Where exactly is her lorry?
Past the monument. Down there. The Green Temple. Now leave me the fuck alone, okay?
A small temple by the monument. Green. Let's get into that lorry.
Looks like he got his adrenaline up, too.
Right. Oh, man. Oh, man. Kim is fucking into it. Alright. Let's put away the bag right now of tear. We got a lorry to break into. Let's see here. Past the monument, right? Ah. This one looked out of place.
This green found, A to Z, contemporaire, is parked in the shadow of the ruins looming overhead. It's seen better days.
This must be the one he told us about. Unless he was lying.
Try to pick
the glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. You can barely make out the shape of the seat and two steering levers. It feels like you're peeking into someone's home residence. Inside it's private, cozy, warm, dusty too.
Try the door handle.
The door is locked. The handle looks shiny, like it's recently replaced.
How are we gonna get this open, Kim?
Use the pry bar to smash the window. Open it from the inside.
Good idea.
I don't know how good it is, but this investigation has taken long enough. We can't afford it to take any longer.
Got it.
Pry bar in hand, you take a hard swing at the window. A loud thunk rings out and the pry bar bounces back, leaving a tiny spider web on the glass. Goddamn maggot. Drag your ass to the gym and do some reps right now.
Really? Hit it again.
Another futile thunk sounds in the brisk coastal air.
This has been hard enough. No need to make it any harder.
He smashes
into
the window. Droplets of glass fly everywhere, shattering over the lorry floor and pavement. You can...
It went better than I expected. Open it from the inside.
Open the
The
door.
smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals. A metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty, except for a folded newspaper. It's an issue of Periphérique from last Wednesday. A piece of paper falls out from its pages.
Hello?
It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations explain the basics of something called the Ulan frequency system. These formulas look oddly painful. Maybe it's the hangover, but they give you a headache.
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. The rest is as it was. Radio, posters, a trace of motor oil smell under all the cigarettes.
Let's check the pedals.
You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here, a hammer, a pair of pliers, a rusty wrench, have been casually thrown there by the disorganized driver. But one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper has been glued to the throttle.
Why would anyone glue a piece of sandpaper to the gas pedal?
Sandpaper? A novel technique. Must be to offer some extra grip to the driver's foot.
The movie stars are still smiling from the walls. There's a radio transmitter. Looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the key has been removed. Likely by the missing lady driver.
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least.
Why would someone need so many radio stations?
For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all shortwave, UW and UKV. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge operation. With quite a range too.
Is there anything we can do with the radio?
Doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without a dial key.
What's this there?
The smell of 1,000 cigarettes, some dead actresses, and a rusty old toolbox under the seat.
Not the posters.
These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the 20s, the teens, even the 90s of the last century. One of them particularly catches your eye, a centerfold of an ingenue attached right above the back seat.
Study the centerfold.
The actress is draped in a sheath dress, one of her shoulders bared. The faded remains of an autograph run across the poster. She's looking past the camera. A feeling of tenderness washes over you. A longing even, perhaps. And gentle tragedy. Wait, doesn't she resemble someone you know? But you can't put your finger on whom exactly.
Enough of the posters.
The actresses and the rear enclose the rusty old lorry door.
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? Before we return to Joyce?
Sure.
Alright, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep.
Seems like something police would do. What do you think of all this, Kim?
Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation. I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade casts a wide net. I'm not sure what the Ulan frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed, or maybe it's used to tap into RCM networks.
Listening in on your calls between you and your station, a worrying prospect.
How do you think this is connected to the Union?
We didn't find anything conclusive linking them to the smuggling operation. But somehow, I doubt that Evrard Clare would be oblivious to something like this happening right under his nose. My suggestion is, we use it against the Union in any way we can, to our own ends. It's a slippery hill, but we just might be able to pin them down, indirectly, down the road.
How about the movie posters?
As elegant as they are, I don't think they are relevant to the drug trade.
Don't be fooled. Desire always plays a role.
lot of women there, especially for a lady driver's cabin.
Yes, well...
Unimportant.
Will the RCM open an investigation of this?
We should return to the murder case. See what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my station and suggest our narcotics department look into it. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation, sometime later when we are done here. We do not want to get caught in that.
What are you thinking?
The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if the Madrid grouping is involved, and I can't imagine they aren't. It's certainly worrisome.
Corruption?
All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. That won't help anyone either. Okay,
debrief over.
Debrief over. After you.
Alright, well, let's go talk to Joyce again. While I'm at it, and since I'm moving around... it's getting closer, but it's still pretty far away from doing anything else. We've got a minute. Sure, what's up, dude?
I, saw you poking around in Lady Driver's lorry. She in trouble?
So you know the lady driver?
A little. She's okay. Troubled, but a nice person. She left last week. Left me the keys to park her lorry if the jam should break.
What else do you know about her?
Nothing, man. We just talked a bit. About life and stuff. So, is she in trouble or what?
Well, it's gonna be an investigation.
It's that bad. Man, what should I do? What should I do to help her?
Last thing we need is more civilians involved.
Yeah, maybe I should just keep my head down and work on my rhymes while I can.
What's the plan with those rhymes anyway?
Oh, you know. Tommy Leham's gonna be a musician. Sprechgesang, but with beats. I've got a lot of free time on the road to hone my craft.
Why Tommy Laham?
Tommy Laham was taken. My real name's Jerry Lafitte. Tommy's way better.
It's more him.
Alright, I got another question actually.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
He's a poet. Hit him with your best verse. I don't have a good feel to it.
Huh? Oh. No, I ain't got any money. They don't want to pay for unfinished work.
They who?
The bosses, man.
Makes sense. First work, then pay.
Makes sense. It sucks is what it does.
Maybe don't tell people. The people they don't like are actually right.
Fair enough.
Wow, you work hard.
I do?
Oh, yes. You hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide.
I guess I do, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Like a horse. A workhorse. For hard work.
What hard work do I do exactly?
Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt, mosaic, sand, and linoleum after you re-emerged. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way, and you won't let it break you. You ride.
I ride? I fucking ride till I die, bitch.
That's just what it's like. Life and death. But you got gills on your side, baby. Got those black papers with the faces of the innocents on them. You bring in the Franco-Negros and the Solas. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop, and a sprinter, and a money printer.
Yeah, I guess I need some gills, sure.
Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack or shoot yourself in the mouth? But you still hustle 24/7, ride or die. Now, ask yourself, are you rich?
No, I'm actually not.
That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that?
I don't know. Why am I so poor?
Because of the taxes. G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket, stealing from you every time you buy, sell, walk, talk, fart, so much as sneeze.
Really? Every time I sneeze?
Every time you wipe your ass. They got their direct and their indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax, alimony. One tax that doesn't even have a name. Plus there's the stuff people in other countries pay for. That makes them ask for more money from you. Here. Total tax duties add up to...
You know, this is big talk for something that doesn't actually exist in my head.
98% of all your money.
Are you sure? That seems like a pretty big number.
What are you not sure about? They're milking your nipples till they bleed. Can't you see? Aren't you sick and tired of having bloody nipples?
Bleeding nipples are kind of a pain, but how will deregulation help with that?
It's all about the tax issue, hustler. No other problem in the world is as pressing as top marginal tax rates. And don't you fucking forget it.
Uh-huh. First, if you have a side bitch ideology cooking somewhere, don't sweat it. Fighting indirect taxation for the Gossamer state is compatible with all creeds. It's cool like that. You're a cool anarchist now. Unless you don't want to be an anarchist, whatever. Stuff this meal ticket in your eye socket and let's see if we can steal some love back from the robber barons at the Custom Agency and the banditos at the Insulindian Financial Oversight and Competition Committee. Yeah, I got a lot of objectives to do. Anywho. I hear rain, but everything seems relatively calm at the moment. Let's go tell Joyce what we found out about the drug trade over here in Revachol, and how the lorry drivers are all involved with it.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
I spoke with the lorryman at the roundabout.
Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered?
Wait, where exactly are these eyes located? We have discovered enough to conclude for now.
Yes. And will you start an official investigation?
The lieutenant is about to interject. Cut him off. This decision should be yours.
What lieutenant?
If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing operation, subject to confidentiality. I am sure you understand.
Of course, detectives. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. I trust you with the rest. Now it's my turn. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands.
The words bloodbath sound cold in her mouth. They taste of iron and strawberries.
How are the lynching and the strike connected?
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail.
Do you need a security detail?
Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They're meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenel, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
They're loose cannons.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night.
What then?
Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbour. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenel contractors carry out their orders, for now.
For now.
It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, Executions will follow.
Oh.
What is the nature of this so-called investigation?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
Oh my god.
It'll be all of them. The decision is already made.
I have to say, this is not disco.
It is very far from disco. My only hope is that you provide a single, concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put, if you don't pin this on someone good and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
They would have to project strength and power.
The Debardeurs have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a Hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty. These men work in tandem using semi and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all.
The muzzle loaders need to be reloaded after every 1 or 2 shots. The automatics every 1 or 2 minutes.
As I said, a bloodbath.
I think the confrontation is inevitable.
It doesn't have to be like this. Nameless, badgeless officer of the citizens' militia. One single, concrete suspect delivered into civil court. A good one, and I may be able to defuse this situation.
What can you tell me about the Colonel?
Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell.
Down a deep, black well.
They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman-Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors, Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands, countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their soil.
Okay, anything else you got on them?
Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources. If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP, man?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I'd be dealing with a group like Crenel.
Could you contact the company? Tell them to call them off?
I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us.
You said the deceased assaulted a woman.
Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it.
What did the teenagers by the canal say?
That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinez.
The lieutenant consults his notebook, his eyebrows knitted in concentration.
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection with the lynching. Where did it take place? And when?
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics too. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him.
And who was the woman?
That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor. About a rumor. In any case, it's what the colonel's remaining colleagues believe.
You meet her soon enough, you feel.
This colonel, the one who was hanged, did you know him?
If you mean did I see him alive? Yes. But I did not know him.
His name was...
Lely. His service name. A nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one.
Tell me about the others first.
One is a man. Corty, they call him. A nickname as well. The other a woman. Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul is a radio operator.
What would you say was his eye color, the deceased?
She closes her eyes, trying to picture the man's face, then shakes her head.
I can't remember.
That's all right, man. Anything else? Nationality? What would you say was his age?
He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age, or gauge his facial expressions.
What else? Nationality? Accent?
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian, maybe. His injury gave him an accent all his own. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it, through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once.
Where are the remaining 2 mercs now?
They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting.
Vigilantes. You're a professional officer of the only legitimate authority in Revachol.
We still need to know where they are.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbor gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise.
Figured.
The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a border keg. Does this not bother you?
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the Union?
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
One is probably in the building overlooking the roundabout.
It would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible.
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask? Do you have an earpiece?
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a short wave at the ship's wheel.
I have another question.
I hope I can answer it better.
How much time do we have?
Until the executions start. Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob, and their impatience.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative.
5 days, not more. Maybe sooner.
It's a matter of days, not weeks.
That's enough for now.
I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, please ask.
Thank you. Fuck, that was a lot to take in. So we have 5 days, maybe not even that, 4 days probably, to solve this murder before these guys in super armor and automatic weapons start opening fire on random civilians. I say the stakes just got raised.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
Alright, fair enough. I'm gonna put a point on the physical instrument. We'll do a quick save.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
Excuse me. I had further inquiries.
Things are busy enough. You going to waste less of my time?
Maybe.
The hulking man oozes stark skepticism.
I think you may be able to help me decipher some tattoos.
Don't think so.
Suddenly, this feels like a really, really bad idea.
It was on your Colonel.
Wordless, he takes the photo and looks at it. Grey eyes dart back and forth on the glossy surface. His face is unmoving. You see dead flesh in colorful rivers of polychrome, melting skin and hair.
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in.
Can you tell me what the tattoos mean?
What it means.
He points at one tiny star in a web of lines, away from the man's heart, almost on his stomach.
I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear what happened here?
Sure.
Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush. In Benital, 41. Monsoon season. He's on a reconnaissance mission.
10 years ago.
He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kept villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk of switching employers.
He licks his lips as if drunk someone.
With some strange emotion. This is about to get really graphic. Last moment to back off.
Content warning, I suppose, then. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Our boy, he's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon.
His voice gets strangely quiet. A long, long way from right to work, his gaze pierces the paper.
At dawn, he comes upon 2 kids, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe they were just making eyes at each other. I like to think they were breeding.
That's already a bad word. And the way he's describing people, that's a bad word too.
We shot the boy. He was useless. But the girl, she was nice. A little fat, you know. But not too old. She was quite the entertainment for the week she lasted. Expired in the hands of Sarge Mason. The kind of guy who'd make Chief there shit his pants and cry like a bitch. God. Mason couldn't let go. Cut the tits off her cold body and fucking ate them. Said primitive spirits were watching over him now. Drowned in a creek a week later. Spirits my ass.
Something stirs in your stomach. There's a word on the tip of your tongue. Colorless, odorless. It's...
You were there?
No. I was in the domain. In Jamrock. Being a bouncer.
Everything's scab leader, huh?
Fucking mask is getting sweaty. I want to take my mask off. But...
He's under orders. And orders are orders.
Can I have it back?
Go ahead.
All right, now. Free commerce! Keep the goods flowing!
That was fucked up. That was fucked up. That was, extremely fucked up. But... it was enlightening. Let's see here. Let's see about being a superstar. By golly, if by the end of the day I'm gonna get in here, I'm gonna take Measurehead down, god damn it.
Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go.
Shut up.
Just like that, instinct took over. A solid strike straight into his throat, into the cartilage. You could swear you felt the soft palate break. The man is reeling, gasping for air. Time stands still around you. In the distance, the sounds of the harbor are falling silent. All you hear is a small gurgling sound as a trickle of blood appears on the man's lip. He's open. Rip into him. Right hook. Escalate it. Get intimate with him. Bring the hurt closer.
Let's bring it home. Uh-oh.
Oh God, wrong move. Your fist is in his hand again, like a pair of forceps crushing you. He has a monstrous recovery.
You know the words. I am a...
Take the pain, goddammit. At least take that. Even under the increased force on your skull, there is no pain. Just the sound of your own blood.
It must be neurodegenerative. You never learn.
Again! Still not ready for that one.
Just like that. The man, all you hear is a small gurgling sound as a trickle of blood.
Fucking spin kick.
The man lands with a dull thump, like a broken down puppet of muscles and sinew. For a moment, he still tries to keep his head up, dazed eyes looking at you with unimaginable surprise. To your left is the button.
Disco Inferno.
As you slam your fist on the button, the man collapses entirely, his head rolling to the side.
Looks like you're the new measurehead now.
Her voice is surprisingly calm.
No one is the new measurehead. Let's go before he gets up.
There's a crate over here I want to check out first. Damn straight. Cam's probably disappointed in me. Yeah, I know I'm going long. I'm into this. I'm feeling it. I want to keep going. I goddamn love this game. I really fucking love this game. In fact, I kind of am having a whole lot more fun than I was playing Omori. I might just continue this instead of Omori. Every worker equals every member of the board is written on the top of the flyers. This is a Dyer typewriter. The model's name is on the back. Postcard. It's worth $5. Hell yeah. Hello. Dark liquid on the pot almost seems sentient.
On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
Oh, really?
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
It's very unfortunate. Anybody could see it. Prying eyes and all that.
Let's see what's inside, he thinks. The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders.
Let's browse through the folders.
Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara, and the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold.
Anything interesting?
It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry.
Crack the necks. Crack the fingers. Let's try it.
Look how blurry all the lines on these papers
are. I gotta go cross-eyed.
How unwieldy your own willpower is to yourself. You're like an absurdist Samaran monk, focusing through not focusing.
If I let my eyes go completely out of focus, all shapes start melting into each other.
Is that what you're doing with those folders over there?
Yes.
Right. This is probably not relevant to our case.
The drawer slides shut smoothly.
I have to increase volition. A book. Neat. So the purpose of books is just to pass time. Oh, hello there. There's things in the bathroom I missed. Magnesium. Pair of sunglasses. Am I wearing anything currently there? I'm not. I just wanted drama. That's unfortunate for some of the things I still gotta do, but something.
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, "Tokens unavailable due to strike. Use change." The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move.
Let's try a random number.
It's unclear whether you actually have muscle memory. Right now, your finger is just drawing vaguely occult patterns in the air.
Useful patterns?
Undoubtedly, no.
I might try this
Sure,
later.
why not? Muscle memory is a tricky thing. Nothing tricky about that. You just do, fail, repeat, until it works. All it takes is motivation and practice.
Fair enough. I'm enjoying this. So where have we found ourselves now? You know, I thought Snoo was supposed to be off by now. Then again, I haven't received a phone call from them. So, I guess that's a sign that they're not free. However, I am going to have to step away for a second, so I'm going to BRB. And I'll be right back. Because I want to keep going. It's going to be a long stream. I'm okay with that. It's a celebration. I'll be back. I also went out and got myself another drink. I'm almost out of this margarita. Got myself a hard seltzer. Not White Claw. Just a hard seltzer. Oh, hello.
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here. There is a white rectangle clearly visible on its back. This is your cloak. You can feel it.
Hey, Lieutenant, I think that's mine.
Yes, it does bear the RCM insignia, and we are the only detectives in Martinez.
Think I should get it?
The service cloak issued to you by your station? Yes, I do.
Grab the cloak.
As your fingers touch the tarpaulin, it almost feels like the cloak wants to deliver a message of comfort through your fingertips. I will shield you from the elements and give my life for yours. That's what the cloak is relaying.
Okay. Spirit of Corp and Shivers. That is way better than this disco-ass blazer. Hello. That's a shit ton of bottles. There's 3 packs worth of cigarette butts. Which bottles a Commodore Red.
All those empty wine bottles and cigarette butts on the ground. Someone partied really, really hard here.
How hard?
Well, they went through 6 bottles of potent Pilsner, 3 bottles of Commodore Red, and almost 4 packs of cigarettes. It must have been pretty hard.
Did I do this?
Well, yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you.
Looks like I had a lot of fun.
It really, really doesn't. Let's turn our attention elsewhere and move on.
Kim doesn't like the party side of me.
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, René Arnaud.
Kim, I'm gonna take a quick look inside.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table. It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man is young, dark-skinned, and dressed in a Royal Carabinieri uniform. The girl is smiling playfully at the camera.
Why did you take that?
I'm making an artistic photo collage, Kim.
Of course you are. What murder investigation would be complete without an arbitrary photo collage?
I think he's getting tired of us. All around you, great machines. Listen, quiescence. Wildline streets are created on the screen covering. Look like a forest under snow. They do. Oh! Ah, I can't get up there. Damn. Hello?
A rusting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marche and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. The crane stands tall, proud, erect, and with a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air.
Hello. What the fuck did I do here? Something good, I hope.
And with a surprisingly quiet thunk, the crane places the container down. This crane was built with a purpose, which has now been fulfilled. To move this container.
What's inside the container?
Who can say? All you know is, it's special.
I can't see how that was worth the ruckus, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
You like to see the toy go off. Something's over here under this pallet. It's a buck. Nice.
Before you stands a cargo container, just one of many in the yard.
Lieutenant, I think there's something special about this container.
Is this like your thing with that wall again?
Maybe. I can't tell. I think we should investigate further.
You do? Because I don't.
Why not?
There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one?
Maybe there's contraband in here.
There may very well be, but we are not here to look for that. We are not here to interact with containers. We are here to interview the Union boss.
No reply. No reply.
Open the door.
You attempt to turn the handle, to no avail. The doors seem to be mechanically locked. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement.
Nothing to do here for now. We will come back to it. We will open that container. The shipyard ahead is oddly quiet. The big machines are sleeping. One of them says Vermilion. Definitely is one of those things. Much more organized in that yard below, yeah. Nobody's working. Smells like blood. It probably isn't blood. I don't think it's blood. Hey! A boost to half-light, huh? Yeah, I'll take that. It's another $1. We're up to 5 now. We might be able to afford something. 6, god damn. No, we're at almost 8 now. Hi there.
Container, container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, container, put the logos on. Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard.
Hi.
Everard, 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 he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister?
The look in his deep blue eyes is as sincere as you've ever seen. Kind of makes you feel like an arsehole for no apparent reason.
I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you?
What is with you people in scabs?
I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat.
He doesn't seem to be waiting for you to answer.
Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister.
What are you doing on the containers?
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
I gotta get a crit. Huh? Let's try.
Everything is so pretty and red. You and Leo look like brothers as you glance around with similar childlike wonder.
Oh, oh, that hurt. Oh, that fucking hurt. Oh, I got a 10. I would have done it if my logic wasn't shit because of my goddamn superstardom. Oh, wow, red is so much prettier than drabbled green.
Sure is, mister. Sure is. Really livens up the place. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
I had to break this bonding moment, but the red containers mean they are replacing the company livery with the union livery, which means this strike isn't gonna stop anytime soon.
Where is everyone? The harbor's empty.
Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in.
He leans in with a confidential look.
We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate.
He pauses to think.
But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so.
What kind of trouble did this Titus and his friends get into?
Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling him to take some time off.
Don't go all bad cop on this simple, friendly fellow.
But what did they actually do?
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. Well, that's just how boys are, you know. I haven't been in a fight since I was in middle school.
I'm way out from another level.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hearties.
Too rowdy? Leo, what kind of fight did they get into?
Too late. Leo's mouth is still moving, and the words are spewing forth. Words, words, and look, even more words. This guy could go on till the end of days. Now he's talking about some drunk sawmill owner who... No, he already switched to a prized fishing rod he apparently owned at some point. You know what? Just cut in there with your questions.
What's that in that container over there?
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up.
Told you.
Ouch. Looking for the leader of the dock workers union?
Oh, you want Mr. Everard then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives in this here neighborhood.
He coughs and continues suddenly.
Guys like Mr. Everard and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made Martinez what it is today. Mr. Everard and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school we did when we were boys.
Easy now, Leo. I just want to know where I can find this man.
Oh, Mr. Everard is where he always is. In his office, of course.
Do you work here?
Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellet. But everyone calls me Leo. I'm like Mr. Everard's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town, and Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everard is away. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who's Miss Beaufort?
Who is this Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus sit down beside the radio. But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do.
Stay on this, Miss Beaufort.
Who is this Miss Beaufort you mentioned?
Oh, Lizzie. She is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly. But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood. Knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day, I'm sure.
For a fraction of a second, there's sadness in his eyes.
If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids.
Ouch.
Dr. Lemaitre said so, and she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years, she has.
I think you're doing a great job around here, Leo.
Yes, this place really seems to run like clockwork. Keep it up, Leo.
Well, thanks a lot. Coming from you, it means a lot, really.
You didn't think it was possible, but the smile becomes even wider.
Sometimes I feel some of the guys don't really get how much I bust my ass for them here. But you guys are alright.
The white rectangle on your clothes might not mean an awful lot in Martinez, but the recognition from an authority figure made Leo's day.
Okay, I'm off.
Bye-bye now.
Alright, I guess we're moving in. Time to meet Mr. Everard. Everard? I'm trying to keep up with the accent here. I'm trying to keep up with the lingo. It's difficult. Aha, Mox is drunk. Not really. Oh, what? Why did that zoom in? That was weird. And before you say it, yeah, I know my thing's stuck in this notion. I had the wheel thing above my head stuck earlier. It's just something that happens in this game. Alright. That's a big fucking chair that guy's got. Oh my god,
Before
his
you
face.
is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work.
Did he just finger guns at me?
To see you. With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you.
Let's get straight to business. There's been a murder.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat. I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez. I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand, looks like a torture device.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best.
Good lord.
Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
I'd rather stand.
Please, Mr. Dubois. Let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Take a seat.
Right, as
I
equals.
insist.
That's why you're in that big comfy chair and I have to sit in the uncomfortable chair.
He's trying to throw you off your game with this Dubois nonsense. Don't give him the pleasure.
I don't sit. It's kind of my thing.
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man with strong convictions. I, too, have convictions. One of which is that I will not engage with any man who won't face me at eye level. Should you find yourself more amenable in the future, I'd gladly resume our conversation. But until then...
You're no Titan affiliation, buddy. He's got you in a fork. Sit down or leave.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another.
I'll try to wink back.
So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense. It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead, take it.
Hey, that's 25 real.
That is not going to take care of me for a few
Think
days.
of all the stuff you could owe him for. This is a trap.
You know Gart?
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is.
Yeah. I'm good. Keep it.
Okay, okay. I respect a man with principles. No handouts, then.
No, it's not a matter of handouts, my friend. You strike me as an evil man.
Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you...
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words escape its gravitational pull.
I'm not worried.
Lost and
I've
gun.
got this.
Are you all right, Harry? You say you got this, but you seem a little anxious to me. Don't be. Everything's going to be all right. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now.
He's
pointing
guilting
it
me.
into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded. Who does this guy think you are?
Whoa!
Maybe the rookie. You ain't worried about no lost gun, or unpaid bill, or forgotten name. You're the bad cop. You're probably more
Oh, after failing things by 1 for a little bit, we finally succeeded. Wait, that's it? That's my point of pride here? So you do smile and cross your arms behind your hands behind your back.
The fat man does the same, sinking deeper into his chair than one would think is physically possible. He seems to be enjoying your little display. Good. Now lean in with some corruption.
Listen, Everett, pal. We both know what makes the wheels of the world turn.
That we do, Harry. Let them say what they will about you and me. We're both born fighters.
The fighters could use a more comfortable chair. Nice bit with the chair, by the way. Good way to keep your guests on edge.
Why, thank you. It's always nice when a fellow professional appreciates your work.
That's it. Now kick back and add a final flourish for dignity.
There's the Wormer's Lair, and we both know why I'm here. To help grow your horde. I'm not saying I'm corrupt, I'm rational. Thank you for your hospitality. Feel free to visit me down at the station anytime. Let's see here.
You strike me as a reasonable man, Harry. I like that in a law man. Let's cut to the chase, shall we? What can Everard Clare do for you?
I think we'd like to ask you a few questions. Don't you think so, Detective?
Questions will show him who's boss.
I'm told the Union is involved with the local drug trade. Let's see here. I've just finished investigating the local drug trade.
You've got a lot of spirit clearing up the drug problem alongside this murder. I'll talk to the mayor and see if I can get you the key to the city, Harry. Now, let's talk real business.
Not even a speck of anger in his voice. That's that then.
Aren't you going to ask me how I got in?
Am I going to ask? Hell, Harry. You spin-kicked my strongest man in the face. I saw it from my window. Would you ask a man like that how he got into your container yard?
I understand. I'm a terrifying death machine.
Don't worry, Harry. Between you and me, I'm not a huge fan of his race thing. But the Union did not get where we are today by frowning on eccentricity. Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it.
I want to talk about the hanging.
Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to discuss it with you. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me. But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines. Incredibly talented at opening doors.
I've opened a few doors in my life.
And I'm sure you're going to open this one with flying colors, Harry. This really is very simple, and there's nothing shady about it.
It's super shady.
Does this jiggling ooze think he's going to use you? He's got another thing coming. Play his game, son, with your eyes peeled. He's going to slip up, and when he does, you're going to come out on top.
Why don't you open it yourself?
Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could run around all day.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be, Harry?
Whose door is it?
Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about.
What do you mean about by a weasel?
A loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start acting foolishly. Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you.
Uh-huh. I bet you don't even know anything about the hanging.
Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez.
Alright. Fine. I'll look into it. We need to talk about the murder.
Fantastic, my friend. Just let me know when it's done and we can take our friendship to the next level. You can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker, too. He'll tell you precisely where the door is. One last thing, Harry. Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door.
What's in the container outside your office?
My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbor. I couldn't possibly remember what's in all of them.
There's something special about it. It was attached to the Kuzland crane.
Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to count containers with you.
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing it.
Okay, let's talk about my lost gun.
Yes, your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, grandmas, everyone. Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's just a matter of time and effort.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage.
Can he really be holding my gun
Who
hostage?
knows? Only one thing is certain. If you work with him, you're going to get it back. And working with him might be the only way to do it.
I will not be blackmailed with this gun business.
Harry! I was only trying to be tactful. A lost gun is a dangerous thing. I can't have it around in my neighborhood. Kids could be playing gun roulette with it as we speak. Teenage gangs could be arming themselves. Get a hold of yourself, Harry.
I assure you, we are working on locating the missing sidearm as well.
The lieutenant is concerned about the lost gun and feels that the fact you haven't prioritized looking for it is unfortunate, if inevitable, and doesn't put the RCM in a good light.
Alright, sorry for the BRB. It turns out Jean got home, and Jean brought home McDonald's, which is fantastic because I was starving. God, I was starving. I've been going at this for 5 hours. This isn't even like the longest stream I've ever done, but it's starting to get up there. Alright, so I'm probably gonna be munching while I'm doing this, especially with these fries. Anybody knows that fries from a restaurant is best eaten fresh.
Excellent, Mr. Kitsuragi. That's excellent news. Looks like we have a friendly gun-finding competition on our hands.
Call me Mr. Dubois. Why?
Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everard, I call you Harry.
That's what that
you gave it in
corpse
the dark.
called you. Harry.
I like the dark.
No,
It helps me think.
bad for eyes.
So is the alcohol.
That's bad for your liver.
And my eyes. Bad for brain. In fact, funny enough, because I was drinking, I have no intelligence. I did this to myself intentionally.
Yeah.
Well, not the funny thing
You're an
is?
alcoholic.
No, I'm doing far better
Yeah.
in this playthrough, where I don't have an intelligence. As it turns out, maybe the smooth brain approach was the right approach.
How's your electrochemistry?
Pretty high actually. It's a 5.
Well,
I haven't done any drugs yet because I'm broke.
haha, poor.
Yeah, I am poor. I spent all my money. I did con a rich lady into paying for my tab at the hotel, though.
My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you? What are the odds of that?
I think the odds of that are very low.
It's hot in here. You have hands on.
I know, right? There's not much left in there.
He's the last one.
Oh, it's Algahan. You stole him. It's true, my memory is a bit hazy.
I assure you, there's nothing to be ashamed of, Harry. You're among friends, and the good news is, I have a big fat folder on you, Harry. I'm sure you have a lot of questions to ask. Maybe I can help you out.
Uh-huh.
Don't trust him. For all you know, Dubois might be his name. You need to confirm this.
God, I like you, Half-Light.
I'm sure you had some concerns you thought I might be able to address. And you were probably right. I can.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now.
Let's get this straight. What's my full name?
It's Harry. Harry Dubois.
You feel like a Dubois, but you don't feel like a Harry. Strange.
I feel like a Dubois, but I don't feel like a Harry. Something longer.
Sure, okay. You're Harold. Harmon. Haroldamus. But that's not what the record says. The record says Harry Dubois, a real man's name. Mr. Kitsuragi doesn't seem even slightly empathetic to your memory loss, Harry. I, however, wish to help you any way I can.
What kind of cop does it say I am?
Harry, you're not simply a cop, you're a star. A bright shining star in the drab law enforcement sky, outshining all other stars. You're a superstar.
What do I like about you, Everett? You get me.
Of course I do, Harry. And I'm gonna help you shine. I'm gonna put you on all the big stages, your name in giant neon letters. Harry Dubois.
The giant neon sign reading Harry Dubois, hanging from the Cavalson crane, can be seen all the way to Jamrock. Somewhere in Mirova, a beautiful woman
At Snowwolf, you got your daily bonus of 500 cherry blossom.
Herself, oh my god.
Oh no.
I shouldn't have left him.
Family? Harry, you're not a family man. There's not one peep of family in here. Unless you think you're a family man. Do you strike yourself as a family man, Harry?
I think I do. I think I'd be a wonderful father.
Well, yes. I'm sure you're going to make one little boy or a girl very happy and proud one day, Harry.
Where did you get that folder?
Ah, this? My friends in your organization gave it to me, Harry.
I find that very suspicious. May I have a look?
I'm afraid this is meant for Union eyes only, Mr. Kitsuragi. I'm sure you understand. Please continue, Harry.
With a 0 drama, I still have a 28% chance. Oh, it was my only chance to do it, so let's go for it. Roll the bones.
Everard's large hands are covering the folder, but the look on his face says, I know everything about you, Harry.
I got nothing to hide.
Oh, Harry. Oh, wow. This is really something.
I'm sure it's not that bad. At worst, he has an old RCM folder, and I very much doubt even that.
So how about it, Harry? You need assistance, I presume? Of course, Harry, of course. Let's not linger on personal details and amnesia. You wanted something from me.
I met with Joyce. No, let's not talk about Joyce. I'm going to leave now, but we might talk again later.
Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate.
Thanks. I was wondering how I was supposed to get out.
Here. You're one of us now. A real red and white Union man. Take care, Harry.
Let's see.
Some kind of superstar.
Oh, sure. Now it ends.
They say the world isn't ready for a rock and roll cop. No one wants their state monopoly on violence to be mixed with celebrity worship. They claim to know it would be dangerous for detectives to rise to the ranks of demigods and have sexual encounters with barely legal cover girls. It would be insane, they say. To all this, you say, fuck off and die, in a cool voice.
In a cool
You
voice.
people have no idea how good these cops are gonna get. They're gonna crack 20 cases a day. In the future, cops will be like astrophysicists, or prime ministers, or prophets. And you're the first one.
It's cool that my shit all went up, but goddamn am I delusional. All this has bought me so far with these things I've got is a +1 to volition, +1 to spirit de corp, and -1 to logic. Not a lot of great booms. Alright. Well, let's go talk to Mignana then. Let's go get that key. Something I want to get that would actually help me out immensely is there's a map you can actually purchase from the bookstore. And the map allows you to fast travel. And so it makes stuff like this not really happen. We'll let him run. Let him fly. Be free, Mr. Dubois. I've not settled on that name yet, though. I will have a name of something of orange, fiery, like the sunset or sunrise. That will be our name. Whatever that is. Though I'll have to conceptualize, and unfortunately conceptualization comes from logic, and well, my head don't work too good. My brain thought, think not good. My brain size of peanut. My body size of barn. Is your head back on his feet? He sure is. But I want nothing to do with Measurehead. Fuck him and everything he stands for.
So, how'd you like our harbor?
It was nice enough.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk.
Everard said you had a key for me?
A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open?
A weasel?
Oh, say no more. I got you. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say.
Saw an opportunity and I took it. I'm a hustle grinder.
I'm not so sure about the hustle grind, but you know, it doesn't matter. It's a good thing you're doing. Thanks. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the whirling and rides. That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized. Means we keep out of each other's business.
Okay, but where did you get the key from?
Good question.
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things that really, truly matter. None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess. I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am, who you are, what we are fighting for.
Who he is, and what they're fighting for. This is interesting.
Oh. Where are you striking?
We're negotiating our share.
Your share?
Aye.
How large of a share would you like?
All of it. However, right now we want all the harbor workers to be on the company's board, so they could take part in the decision-making process.
That's a bit ludicrous. Are you a communist?
No. I don't think I'm a communist. Seeing something of value and saying I want it all to myself is a much older and simpler notion. No science to it at all. Even a weak child can think it. The only things holding someone back are I can't and I shouldn't.
Right on, brother.
Just the way the world works, boyadero.
What can you tell me about Ivar?
I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him. In my eyes, he is a capable organizer and a decent businessman.
What does bossing the union entail?
I guess you kind of get to be the village chief. He oversees the harbor, makes deals with the owners or other relevant parties. Watches out for his own.
By that, you mean corruption?
By heavens, why would he not be corrupt? We live in a harsh and disordered world, see? And in this world, the old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. Appreciate it even. He is, personally, not too lavish.
That desk has seemed lavish to me.
He is reasonably lavish, sure. That's his prerogative. It's not like you want a saintly demeanor on a corrupt motherfucker. That would be a manipulative illusion. Besides, there are no non-corrupt systems in the world anyway. And moralism is the most corrupt of them all.
Not you, you would like to say. But then there's that weasel door.
You spent a lot of time thinking about this.
Sure, I've had the necessary free time. Fortunately, there's always time.
The look in his brown eyes conjures up an understanding. For him, having command of his time is the most important thing.
In truth, I can respect that. Being able to do what you want with your own time, I can respect that.
The man sits on the railing, his hands reaching far and wide, yet it feels as if he could effortlessly go even wider, if need be. An endless torrent of time.
You have any idea who killed the hangman?
The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing?
Let's change the topic.
The man whispers a jaunty tune. A coastal breeze ruffles his hair.
Good talking. Get it right. It's getting dark now. The day is coming to an end.
Damn, that felt good. Your heart's pounding nicely. You should tell people to fuck off more often.
Fuck yeah, motherfuckers.
That's the spirit. Never forget. The whole world's a wooden house, and you're a goddamn flamethrower.
All at that guy. What the hell is a gardener doing here in the middle of winter anyway? Did I level up? No. No, I did not. So my plan is unfortunately a long-winded one to run all the way over here, open the door. Oh hey, it's a container here. A reaction speed meter. Neat.
This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from sea air, and there's a knocker shaped like a lion's head.
Use the key.
You try to be as silent as you can. It takes a bit of rattling of the handle to loosen the bolt. Finally, the door unlocks with a small clack. Thoughts race through your head. Well, buddy, you opened it. No need to go inside. It would be rude. Good job. Let's go now. I'm sure there's nothing interesting in there. Only curiosity could account for stepping over that threshold. Maybe there's treasure in there. A white alligator. A fountain of quicksilver. As you hold the open door, you can feel the air moving. A little draft. A whistle.
I'm going in. I want to know what's in here. I'm not doing this for Evart. I'm doing this for myself. Small suitcase full of clothes. Guess they're staying over? Book titled The Hidden World of Walking Sticks. Don't feel the warmth of the red sun on this flag. A interstellary dress shirt. This one logic. Combiners. Fair-haired fantasy heroes with big muscles.
A row of mugs sits on the shelf. Each one depicts a human figure. A dark-skinned woman grinning amidst mysterious symbols. A broad-shouldered man shoveling potatoes, and others.
Tap on the mugs.
A little ring. Though cheerful, the images on the ceramic make you vaguely uncomfortable. The images betray a lack of interest in human beings. They are merely unflattering caricatures.
What do I mean uncomfortable?
The owner of these mugs doesn't like people of other ethnicities very much.
Typical asshole.
This person is unhappy. The lieutenant picks up one of the mugs, then puts it back down. with a look of disdain.
Yeah.
I'm beginning to feel better about breaking into this man's apartment.
Whip out your yellow man mug and compare.
Yes, your broken mug friend would feel very much at home here. The same humor, the same mocking lines.
There's the missing tin soldier. Whoever lives here might have used the Whirling's container to dump his trash. And now they've drawn the ire of the Union. The plot thickens, as they say.
It's true, and they may have even stashed the dead dude's clothes away in the trash.
Perhaps you should break into apartments more often.
Good opinion.
Who knows? I'm not expecting too much from this clothes in the trash lead either way. It might turn out to be some random local matter, but still, a nice coincidence.
Move on from the mugs. Doesn't seem like there's anything else for us to do in here. Let's go back to Everard. Everard Claire, the job is done. Now, tell me what you know. He probably has eyes on us. He probably knows. Joyce had eyes on us. Joyce and him are practically two sides of the same coin. Unfortunately, I'm having to work with both of them. But the way we're going, I think we're making leaps and bounds in this case. We still haven't done a field autopsy of the body. We'll have to do it tomorrow. But that's fine. I have plans for the evening. What do I mean by that? Well, there's a certain case of the man's ceramic. And damn it, I want those things. I'm going to have them. They will be mine. So I'll let the body stay out there for one more night. Just one more. No more than that. Oh, I wish I could fast travel. Alright, away we go. Everard's clear. How far can this put me out here? Fairly far, actually. Fairly far. Move up. Tell him the job well done.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair.
I opened the door, you asked me. Can we discuss the murder now?
I'm very glad to hear that, Harry. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you?
There is no way to sway this man in any direction. He is unsuggestible and unswayable. Just tell the truth.
I've been going inside and seen a collection of racist mugs.
Just as I thought. Culturally antiquated mug collection. What a weasel. Pissing on Everart's Rainbow Coalition. Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good.
The mug collection I found was in the apartment. I found a similar mug in the trash with the hangman's clothes.
Racist mugs in the trash and in the apartment? You guys are just light years ahead of me. I have so much confidence in the ability of your organization. I'm relieved you're doing this and leaving me to do what I do best. Helping people. With the power of politics.
Yes, yes. Do you think this weasel is somehow connected to the murder?
Oh, no, 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 no. I don't cross paths like that. All I want is for you to succeed in your investigation. I would never complicate things for you.
But this weasel might have cleaned the batch of the killers.
Believe me, Harry, he's a nobody. Just your basement variety nobody. Can't imagine him being connected to a high-caliber case like this. But he does live nearby. Maybe it's a pedantic weasel. Fascists are known to be neat freaks. I feel like a real detective right now, Harry. Am I getting this right?
He imitates bashing something with an imaginary baton.
That's not how you baton someone. The technique is way off. You strike with your whole body,
No, you
not
put your
just the
whole
baton.
weight behind it if you want to do real damage.
Oh, Harry, thanks for the tip. I'll leave doing the real damage to you. You are the real police officer, after all, not me.
That's all he's going to say on this subject.
I've heard about the connection between the lynching and the strike. I'd like to hear what you know about it.
By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps.
I'm listening.
Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire? I'm talking beasts, hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramaritsa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry.
Yeah, after talking to that one guy, he's not wrong. They totally fucking did that.
Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant.
Go on.
Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container.
Go on.
About my fun container? It's a hoot, Harry. Who knows? Maybe you'll be in here the next time they move it. It will be very fun, I promise. But enough about me and my container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them, all hardened commando types. One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out and trees.
By negotiator, you mean Joyce?
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill.
An entire neighborhood of killers.
The whole neighborhood is on it?
Potentially, Harry, potentially. We got arm wrestling champions, rowing club people, ex-coal miners, tough guys, all ready to spring into action for their home base.
Who exactly did the pushing?
There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making sure everything runs smoothly. They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must follow.
So these idealists killed our victim?
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land."
I don't know if that would be the exact word somebody says.
He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them.
If he's just boasting, then it sure doesn't feel like that to you. He's not worried.
How do you know the mercenaries were hired by the shipping company?
How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. It's what they do. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
So you believe the scabs were organized by the security contractor?
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes.
Another question.
Absolutely, Harry. Absolutely.
I don't want to give him that information.
Sock it to me.
Before I give away who I am. You mentioned a lawyer girl.
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal.
Tell me about Titus Hardy and his crew.
Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members, always working to advance their position in the local socialist democratic movement. Core members. Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. Gotta love his initiative.
Interesting. Who's second in command?
They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they only had the best interests of Martinez and Revachol in mind. Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer, women, and some order on the streets.
Where can I find them?
You know what, Harry? I got a feeling they're gonna show up in full force tomorrow.
The lieutenant marks something in his
I don't
notebook.
think he has a feeling. I think he knows. I think they set something up. In the future, I could use your backing. Can you ask the Hardy Boys to cooperate?
But of course! It's the least I can do for my good friend Harry. I'll do it right after we've concluded this talk.
When you meet this Titus, tell him about this. See what he has to say.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real.
Why are you giving that to me?
I'm not giving you anything. I'm just holding out 5 real.
I want your help with the Hardy Boys.
Oh, I wasn't offering it to you, just holding it out there. But I'm willing to share information. Was there anything else?
Good talk. Let's conclude for now.
Was it a good talk? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't completely trust you. Yet. Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
You're right not to trust me. I take care of me. I'm a hustler and a grinder. I'm a money engineer. More left than you are. I'm not the corrupt scheme, isn't it? I'm neither left nor right. I do what my heart tells me to do.
What does your heart tell you about your lost gun, Harry? Does it tell you to forget about it? Or do you think it wants to be found? I think it's lonely and cold. I think it wants to be found, and I have a proposal for you.
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta.
Kim, what do you think of
It
this?
depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
But, he thinks, it's your call.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But once we get really talking, well, I'm gonna hand you the keys to Martinez, and maybe even help you figure out who's behind this killing.
What are the signatures for?
I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth center in Martinez. It will be righteous. We're gonna get those teenagers off drugs and on roller skates.
Roller skating, not drugs, Harry. You like this?
I think I'm being talked up.
There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry.
Where is this place exactly?
On the coast, Harry, across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there, a little village they're calling it. A gloomy place, You'll find it. I trust your detective skills, Harry.
Water drips from the eaves. A woman looks at her freshly tarred skiff. There's a pair of cavalry boots under the fish in the box, and the wind howls like a vicious spirit.
What will happen to the current occupants?
They are just going to have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth centre, designed by the best architects from Stella Marie.
Fine. If I happen to be there, I'll ask him.
You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. Here.
Don't want to be working with this man, but I don't feel like I have a choice.
You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I hear there is some trouble with the water lock, but they should fix it by Wednesday morning. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then we can talk about your gun.
Everard, I'm going to leave now, but we might talk again later.
See you soon, Debardeur. Just kidding, but not too much.
I see, I leveled up. But what do I want to put points into? Oh, ooh, boy. Oh, the game was not happy about me standing at that exact spot. Ooh, the game was breaking down right there. Good lord.
Phase out of this reality.
Phase out of this reality. That was what I was trying to do. I was gonna bounce out of there. Alright, let's see here. I do gotta talk to Kim, don't I? And I do gotta read the watermarks. I could probably... It's a lot to do. Lot to do. You know what? I am going to... I'm gonna see about the autopsy. If I can pull the autopsy off before I, apprehend and, reacquire the enamel boots that the dead man had and claim them for my own, I should probably do the autopsy and make sure I get everything I need out of it before I can't do that and I fuck it up. At least that's my thought. Plus I only have like an hour left to do anything. And as far as the stream goes, I think I'm going to play until the day is over. And once the day is done, I will probably rest, start the next day, save game, and call it for the evening. I totally haven't been doing this for 6 hours. No siree. I do have money. And I do want some booze, and I do want some cigarettes. Me and, goddamn...
A colorful
electrochemistry
display
of
of
friends
cigarettes
now.
and alcohol bottles line the shop wall, inviting you closer.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
Yes. Potent Pilsner.
Here you go, mister.
Alright, and an ostracist.
Here you go, mister.
I have booze. Well, those are the things I have equipped to me currently. Those things are very helpful, having those substances. It may not seem like a good idea, and in most cases, it's not a good idea. But just the fact that it does a raw boost to every skill of that particular stack it affects, even if you take a point of morale damage or physical damage, is goddamn worth it. I haven't boosted visual calculus, so I can't try that again.
The rotting man lies on his side with his eyes looking straight through you. The belt is still around his neck. His body is supine and open to intrusion by autopsy. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
What exactly is a field autopsy?
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
Do you have another pair of gloves?
Unfortunately, no.
I have gardening gloves. Maybe they're enough?
They are better than nothing. Tell you what, I perform the anatomical side of things while you will take notes.
Just fill this in, right?
That's right.
You knew it because you inspected your ledger. The lieutenant is relieved you know the protocol.
Alright, well, let me equip those gloves then. There they are. Reaction speed, rhetoric. Let's give myself something to logic. I feel like I'm gonna need some logic. Maybe not rhetoric. Reaction speed seems good though.
The rotting man lies on his side with his eyes looking straight through you.
Okay,
The
I'm gonna back
lieutenant
out one more
adjusts
time.
his glasses.
One more time. I know, all this back and forth, just hear me out.
There it is, a brave little army in your pocket. The first smoke.
The rotting
platoon.
man.
20 brave souls standing in salute, ready to step into fire for you, sir.
Out of the pack.
You picked the best one. This soldier is fat and succulent. What are you waiting for? Light up. Re-become yourself.
Damn straight.
Oh yes, Bratan! Please light up! You need a trooper between your lips right now! Calm your shit down! Become a genius!
Light it up.
Get a load of this rock and roll cop here, people. Johnny Thundercop fishes a cheap lighter out of his pants. With a flick of the thumb, there's fire. A primal satisfaction.
Dip the bad
Here
boy in
we
the
go.
flames and breathe it in.
Thick, warm smoke gets sucked down into your lungs. Immediately, you feel a warm nostalgia fill your head, body, and soul. A nostalgia for yourself. The man you were in your youth. Johnny Thundercop is back, and he's chill as balls.
Hell yeah. Let's do it.
The lieutenant
I'm about as
adjusts
smart
his
as I'm gonna get
glasses
with this.
and takes a deep breath.
Let's go.
The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts.
Content warning. Content warning. We are going to be doing an autopsy of a corpse, a 7-day-old corpse. This will not be pretty. This will not be pleasant. So if you are squeamish, I give you the option to maybe think about looking away or monitoring your sound a little differently.
Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first.
Right.
It begins with
Assistant.
That's you.
Leave it empty.
the corpse lies there, indifferent to your retrograde amnesia.
Coroner's case
The
number?
next box says
KK57-0803.0815.
Got it.
Next.
Name.
We've heard the nom de guerre. Lely. It's better than nothing. Write it down.
Lely.
What's next? Date of birth?
Yep.
NA.
Age?
Roughly 50.
Got
the
it.
corpse looks ageless, like meat on a hook.
Race.
Mondial.
The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything other.
Sex.
Fucky!
Male.
Pigs can have sex?
Male.
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face.
Date of death.
We're still going with March 4th, 51.
Got it.
What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
KK 57 0503 0815 listens motionless, with the cargo belt still around his neck. Only one box remains.
Evidence of treatment.
None. At least not after the initial examination.
A strange word. Treatment.
I'm not so sure.
A silent nod. The lieutenant places his gloved hand on the corpse's chest, as if in preparation. Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-DeLorean burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds to perform. Then, somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosencrantz Row, Lieutenant Nick Feuerbach puts his hand to the chest of a small corpse, no larger than a monkey. It's raining outside, light drizzle. There is darkness in the shed.
That's some dark shit.
Elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette ball-like against the window. Outside, Grand Coudon. The day is turning dim for Sergeant Mac Dawson. Hand extended, he approaches, to make sure she is dead more than anything else.
Oh, fuck. Oh, wow, we're 2 for 2, huh?
The building is tall, 7 stories, wind-wrapped in solitude. Most of the apartments are unoccupied. This was a suicide. The other, an accident. The small one.
An accident?
And so, all across Jamrock, Coal City, GRIH, 42 deceased persons found today. 42 stations of breath.
Holy shit. That is not something fun to think about. Like you have to understand, at some fundamental level, people die every day. People die every day in large numbers. People are born every day in large numbers. Sometimes confronting it is sobering. I'm feeling fairly sober right now.
We should start the post-mortem.
Turn the page.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer why.
External examination summary.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodine, I think. Let's see.
He turns the body on its side to check the underwear label.
See, it's happening.
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more lurid.
Write it down.
The boots are ceramic, vitreous enamel. They are fused to his skin from blood flowing downward post-mortem. Removal of the boots is left for processing.
Write it down.
Tattoos. The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a map of the night sky. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene, using a Trigat Mini.
Write it down.
The deceased has a cargo lashing belt around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color yellow. Length 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end. Well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age, about 50. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature, below freezing.
The spine is bent more than the lieutenant compensated for. This buster's actual height is about 1.85. And no, you could not take him straight on.
Good to know, physical instrument.
Of course, I undercompensated. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with the age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
Touch the corpse's hair before moving on.
The hair under your latex fingers feels cold to touch, wet.
Stroke his hair gently.
The stench is suffocating.
Petting him.
Strands of dark brown hair
petting
start
the
sticking to the latex of the glove,
There,
like
there,
thread
buddy. There,
off a
there.
rag doll's head.
Keep petting him.
More hair sticks to the glove. Hair off the rain-soaked head of a dead man. There are bumps and dips on the skull below. An alien landscape. There, dead man. You were someone's child. It's all over now.
There, baby.
The lieutenant watches you in silence.
She's probably like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm petting the corpse, Kim. Do you mind? Short, light brown, male pattern
That was some
baldness.
sick shit, Sekopa.
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs, consistent with stones thrown. Low velocity.
Kuno.
Fucking low velocity? You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest, consistent with predation.
Write it down.
Ligature mark.
The lieutenant produces a small folding knife. With the other hand pulling on the belt, he starts cutting into the polyester. The stench is horrid. After a while, it's obvious the material cannot be cut.
The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters.
Good thing we got these chain cutters.
Always good to think ahead. Now, we need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below. Carefully, with as much precision as you can.
See, my pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring
Good
fuck.
odds. Look for a good spot.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edges like white bread rising from the east.
Let's do it.
After some deliberation, you sink the cutters into the knot tying the belt together. You squeeze the rubber handles together, sweat forming on your brow.
Yeah, it's trying to be precise with a very, well, it's not heavy, but like an awkward instrument.
Snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck.
As it ought to. This is where its grip on the curdled meat is gentlest, pulling up.
Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters.
Write it down.
Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant, pelvis intact, genitalia.
No, it's gonna happen, see?
Oh god.
I fucking knew it!
This is clearly what they've been waiting for, ever since the autopsy began. The lieutenant is trying to make it as boring as possible.
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
Does it look like he was enjoying his moment of death?
Ah yes, your hunch before. We can have a semen analysis requested from processing, if that's what you meant.
Yes. Processing science, that's what I meant.
Mm-hmm. Just write down that we request an analysis.
The corpse with his pants down does not have an opinion on the subject. All he has is genitals and a deathly
All he has
odor.
is balls. And death. Write it down, add semen sample.
Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip.
Bullets have bitten little pieces out of him. It must have been excruciating, especially the hip. Before you is a temple of pain that knew little tenderness in life.
Interesting.
In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin.
It's the body of a soldier, a mercenary.
Mm-hmm. We have a real museum here. Of battles, wars.
Write it down.
Last item. Hands.
Lieutenant work.
Hands are clean. No sign of a recent struggle.
Were we expecting any?
I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, this stench is making it hard for me to think at the moment.
Yeah, you would think.
Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next?
Internal.
Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
You don't even have a joke.
Nope.
Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth. Purge fluid runs down his lips, black and viscous.
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
Fuck off!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable.
I'm doing detective work, Snoo.
Detectives need their vitamins.
Respiratory
Detective has
system.
taken his vitamins. Back hunch as if in prayer, he begins to pry open the dead man's jaws. He stops to exert more force. Both hands are used.
He's really doing it. The dead man's teeth cut into his gloved hands.
Oh, God.
Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen. Hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and mouth.
From here, it looks as though the clown-faced man is screaming. The tendons of his jaw are torn apart. Hyoid ripped from the force of the lieutenant's hands.
Look inside the dead man's mouth.
No scream, no sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there. Sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel like throwing up. Straight in that mouth.
You know what, in all fairness, I don't think there's anything more horrifying than having to stare into the open mouth of a dead man. Dead person in general, just... That is some deep, like, primal fear feeling, thinking about that.
No, you don't. You can keep it in. You can keep anything in.
Look deeper inside.
You manage to suppress the contractions trying to enter your stomach. All it takes is concentration. Through it, you see nothing but darkness. More meat and darkness.
There are ancient mysteries down there, Kobo. Ask me later.
Okay.
Hemorrhaging present in mucus.
The lieutenant repeats impatiently. He lets go of the jaws. The mouth snaps shut before you.
Hepatobiliary. NA.
Alright, right in A.
Same for toxicology and serology. NA.
Both?
Unless you have untapped reservoirs of knowledge there.
The completionist in me wonders if there's anything we could still do.
We already have one test, as per regulation. And we already requested semen.
Pigs requested semen like it's no big deal.
Fuck off, Kuno!
I'm not even interested in these boring milk cuts anymore. I haven't sucked him off or anything.
Oh, fuck off! You better leave it at that.
Leave it NA, then. Cardiovascular. The body exhibits lividity in the lower extremities, feet, hands, and neck. Visually consistent with the hanging. Gastrointestinal.
He breathes a sigh of approaching relief. This is the last field on the list. He looks around to the ground at the pool of feces there.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila.
I'm gonna keep the voila.
What's next on the list?
Description of injury summary.
Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck.
Alright.
You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too.
Bite marks.
Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted.
Got it.
And your opinion, officer?
Non-fatal postmortem.
Agreed. Next injury?
Contusions.
So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Write it down.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man. Beneath the description of injury, 2
Non-fatal
boxes.
post-mortem.
Right. Next.
Ligature mark.
A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured, the cervical column intact. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
Write it down.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible. What was that about no clawing around the neck? You'd be clawing for your life.
Non-fatal post-mortem.
He is deep in thought, eyes fixed on the bright red ring around the dead man's neck.
Why do you say that?
I'm serious. I don't think this is the injury that killed him.
Okay. Why don't you think it was fatal?
Why didn't he claw his neck when they hanged him? And why did they not tie his hands? A big man like this is dangerous.
Honestly, I'm not sure there weren't marks on his wrists. That part got blurry for me. The stench. But you are right. There should be signs of struggle. Let's leave the cause of death empty for the time being. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over.
Alright, how'd it go?
It was an irregular field autopsy. We did not establish cause of death, which is supposed to be the goal of an autopsy. But, personally, I do not see this as a parameter for success. We requested a test to be run on the genitals. That was the règle. The results should arrive in a couple of weeks if we are lucky. I will not hold my breath.
What else?
We were thorough with the list of injuries too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstances, it was a professional field autopsy.
Oh yeah, well done, Master Detective. Maybe a drink is in order?
Maybe a drink is in order. Later, I mean?
Now, you see, that worries me. You will die if you drink. You know that, don't you? You are proving a useful detective. The organization would miss you.
Kim likes me.
Please get yourself together. The lieutenant from Precinct 57 thinks.
What now?
I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg.
Or found a copy of the autopsy page.
For processing.
He's thinking, did I miss something?
Perception. Let's leave for a second. I had a bunch of things go off.
The 15th Indo tribe. Because there was. The 15th Indo tribe was comprised of 8 kids from Faubourg and North Jamrock, running from wild dogs in the valley, hiding scents under rocks, and stealing clothes off clotheslines, and sometimes even the copper wiring of phone lines. You may have been one of them. This must be a childhood memory. The 15th Indo tribe was your Indo tribe, set to rule in Cylinder. The rest of the kids are dead now.
Oh!
Car accidents and drug overdoses. Only you
Well, hold on.
remain.
Am I hearing voices? Hold on. Why am I hearing voices?
Can't get involved in this.
Can't get involved in this.
Caustic echo. Splat. Splatity splat, Harry. You know what that means? It means the shit has fallen off the stick, and it's bad again. You lost something, and it's not your gun. It's not your badge. It's not your uniform. You can find all of those things. No, the charred echo was left by the one thing you will never find again. Not even if you dive into the sea in search of it. It's the love of your life, Harry. The scent is everywhere. The sound is in everything. The alarm goes off at 3.
Holy shit, I got a lot of experience for that. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Wow. Who wants to boost perception a bunch so I can have better odds of that skill? Me! Holy shit. Goddamn, yeah.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
I'm gonna do something dirty here, and I'll admit to it. I think I'm gonna save scum this.
The man is
I feel like this is a very critical thing that I don't want to miss,
and
so
takes a deep breath.
Let's see here. Let's go.
Your arms reach out
First
and your
try!
eyes close, as if by their own volition. It's dark all around. You feel cold, slippery flesh. First with your fingertips, it's right under the palm of your hand.
What is this?
His face, his cheeks, his nose, his fat, swollen lips. Like a rubber spider, your gloved hand crawls on his features. Everything is silent, all around.
Put your fingers in his mouth.
The oral cavity is cold and moist. A ball-like tongue attaches itself to the base of the mouth, lolling around like a scallop.
I keep having to take these moments of deep breath, move forward, because God, this is unsettling to say the least.
You're on the right track.
Play with it, this feels right.
The tongue moves freely in the cavity. The mucus of the mouth is slippery, fragile, even through the latex. From the soft meat, teeth are budding. Hard pearls of bone in the gums and in the back of the mouth. Can you feel it? You're so close. Rip his jaws open now. Look in.
Open your eyes and look.
A vision of black and dark red death, pried open by your hands and studded with teeth. Looks like he's laughing. Death fumes rising from his throat. And there, in the back of his mouth, above the bell of the uvula, right in the soft palate.
I have an idea of what that smells like. I'm not saying I've ever seen a dead body, because I've never actually seen a corpse. But one summer, a long time ago, the freezer, an outside freezer that we had that was full of meat, went out while we were on vacation, and when we came back, everything had rotted and became a stew inside of the freezer. My stepdad and I drove to the dump to take care of it, but we weren't gonna just leave a freezer full of liquid death just for some poor trash person to have to deal with. So we moved over to an area with a drainage spot and proceeded to drain it. And I will never forget the scent that particular thing was filled with. It is probably not too far off from the smell of a dead body. After all, it was rotting meat.
You see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It is swollen shut, almost vanished. No larger than 0.4 centimeters in radius, the edges appear darkened.
Fuck yeah.
Mm-hmm. Keep going.
Kuno nods, too. He takes a step closer.
Touch it with your finger gently.
A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat from the wound.
Put your finger in.
Your index fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage. Wide enough for 2 fingers. As you push both in, you reach through his mouth, right into his brainstem.
The fuck is happening? Ah, shit, see?
Brainstem.
Yes, that's what this part is called. You've seen the drawings. You've studied them.
Feel around first.
The basal ganglia feels clumpy. What entered here has torn apart his reptilian complex.
No, his ancient reptile brain.
The funk soul brother at the back of his head has gone dark forever.
Funk soul brother. May you rest in peace.
Your yellow fingers slide into the remains of the limbic system.
No!
There is no resistance. It's gelatinous. The slug-like structures are damaged too. The tearing extends deep into both hemispheres.
Oh, straight through the middle of the brain, huh?
The ululations of the limbic system have ended. All is quiet.
There's a cavity cut right between the hemispheres.
The lieutenant answers with the sound of his pen on paper.
Fucking cavity, see?
Kuno's voice is hushed.
Quivering with awe.
Push deeper.
Your fingers are all the way in now, reaching toward the inside of his skull. The cavity goes further, but the entry wound isn't wide enough for the rest of your hand to follow. All the muscles in your body harden. Time to enter him.
Wriggle in.
Your fingers reach toward his skull. His cerebral cortex feels like jelly. Cold jelly. Strange fluid streams down your wrist as you push deeper until you feel it on the tip of your finger.
Oh, it's too real, man. Oh, it's too fucking real. Like, I know, I overactive imagination that I have as well. Maybe there's a reason I like Inland Empire, but fuck, I can almost feel it in my own head.
Ice cold serrated metal. Its edges cut right through the latex and into your finger.
Oh, God.
The pain is barely noticeable under the adrenaline rush.
I feel a solid object right under the skull.
Can you get to it?
Inspect the skull first.
There's a tiny crack. A protrusion in the cranium. Right in the back of his head. Your finger must be pointing straight at it. From the inside. The object that is in there stops just short of the skull. In the encephalus. Knocking this tiny fracture into the cranium.
We have the makings of a very small exit wound here.
Forget about the fucking exit wound, Beano. The pig is wearing him like a fuck puppet.
Her voice is absolutely sizzling with excitement.
Precise spot of the exit wound. Don't let down, Kunoise. Fish it out. Oh.
You pick the object between your index and middle finger. Feels sharp, like metal. You press your teeth together. Your jaw is clenched.
I got it.
My pig's fucking got it?
He's watching his old man get the big prize at the claw game.
What? What is it?
The inside of the head feels cold and smooth, like a glove. Sweat dripping down your brow. Careful not to lose the prize between your fingers. With a plop, your hand emerges from the mouth. The garden glove is covered in blood right up to the wrist. Between your fingers, a small flower. A blossom made of lead.
Fucking bingo.
Fucking beautiful!
A bullet.
Drop it in.
The bullet falls in the bag, leaving a smattering of blood on the plastic. He raises the bag under his eyes and says,
A non-caliber rifle. Some kind of brittle alloy. Fractured on impact.
Can I keep it?
Of course. You deserve it.
The lieutenant drops the bag in your hand. It feels light.
We need to add an item to the injury list. Injury number 4. Oval entry wound with an abrasion collar. Soft palate, back of mouth.
Got it.
High velocity. Temporary cavity in brain tissue. Small exit wound on the occiput. How does that sound?
Sounds about right.
Opinion, fatal injury.
Goddamn right.
And one last thing. We can now fill in injury number 3. Ligament mark. Opinion, non-fatal. Post-mortem. Treatment.
He's proposing the bullet was the real cause of death, and the hanging an attempt to conceal this fact.
Ligament marked the fractured hyoid bone. It was all treatment.
Yes, and the belt around his neck. The hanging. Even dragging him to the yard. All of it was done after this man was already dead.
Dead dabba doop doop.
Dead.
Agreed.
I have had my doubts about this since you told me he was doing something else at the time of his death. I don't have that kind of intuition. I don't usually trust it. But it made me doubt.
Goddamn.
There have been other signs too. Small things. We were right not to assign hanging as cause of death, as the perpetrators expected we would. No such luck for them.
We didn't fall for it, he thinks. There's pride in there.
I think I need to wash myself.
Oh, you really do. I am glad to hear you say that. Your room in the Whirling in Rags should come with a bathroom. Be sure to make use of it in the evening.
Maybe the bullet holds more answers?
Yes, we should take a closer look at it. I am certain it has more to tell us.
This little thing could reveal much about the weapon that shot it.
What happens next?
We put him in a bag and carry him to the holding pen of my kinema. The body bag should contain the odor for the duration of the transport. I would drive him to processing, but it's too late to do that today. I'll do it first thing tomorrow. No problem. One more thing. This was really good work, detective.
I fucking impressed him.
The word lingers in the air of the yard. As far away, dogs are barking. Further yet, the sound of motor traffic. Detective.
Let's leave. We're not putting him away yet. I'm stealing those goddamn boots. I know, he just praised me for doing all this good work and shit. And now I'm planning a crime. Let's see here. Interact. Let's hold off on that one. There is something that I do want to do, though. And let's go over here if the game will let me. The game will not. The game will, in fact, not let me do that. I like having a heightened perception, though. There's a lot of things that you can only notice in this game with that higher perception. Somehow, on a different playthrough, I had managed to get a perception up to like a goddamn... I got it up to a ludicrous level. It was over 10. I don't remember what the exact number was. And it let me do some bonkers things. There is somebody up here.
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
That's the voice I was hearing. That's the voice I was hearing during those things. Why are you whispering? It sounds like you're already in trouble. Trouble for me. I just want to know what's going on here.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie, if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
It's the god of cigarettes and youth. Ask him if he's got anything to spare. Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Actually, the gendarmerie really needs to talk to you.
Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
By God, this young man has the body of a decathlete. His lithe form was practically made for vaulting over the high bar.
Do you train?
Occasionally. Why?
You on a track team?
No. I just like to look good.
I get it. Nothing wrong with looking good.
He gives you a honeyed smile before shaking off the cigarette ash.
Can you tell me your name?
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
That is not a real name.
Martin Martinez? Good local name. Let's go with that.
Definitely not a real name. Looks like you got a good view of the Whirling's backyard. Can you tell me anything about the hanging?
I can tell that you finally got him down. Thank you. It was quite a disturbing sight, even by Martinez standards.
What were you doing last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Pretty sure I didn't.
No, not you. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over.
What kind of friend?
It was my Sunday friend.
A Sunday friend? How intriguing. Makes sense. Friends are nice on Sunday. You don't have to work. You can just spend time with pals, watching rugby and drinking beer.
What's your friend's real name? Did he see something?
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the dull and darkening sky, the neighboring windows stand silent. Someone hides behind a curtain. Those windows have eyes, and those eyes are watching, spying on you three.
We'll talk later.
No. We won't.
He takes one last drag of his cigarette before stepping out on a snowy balcony with a dying hiss.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Wait.
This isn't the place or time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance, hidden behind the curtains.
Hey, listen. I'm just trying to make things okay again. Can we meet again somewhere else?
For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable. Something moves in the depths of his feline eyes. Compassion and a hint of understanding. There's snow gathering on his hair and on his shoulders. A speckle of white against the purple that hangs loose on his slender frame.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
His voice is soft and deliberate. With a flick of his wrist, he sends a cigarette butt sailing over the rail.
But, hold on. What's that? For a split second, his hand lingers, as though gesturing towards a stone placed right next to the front door. It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
Got it. There's a rock with a hidden thing, huh?
He's gone.
We should run after him, see where he went.
No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself.
So we just give up?
He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone right over there.
The lieutenant nods towards a small rock on a soggy patch of grass.
If we find a way inside the building, we can ask around for his apartment.
Great, let's do that.
A stone, like any other, lying in a whirl of sleet and mud. Maybe there's something under it.
Turn it over.
There's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
Nice.
This must be for the front door. Pity doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has many apartments, and the man can be in any of them.
How are we gonna find the right one?
We'll just have to go in and see.
Got it. Yes, Kim?
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year.
Yes, my hostel room calls.
We can pick up where we left off tomorrow morning.
Fair enough. Snap out of it, Kuno! I think the sound of the water was cutting out there. Am I the only one who heard that? Just kind of like going... At least on my end. What's the noise? Hold up. There's something down there. Huh. What are you still doing at this time of night? You've been sitting here all day.
I can't believe it's snowing again. It felt like springtime just a few days ago.
It's so late and you're still here.
I'm a night hawk. What can I say?
Odd.
Mm-hmm. I think the term is night owl, but, what do I know? What a fucking fantastic start of this. God, I'm nowhere near being able to afford another day at the Whirling in Rags. I've got $2 to my name. I need 18 more if I'm going to have any chance of spending another night here. And I'm going to have to. I really don't have an opportunity to do that. Hey, Kim. Want to give me a briefing?
Yes?
Tell me about the case.
What do you want to know?
What did your preliminary information say about it before you came here?
You mean like a brief? Do you want me to brief you?
Brief, yes, that sounds good.
3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute.
Why didn't we know anything about the caller?
They didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex.
Why hide themselves?
There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers' union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that.
Yes, okay. I understand everything now.
Just to be clear, we are police officers. It's our job to find the killer. That's the case. Uncover and arrest the killer.
Would you say this is a mysterious case?
No, it's not a particularly mysterious case.
Why not?
The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that.
Personally, I think labor disputes are very mysterious.
Then you are in luck, because we are in the midst of a major strike by the dock workers' union. Maybe more than that. The union clearly wants a piece, not just of the industrial harbor, but the Wild Pines Corporation itself. I expect the case itself to be less challenging than navigating these community matters. This district isn't used to the RCM's presence, and the union rarely overplays its hand, as it appears to have done in this case.
Hey Kim, if we're from different precincts, why are we on the same case?
I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition.
His disdain is clear. This man would not use such an expression otherwise.
What do you mean?
You don't know? I assumed you were in on it.
You know what I'm on? You know what I'm in on? Retrograde amnesia.
Better still than an imbecilic cop-off.
Tell me about it.
What's there to say? It's just stupidity.
What kind of stupidity?
The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the industrial harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the union make a mockery of law enforcement here. And now it's come to its natural conclusion.
So this is a struggle over who runs Martinez.
Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest, with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
So he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary.
Wonder what that says about me, that I was sent by my station. I go in the finest case-solving machine sent to outperform me and everything. Must be inaugurated an apocalyptic omen sent by my people. Can you guess my message?
No.
There will be a bloodletting unimaginable proportions. Unimaginable.
Oh no, it's very imaginable. We failed to place responsibility for the hanging. The harbor company see the situation is out of control, so they bring in private military, maybe a gunship. The union responds in strength. Automatic fire. Local law enforcement solving one little homicide decides nothing. Not solving it can have real and calculable effects. Things can always get worse. Matter of fact, augury, we should move.
Okay, enough of the competition then. Tell me something else.
Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
He's actually glad it's addressed now.
My logic is terrible. I don't think I'm going to figure this out. Nothing. Alright, let's see about taking it back.
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Good night, Lieutenant.
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
Alright, let's go. Seven-hour stream.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
I'd like to continue, but I'm stuck in a loading screen.
Now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here, our rights, our jurisdiction, basically.
I didn't know you smoked, Kim.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
Cigarette is such a great idea. I think I'm gonna have one too.
You're cold, detective. Again, I only have exactly one every night.
How did you get so cool, Kim?
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will, and unhealthy.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. It would be easier to simply quit.
Alright then, the debrief.
Yes. It's been a long and eventful day.
How do you think today went?
Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was not easily approachable in that state, but we did
The
it.
music is so loud, it's so much louder than him.
Our inspection could have been more thorough, as it always can, but we have some leads we can follow up on. Then you shot the body down, which was quite a shot.
I was inspired by your confidence in me, Kim.
I admit I wasn't sure whether I should give you the gun, but I'm glad I did. Your shot enabled us to perform a field autopsy on the victim. We found some things we can really work with. Moreover, you found that the hanged man wasn't just hanged, he was also shot. That was some excellent detective work. And you managed to locate and pull out the bullet, so we can get ballistics, make up the gun. All this is invaluable.
Yeah, I'm a professional.
Unfortunately, the body is still decomposing in the yard. We should take care of that as soon as possible. And there's still work to be done at the crime scene. Now, for the interviews.
Yes, well, we talked to some people.
Including Everard Clare, a daunting adversary, if there ever was one. He wasn't particularly forthcoming with useful information, however.
He's a tough cookie, that one.
Claire also helped you, how should I say, remember your name?
I don't know how I feel about my name, actually.
That's normal. It's best not to give it too much thought. We interviewed Joyce Messier, the Wild Pines rep, and learned a lot. None of it very good news for us, or Martinez. But above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
I don't like to waste time, you know? My mind moves fast, the rest of me has to try and keep up.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
So what are our powers exactly, the RCM?
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Rebachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
Okay, what else?
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station closely. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
I see. And if someone resists?
We are permitted to use whatever force we deem necessary, even lethal.
And who makes all the rules? The coalition government?
Yes, the international community's mission in Ravachol, and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Ravachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
Let's say it's the citizens of Ravachol.
Be sentimental if you like. Either way, the moral intern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
Say nothing and look into the night.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, Like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here.
They really don't like us here. The Union, the teenagers too. It's different inland. In Jamrock and the GRIH.
Why are they like this?
It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company. Not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks, the jurisdictions of our 2 precincts.
And in Jamrock and the GRIH?
We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
Night. Captain Bartholomew Price steps into the yard. A piebald horse waits by the motor carriage, chewing oats out of an oat bag. Seagulls fly overhead. The sky is black. Captain Price wears a black suit and a standard patrol coat as he mounts the horse to head home. Rows of houses on either side, hunching over the sidewalks, and Precinct 41 with its dome roof growing distant. Around him, the streets are silent. A kid on the corner waves at the captain as he takes the turn on Petition and Main. The horse neighs. The captain nods back. Thanks, kid, he thinks. He's grateful.
I hope our investigation will improve the situation here, at least do some good.
Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
He is very tired, but the dark circles under his eyes make him look younger, not older.
Thank you for this.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
That's that. Let's go take a bath. Wash the corpse and shit off of me. Good lord. What a day. Not just for in-game, but like also for the stream. It's been a long and busy day. See you in the morning, Kim. Have a good one. Hello. There's a tape here. Interesting. Warrior failed to describe how rank it smells in here. They should have sent a poet.
This is not the cleanest bathtub in the world, but it's cleaner than you are right now. Ah, that soap scum smell. It smells like life, at least compared to you.
Run yourself a bath.
The bathtub slowly fills with water. The water beckons.
Undress, close your eyes and submerge.
The water is only lukewarm, but still comforting. Like amniotic fluid. A few beer cans are bobbing up and down along your flanks, like sad duckies. You feel nice and lonely, and so tired.
Take the beer cans out.
Now you are alone with your thoughts in the tub. But it's easier than being alone with your thoughts outside the tub. They're not even really thoughts, just assorted sensations. None of them acute enough to focus on.
Imagine something.
You see the corpse. You can still smell the cadaver on you. It's going to take more than one bath to get rid of that stench. Then, houses along a narrow street. A video rental. Darkness on the planet's curvature.
Linger in the tub a little.
Your fingers grow pale and are covered with tiny whirls as the water cools. What are you doing? You're not some fat fish in a fucking aquarium. Time to get moving.
Alright.
The waterline recedes as you stand. You are cold now. Your clothes stick to your still moist skin.
Can I do anything with this sink that's
A
broken?
mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Oh, I can use my chain cutters to fix that. Okay, they're Kim's chain cutters. I should remind myself that, but yeah. Okay, let's do it.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face. The chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well, you know one thing for sure. You've probably never been a plumber.
Alright, we'll let the mirror be. We'll try again another time. For now, I have a date with destiny. I'm getting those goddamn boots. Come hell or high water. I left the body stay out there. I didn't let Kim take it away. For that reason. We will bag at him and tag him next time. My cursor has returned to normal. It's no longer the grabby hand. Hallelujah, the glitch is fixed. Where is it? There he is. Hey, there's Kuno and Kuno-S.
The man is decomposing visibly now. Every hour, he looks less like a creature and more like a pile of intestines.
Tell me something, dead man.
Shoot, Looney Rooney.
At the autopsy, you said you have ancient mysteries?
Oh yes, Kobo me Lobo, in the gift horse's mouth. Tracts and wakes and waterways. Ancient materials buried.
Yeah, but to where, brother?
Just a small gulp away. My beloved Kobo. A small gulp away.
Which was it that killed you then, love or communism?
Huh?
You said love killed you, but when you fell down, you said it was communism.
You're misquoting me, Rooney. I said communism killed me. Love did me in.
I see.
Come back later, copper.
Shit, how do I take the boots?
The man is...
No! I cannot take the boots. Well, shit. I suppose I'll try again tomorrow. Is there anything else that I want to do? For today, I think that'll just about do it. So let's go rest and then start anew. This is going to be a fun one to upload. This has already been a 7-hour stream, and I've got another, I don't know, 20-ish minutes, maybe a half an hour on me before I'm going to be done. And it's not like these things don't take forever to upload. Minor bitching. Minor bitching. Of probably the most minor of problems I have with all of this. What's the most major problem I have with this done? Figuring out what to play, honestly. I spend all week when I'm not streaming thinking about what I'm going to be streaming. And how I'm going to go about it and all that.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
Yeah, that looks like a fucking mess. Let's crawl in.
The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep doesn't come.
Uh-oh. What do you mean sleep doesn't come? I heard noises. There are options right here.
And then sleep doesn't come.
Why?
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
Roll to the other side.
It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it?
Who killed him?
Something to do with... What was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves.
No more thoughts. Fall asleep now.
Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
disco ball? Oh.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood?
What is this?
What it says on the can, Harry. Answer the question.
I remember nothing.
Do you remember your wife's hand on your face?
Tell me what this is. I'm not answering before you tell me who you are.
You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the love of your life?
You said who?
Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth?
I was left.
That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there. One hand on the bottle and the other on your dick. Watching her go. Let it all be dragged away from you. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours?
I can get it all back.
No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium.
I've talked to you before.
No, Harry. You were just talking to yourself. That's all you ever do. Even in your dreams. And the act is wearing thin. The spots on the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time. Sweating up the bed. Stinky boy.
What is Elysium?
Everything. The Pale and the Isolas on the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people, and you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up.
I can come back from this.
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours, bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding?
I'm trying to solve this case.
You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover.
What? No!
Oh yes, party boy. And it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork. Barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
God, I fucking love this game. God, I fucking love the writing. Oh, it's so good. That was an interesting noise. What the fuck am I doing that? Ugh.
Good going, buddy.
Oh my god, what the hell was that?
Oh, just a dream. You have ones like that all the time. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night.
What the hell is going on with me?
You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think.
I feel super good.
That's not really true. Your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself.
What is speed?
Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday, despite your debilitating hangover. How else did you think you even got up from this floor? You got up from this floor because of a holy vow you made 16 years ago. With me. To wake up exactly 7:30 every morning until the day you die. Don't be silly. There was no vow. You were high on speed. That was the only reason you got up. You can't detect without it. It's that simple.
No, I can take this. I'm not gonna go looking for speed.
Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired.
That's a lie. I can do this without the speed. Half the town won't be dead.
Suit yourself, slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark.
A lot of things to think about now. A lot of things to consider. But what I'm considering now is calling the stream. 7.5 hours. Boy, howdy. I'm feeling it. Oh, boy, am I feeling it. I'm gonna feel it tomorrow, too. I'll let you guys know how I'm doing tomorrow when I start the stream. Or maybe you'll see it on Twitter. Boy, howdy, I consumed actually a fair amount of alcohol. Oh, boy. I want to thank everybody who came out tonight. I really do appreciate it. I'm going to set a new follower goal for tomorrow and going forward. Let's see if I can reach 125. That'd be cool if I could do that by the end of this month, too. Probably not, but I can be hopeful. Got here, didn't we? So I hope everybody stays safe, stays hydrated, and remembers to wash their hands. Have a good night. Thank you again. Bye-bye.